need to tell you.
Hello, and welcome back to my channel where we are all crime all black, all the time.
And there were, I've talked to Mr. Atkins since then. I thought I was reviewing the redacted wiretap calls, and Mr. Atkins has informed me what's in that wiretap is not, or what is in that folder is not the redacted version. So, for instance, there was one of the calls had the nested hearsay with Rel. I don't know if you remember. We argued about Rel had told Dolly, had to, and you had ruled that out, and that was still in. So I brought that to the court's to the state's attention, and they said it's, I was reviewing an unredacted version. There was one particular area in one of the calls that myself and Mr. Atkins had have discussed this morning. It's basically Mr. Garlington is drunk, or he says he's drunk, he sounds drunk, and he's talking to a female, and he basically talks about a shootout that he's claiming on the 12th that he and Mr. Stillwell were in a shootout with people earlier that day. And I couldn't remember. We've litigated so much, I couldn't remember, and I thought maybe that was something I failed to raise. But Mr. Atkins' notes indicates that I did raise it, and you ruled it as a statement against penal interest of Mr. Garlington. Because to me, clearly, it's not a statement of co-conspirators. Clearly, spilling the beans. You ruled that it was a statement against penal interest, but per Mr. Atkins, your ruling was that all references to Shannon are to come out. And so that was something, again, I didn't realize. I was reading going through the unredacted versions of those calls, but the state's going to have to clean up, obviously, before publishing it to the jury. There was also, in one of the calls, it was the same call as the nested hearsay, statement by Mr. Stillwell that when Mr. Farley's arrested, he needs to basically demand a lawyer. And then Mr. Stillwell talks about how when he was arrested, he demanded a lawyer. So I had concerns about that as well. And I believe
that seems, what's the state's take on that?
So, Your Honor, the state's in agreement of the part about requesting a lawyer.
Yeah.
Basically, the wiretap chart, there's only a few, like the nested hearsay that emotionally argued primarily by Mr. Harvey, and what we were just discussing with Mr. Sharp that have redactions. Most of them were either in or out.
Right.
And so this specific call with, let me get a working microphone. This specific call, I listened to, after Mr. Sharp sent this email, I listened to the portion of that call, and the state agrees with Mr. Sharp and redact the lawyer part. There is one portion of that call where after he tells, and by he, I mean Shannon Stillwell tells Demikian, I requested a lawyer. They're talking about Miles Farley. He needs to do the same. That part I agree to redact. At the end of that brief diatribe, he says, he doesn't need to say anything. I mean, he basically says, don't tell them SHIT. And so the state is not trying to argue someone asserting their Fifth Amendment rights, but the way that they're talking, it's not Farley speaking. It's two people talking about, hey, he doesn't need to tell them anything. The state's position is that specific line, removed from lawyers, is relevant because what is there for him to say if the murder didn't happen? That's the state, that brief portion. And so I can play it. I think the court's ruling, I don't think the court would need argument in terms of the court. It's a simple legal principle of just needs to listen to the, so I can email the court, CC defense counsel with the portion that the state is not agreeing to remove.
Okay,
So
do
that
you want to just, is it easy enough to just play it here now?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and will that take care of it? The rest of it, y'all got sorted?
I believe so,
Sounds
Your
like?
Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we're pulling up the call now, and we're going to start, as Mr. Sharp highlighted, at 3:35. In the beginning portion, the state is agreeing to redact, but just so you can hear that preliminary conversation.
I ain't know that about that song. I didn't. I think they're like, hey, bro.
And that to me. So he got to do the same shit. Don't say what, not one word.
Yeah.
Go down what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. I ain't know that about that song. I didn't. I think they're
Okay,
The portion about the lawyers is right before where we
all
start.
right. And that part will be out, but,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay.
they're like, you like, bro, I'm feeling fucking cat. Listen, bro, no. Just tell them for you want to talk, bro. Like,
Man, listen, bro. I had told Big, I told Baba, I'm like, hey, tell Buddy, do the same thing I did when I went in there. I told him for, hey, I want to see my lawyer. I want my lawyer. I don't want to say nothing else to me. So he got to do the same shit. Don't say what, not one word. Go down what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. I ain't.
So there's two aspects of this, and the one that I feel strongly about is the when he says he needs to do just like me and demand a lawyer, and I
Yeah,
think the
that
state's
part, they agree.
Oh,
is out.
okay.
Yeah.
so. I mean, as long as there's no reference to Shannon, exercising his
Right.
Fifth Amendment rights, then I'm fine with it. As long as we just keep the whole thing in, and when I say the whole thing in, minus the part about Shannon demanding an attorney, but Mr. Atkins summarized it by saying that Mr. Stillwell told get the word to Miles not to say, I think SHIT or something like that, but it's a little bit more. There's a little bit more context in that, and I would just ask the context.
Yeah, and so, he says, do just like I did. Are y'all proposing to play that part? Because, okay, so it would just start with the man, don't say, okay. I mean, I think that part can be in, but the rest of it out. Okay. The Garlington talking to the girl, did y'all, I had already made a ruling on that, right? Y'all are straight on what's in and out on that one,
I
or
bel-
we need to address that?
So, Your Honor, I believe we handled a lot that day. And so when I was telling Mr. Sharp that the court's ruling was statement against penal interest of Garlington have to redact reference to
Mhm.
Shannon, I believe that alleviates
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Sharp's
right, that's
concern.
right. Yeah, that was.
Right, if I could just get a version of it, just so I can listen to it before we publish.
Understood.
Okay. All right, so I think now turn into the how to handle the convictions that are either in or going to come in for everybody. All right, so Mr. Weinstein just sent a proposed limiting instruction about things that came, convictions of Mr. Nichols, that I agree, the convictions, I mean, they were only going to come in against him anyway, so they really shouldn't be in anymore now that he's not a part of the case. So do y'all want that whole, so that's that whole first paragraph. If everybody's fine with that language, fine. If anybody wants to propose edit, let me know. Does silence mean everybody's fine, or are you just still reading it?
The first paragraph, Your Honor?
Yeah.
The state has no issue with the first paragraph.
Okay. All right, now on Mr. Winfrey, I looked back at the argument and then what ultimately happened with that. And the state never actually tendered his conviction.
Oh, okay.
So I guess the question then is, they were sort of left with the impression that it was a straight guilty plea and not an Alfred plea. And I think that's a misimpression. Do you want me to try to explain anything to them about it now, or?
Well, my biggest concern, certainly I have a concern about the difference between an offer and a guilty plea, but my biggest concern is, even if it wasn't admitted, the document wasn't admitted, there was testimony about him pleading guilty. And whether it's offered or regular guilty plea, it's still a confrontation clause issue. It's still, we've been throwing the Jefferson case around. I don't have the site handy right in front of me, but we've been arguing it. That case has come up a lot in this trial, but it's basically an out-of-court statement of guilt by a person who's not testifying. So I don't think it was appropriate, even if the certified conviction was not admitted, I don't believe it was appropriate for the jurors to even receive testimony from Detective Raisi about Jimmy Winfrey entering a plea at all. So if there's no conviction, that's good. That solves that problem. But I would ask for some instruction that that there was some previous testimony and that should not be considered. It's I don't know what the term I would use, but it's no longer in evidence, and it should not be considered in the jurors' consideration in this case at all.
So a couple of things. Apparently, nobody told Judge Glanville until after the testimony about he pled guilty a month later came in that the Georgia Supreme Court had reversed that conviction and found it to be coerced. So that was maybe not a great way to approach things from anybody. But the fact that it was, I think it appeared somebody had offered him like a car and a chunk of money. And so the suggestion was, and so then he immediately pled guilty, and it was some kind of like trying to influence somebody or take the heat off somebody else or something like that. Was that kind of the?
Well, in Your Honor, obviously reviewed transcripts. So I'm going to defer, but I will say this. My recollection is that when there was talk about entering a plea at all,
Mhm.
Mr. Steele was jumping up and down from the beginning about how wrong it was.
Well, he was, but he didn't actually let the court know that the reason he was so upset about it is because it had been found to be coerced. Maybe that's in the past, that happened, whatever, but.
Okay, but even if it wasn't coerced, it's still, I mean, this is an overt act. And right now the jury has been informed through testimony that someone who is not testifying has gone into court and said, I am guilty.
Did that.
I did that.
When that's not really what happened.
Well, it's not really what happened, but even if it was just a guilty plea and it was the most bland guilty plea and nothing was done in the appellate courts, it would still be improper for Detective Raisi or anyone else to say Jimmy Winfrey pled to that, because that's a statement by Jimmy Winfrey, who is not testifying, and it was clearly as part of prosecution, and it's clearly testimonial. It's a statement he made in court. So I don't, there's two issues, but I don't think the issue is just the coercion versus non-coercion and the resentencing, but the fact that there was testimony about him entering a guilty plea is a major problem. So I just think all that testimony, if there's no documents, no certified conviction, that's good. But I think that the jury needs to be instructed that any consideration, there's to be no consideration of any testimony that Jimmy Winfrey entered a guilty plea at all,
Well,
or an offered plea.
they weren't even told it was an offered plea. And I think that is relevant, that he didn't even say, I'm guilty of this. He said, I think it's in my best interest to take this plea.
I agree.
Excuse me, let me just interject, just to say the case that Mr. Shard is referencing,
Yeah.
State v. Jefferson, that's 302 Georgia 435 to 2017.
So, do y'all want me to, and I mean, I'd like to hear from the state as well, if y'all have something to add.
Your Honor, a couple things for the court's consideration is, one, the state agrees with the court addressing this matter. And if, as we have done with these limited instructions we're discussing now, this issue, for one, the state will not be addressing or arguing in closing, which is the only other time this could come up, about Jimmy Winfrey pleading under Alford, number one. And so to cure or rectify the testimony, I think the state's position is it's prudent as we are discussing, and if we can all, both parties can try to provide a proposed instruction to the court for the court's consideration, to come collectively or ultimately as the court decides what to instruct the jury related to that matter.
All right, well, it may be today that we have to do that, right? So,
Right, and what we would ask, Your Honor, is that they be instructed that, one, the plea was under Alford, and that two, even though it was under Alford, they should still not consider that under the Jefferson case, Your Honor.
okay, so I think maybe the easier thing to deal with is the convictions that are going to come in against Mr. Kendrick and that have come in against Mr. Stillwell. And it looks like Mr. Stillwell's convictions were from, I don't know, a 10 SC case that was, when I looked back at this evidence, I could not even follow what was going on with that case, because there were 3 different plea sheets that all said negotiated. The Senate sheet said non-negotiated. And the sentence was to different counts than the pleas sheets were. So I don't know. I would think the sentence sheet would control. Did y'all look at that? I mean, it's a certified copy, but it makes no sense. It's like the first page says he's pleading to counts 1 and 3. And then there's another one that is he's pleading to count 7. I don't know if it's count 7, but, and they're all the same indictment number. And then there's a third one that says he's pleading to count 9 or something. And then you go to the sentence sheet and that's not even what he pled to. And I don't know if it was negotiated or non-negotiated, which doesn't really matter. It's just really hard to follow what he even pled to there. One of them was definitely a gang count way back in the day. It didn't say which gang or anything like that. Then there was an 11 SC non-negotiated to burglary, a 13 SC non-negotiated to possession of marijuana with intent, and then a 19 SC that was mainly a guilty plea, but Alfred on one of the many charges that was also non-negotiated. And that was like possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which I guess maybe he was saying, I didn't know it was around, I don't know. And that's why it was Alfred. But I don't know if we need an Alfred explanation, given that maybe I'll just, I don't know if you want me to highlight what it was or just say he had some guilty pleas.
It sounds like we have the explanation for Alfred for coming in.
Anyway,
You're right. So I don't think we need to overly confuse
Okay.
the issues with that.
So then I think it would read, certain guilty plea convictions are about to be admitted in this case, and we'll do it right before Mr. Kendrick's pleas come in. And how are they coming in? Are you just gonna, is it gonna be through a witness or are you just gonna tender them?
Your Honor, I believe the state's going to just tender those into evidence.
Okay. Is it one or more than one?
I believe
For
it's,
Mr. Kendrick.
I believe it's just one for Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. Well, then it would be a guilty plea and not certain convictions. A guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration and may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And then we would roll into, in addition, guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell have previously been admitted for your consideration, and those may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. It is not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. Likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may or may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. And then would this be the time to also say, and hey, by the way, jury, earlier in this case, a guilty plea conviction was entered, or guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols were entered. They were Alfred anyway, not guilty pleas, but, and then basically say those would only have been, you could only consider those against Mr. Nichols. And so given that Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution, they're really no longer in evidence before you?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also heard testimony about a guilty plea of Mr. Winfrey. You should not consider that against these defendants either, and just not say much more than that, or what do you think?
Your Honor, the state does believe to not highlight or revisit in the jury's minds that testimony. We're trying to tell them to disregard that. Keeping that instruction brief has merit for the purpose, and the state wanted to add, and I was trying to find, there was an older version that I believe Ms. Percival or the court had sent where what the state wanted to include was a brief line, not that evidence has been admitted, but if there's something for the jury to know that if they find other evidence outside of the conviction for in any of those matters, they can consider that.
Yeah. Okay. Thoughts?
My concern about that additional language, it just risks confusion of something that's already complicated enough, I think, for the jury.
I mean, I guess they can always ask about it when they're deliberating, if they are wondering. Take it up then.
I just need to add something important to the record. And Your Honor, I appreciate the attempts to craft a curative instruction.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear, very clear on behalf of Mr. Stillwell on the record that while we do appreciate those attempts, we are not waiving any appellate issues regarding the
Yeah.
admission of these convictions.
Understood. And it may very well be that we get through this whole trial, and if there is a conviction, that it gets reversed because of things that occurred before I was ever involved in. You know, if that's what happens, that's what happens. I'm just at this point trying to, where there may have been something that could have been handled differently, try to the extent possible to remedy it now, so that when they are deliberating, to the extent possible, they're deliberating, understanding what it is they can and can't consider. But I understand that, and your objections are reserved and preserved on that issue.
I appreciate that, Your Honor, and also just as a, I know we have the Harvey rule, but just as a belt and suspenders, we have
Sure.
similar stances.
Okay.
Understood. Mr. Sharp.
All right. Will you be introducing those convictions before lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
And they very well may not, well, no, definitely not before
Definitely
lunch.
not before lunch.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
so that'll give me time to try to get specific language and not just what I off the cuff said just now. But Madam Court Reporter, would there be a way for you to give me a rough, like at lunchtime, of the two things I just said? Yeah, okay, great.
Your-
All right,
Your Honor,
yes,
there was one brief matter
Okay.
that from when I was speaking with Mr. Sharp about the wiretap, there was two calls, and by my notes, they were referred to collectively as the UNC calls.
Mhm.
And the court's instruction from my review of when we argued these was the state intended to play these without redacting UNC statement, but the court had mentioned a instruction about, UNC's language in those calls is to give context to Garlington's response. And so the court had stated just a instruction when we play those calls that if these come in, there needs to be an instruction that it's only Garlington that you consider.
Only Garlington's statement, only Garlington's, whatever he's,
Words or
words.
Yes, Your Honor. And for everyone's notes, I have it as the first, there's only two. PDF page number 635, which is March 17th, 2022 at 4:10 p.m. and PDF page 820, which I will get the date of that call, but I didn't have it in my notes.
Okay. So give me a heads up before those are going to be played so that I can give
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
monitor. All right, anything else before we get the jury in?
Just one thing, Your Honor. When we litigated the songs, I was obviously very gung-ho about keeping them out. But I understand the court's ruling, and after my review, I just think it would be a more appropriate, and I know I was arguing only his words should come in,
Right.
but I view them as works of art at this point, and I just would like to, if we're going to publish the songs, just publish the entire songs in context.
The state has no objection to
Okay.
playing the entire.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, we're checking to see if all the jurors are here. Yes, okay, they are. All right, you ready with your, whoever your witness for the morning is going to be? Whomever your witness for the morning is going to be?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and get the jury in, and we can have that person making their way to the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please place all cell phones off on silent.
So I found out in court one day when I was still practicing attorney that even when you have your phone on silent, those will go off. And so I had to take the Amber Alerts off my phone. So, yeah, whoever that was, that's not necessarily because they didn't have their phone on silent. Okay, all right, we'll wait on one. Ms. Persfield, amazing as she is, check back for the actual guilty pleas from that 2010, 10 SC case. And for whatever reason, the plea sheets were done separately, but those accurately were the counts that he was pleading to. And then they just accidentally like skipped a space on the Senate sheet. But once you go back and look at the pleas, it makes sense. It's not inaccurate. So. Hello, good morning. So it sounds like we're maybe waiting on one juror. They might be going to the bathroom or something. I think they're there, they're just not ready. They might be in the bathroom or something. Next week, I don't even know yet. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, if you don't mind swearing our next witness, we'll get right to it.
Good, just to the microphone, state your name, first and last.
Can you pull that mic right up next to your mouth and talk into it?
Name is Heather Francisco, HEATHER FRANCISCO.
And good morning, Ms. Francisco. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
I currently work at the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab in the Firearms Unit.
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
Approximately 3 years.
And if you can tell the jury, where did you work prior to working for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
I worked at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab in the firearms unit.
And how long did you work for the GBI in the firearms unit?
Approximately 7 years.
Now, have you had any education and training with working in the NIBIN system?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury about your education and training with the NIBIN system.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science with a minor in physics from the University of New Haven. I have completed academic training as lecture style and hands-on in the areas of firearms examination, serial number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, as well as firearm safety, instrumentation, NIBIN acquisition, and NIBIN correlation, just to name a few.
And do you hold any certifications?
I am currently have 2 certifications. The first is the international, or the IBIS, data acquisition and triage, and the other is basic correlation review. Both were received from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
And briefly, if you could tell the jurors your understanding of the NIBIN system.
So NIBIN stands for National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's comprised of several parts. The first is data acquisition. So cartridge cases are entered as either evidence or test fires into the system via the brush tracks. These images are assigned a numerical value. That numerical value, along with class characteristics, which are similarities to a group, are compared against other images in the system, and a list of potential leads is generated. We then look at those leads on the match point system as images side by side to see if any have enough individual characteristics to warrant further investigation.
I want to direct your attention to APD Crime Lab number 2022-00516. And I want to first ask you, do you work with an individual by the name of Jennings Kilgore?
Yes, I do. He's a colleague.
In that case number 2022-00516, was there any NIBIN testing done?
Yes, there was.
Okay. What items were tested and then placed into the NIBIN system?
2 firearms were test fired and put in the system. The first was an FN 5.7 by 28 millimeter pistol bearing serial number 3864099184. The other was a Glock 9 millimeter pistol bearing serial number BFMK764.
Commissioner Cochran? You may. I'm going to show you what is submitted as State's Exhibit 221 EV. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 221 EV.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 221 VV?
This is the serial number that I test fired and entered into the NIBIN system.
And which serial number is that?
This is the FN 5.7 by 28 with serial number 3864099184.
And are you able to tell from your notes or reports where that firearm was collected from?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What did you do once you received the firearm?
The first thing that was done is a brief function check was performed to ensure that it would function as designed with no malfunctions. It was test fired 2 times in a water tank. Those test fires were looked at under the stereo microscope to see which would produce the best images. It was then placed on the NIBIN system through the brass tracks, and the images were viewed side by side on match point system.
And were there any results after you put the test fires in the NIBIN system and did the match point comparison?
Yes, 2 potential leads were found.
And do you have case numbers for those 2 potential leads?
Yes, I do.
And what were those case numbers?
The first was APD case number APD-2022-00459. And the second was APD-2022-00438.
And was there any other associated APD case number with those test fires?
No.
Is there a number associated with 22-075-0015?
Yes,
Okay, what reference number is that?
that is for APD-2022-00459.
And that 22-075-0015 number, is that the incident number associated with that case?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm gonna show you this board. Do you see that 22-075-0015 number present on this piece of paper here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know anything about that APD incident number at all?
No, I do not.
Okay. All you know is that when you test fired the gun, those test fires match shell cases that came from this case number?
That's correct.
Okay. Once you find out that there are test fires that match a case number, what do you do next?
So once the images are viewed on the match point system and a potential lead is found, it is marked as a potential lead in the system. It is printed out, and that printout is signed by both myself and the laboratory crime director.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 221 VVA. I want you to tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 221 VVA.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 221 VVA?
This is the printout of the potential NIBIN lead between this case and case 22-075-0015.
And is that the NIBIN lead that you just described that you did after getting the test fire comparison and the shell casing comparison?
That's correct.
Right. And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of the NIBIN lead that was generated in the picture comparison that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 221 VVA into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, once the images are viewed side by side, what do you do next?
So once they're viewed, if a potential lead is found, it's marked in the system, it's printed out and signed by myself and Crime Lab Director Walker. It's placed in the case file and a report is generated.
Okay. Once that report is generated, what, if anything, happens next?
Once the report has been generated, it is then peer reviewed. Once it has passed the peer review process, the evidence is returned down to property.
Okay. And then do you request or make a suggestion that this should be confirmed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
An email is sent out to all of the Atlanta officers, to include the case officer, for them to be aware that a potential NIBIN lead was found. It is in their responsibility to take the evidence from property and bring it over to the GBI for confirmation.
Okay. And after you did the testing in this case, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, it did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Sure.
May we approach her?
Yes.
Your Honor, the defense and the state have stipulated to some matters regarding the testimony of Ms. Francisco. And the stipulation is that the shell casings from APD case number 2022-00459 are shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road on the early morning hours of March 16th, excuse me, the evening hours of March 16th. Morning hours of March 16th, when police responded to that scene. And APD 2022-00438 is one shell casing collected, one FN shell casing collected by Detective Leon Packer when he returned to 2830 Waters Road to execute the search warrant on March 17th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. And remember, jurors, when the parties stipulate to something, you can accept that as fact without any further proof.
So, good morning, Ms. Francisco.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Okay.
And other than the shell casings from those two incidents that I just read the stipulation about, did you compare any other shell casings or did you find any other 9-bin links to that FN gun, which is 221 VV in evidence?
No, I did not.
Okay. And one other question. You've just testified about comparing a gun or shell casings and put them in 9-bin.
Correct.
Can you put a projectile a fired bullet that's collected into evidence, for instance, a 40 caliber bullet, can you put that in NIBIN and seek hits through the NIBIN system for a projectile that has already been fired?
We do not have the equipment to be able to do projectiles. We only have the equipment to do cartridge cases.
When you say you do not have the equipment, does the equipment exist and it's just not at APD, or does no equipment exist in the world?
It does exist. There's a system called bullet tracks, which is the same thing as brass tracks, only it deals with bullets. But for us at the Atlanta Crime Lab, we only deal with cartridge cases.
Do you know in this case that you were working on, if by anyone 40 caliber projectiles were placed in this bullet track system? Do you have any awareness of that?
I would not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any redirect? No. Okay, thank you for your time. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Belknap to the stand.
Is this a recalled witness? Okay, that's what.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this a witness that is, the video is limited on? No, yes, no? No, okay. Thank you for checking.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Detective, I'll just remind you that you're still under oath.
Welcome back, Detective Belknap.
Thank you.
Now, I wanted to ask you about a time where, do you know Detective Hogan with APD Homicide?
I do.
And was there ever a time that you provided any assistance to him in identifying someone in a case he was working?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
During the investigation of the homicide of Shamel Drinks, I was asked to review some photographs of potential suspects in that case.
And were you able to assist in identifying any of those suspects for Detective Hogan?
I was.
Can you describe for the jury how or what you did and how you were able to assist him on that?
We had located some social media photographs of a potential suspect. The suspect looked familiar to me, but I couldn't recall a name for the suspect. I reached out to another law enforcement contact who was able to send back a photograph of Mr. Quamarvius Nichols, who I immediately recognized was, in fact, the person from the social media pictures.
And did you share that with Detective Hogan for his case?
I did.
Now, turning your attention to March 17th of 2022, were you working that day at APD?
I was.
And you were still in the gang unit?
Yes, sir.
And so can you describe for the jury, did you ever become involved with some arrest warrants that day?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how you got involved with that?
I was advised that two suspects in the Shamel Drinks homicide were arrested at 2481 Meadowlark Lane in the city of East Point. And I then responded to that scene after those arrests had been made.
And when you responded, do you recall roughly around what time?
I don't without reviewing the report.
Would looking at a copy of your report help pressure your recollection?
Yes, sir.
I'm approaching you with a copy of your report. If your memory is refreshed, just look up at me before answering. Is your memory now refreshed of what time you responded?
Yes, sir.
What time was that?
It was approximately 3 p.m.
Now, when you got there, can you describe for the jury, what did you see? What did you do?
Mr. Jackson and Mr. Nichols had already been placed in custody. The scene had been secured and some evidence had been recovered during that arrest, which was then transferred to my custody to be transported to property.
Do you recall any other law enforcement agencies that you interacted with outside of APD?
There were a number of law enforcement agencies there, including the East Point Police Department, Georgia State Patrol, and additional agencies as well.
And when you arrived on scene, were the suspects already in custody or something else?
The suspects were already in custody and I believe were being transported or has been transported by the time I arrived.
And did you, when you arrived, without saying what they told you, speak with some of these officers that were on scene before you arrived?
I did.
Did you speak with an Officer Baker?
I did.
Did you speak with, or let me ask you this, when you got there, was that address an apartment, a business, a home?
As a residence, I have single family residence.
Did you notice or see any vehicles at that residence?
I did.
What did you see?
There was a white Audi A5 with a Maryland tag.
Now, when you were on scene, you mentioned you gathered some items from some of the law enforcement on scene.
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you gathered?
Yes, and may I refer to my report?
You may. Just look up at me when your memory is refreshed.
Okay.
What were some of the items that you gathered?
One of the items was a firearm, an FN Herstal 5.7 handgun. Another item was a pink beanie cap. Also a black backpack that was recovered as well.
Now, I wanted to ask you about that FN Herschel. Is that a 5.7 by 2.8 firearm?
Yes, sir.
I am approaching you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit actually. Maybe up here before you, which is up here as 221 Victor. I'm going to ask you, Detective Belknap, can you look at what's on the stand before you and see if you recognize either any of the APD evidence labels and or if there is a serial number on that firearm?
Yes, sir.
What is the serial number?
Serial number is 386409184.
And I'm guessing you don't have serial numbers memorized. Is that fair to say?
It's fair.
Would looking at your report to refresh on the serial number of the gun you collected assist?
Yes, yes, sir.
You may use your report to refresh. Is your memory refreshed?
It is.
And is that the firearm that you recovered at 2481 Meadowlark Drive?
It is.
Now, when you recovered it, was it loaded?
It was loaded when it was recovered. At the time when it was transferred to me, I don't recall whether it had been rendered safe and unloaded. And my report, I don't believe, was clear as to the condition it was in when I took custody of it.
And is that typical when you recover firearms to transport them to render them safe before moving them from a scene?
Yes, it is.
Now, you had also mentioned a pink beanie that you recovered.
Yes, sir.
I will gather that in just a second, but before we get to that, was there a black book bag that you had recovered on that scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you recall ever looking inside of that book bag?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall who it was that gave you that book bag?
I need to refresh my memory with my report.
You may. Do you recall who gave you that book bag that was on scene?
I don't, and I believe it was Officer Baker or Officer Gachette who had responded to the scene, but I didn't note specifically in my report who gave me the backpack.
And when you got that backpack, did you initially go through it?
Yes, sir.
And what was inside of that book bag?
There was a variety of narcotics within the backpack.
Was there any commercially packaged items?
There were.
What were they?
There was commercially packaged marijuana within the backpack.
And do you recall how many commercially packaged marijuana there was in that book bag?
There were a total of 19 bags.
Was there any pills in that book bag?
There were.
Now, do you have any familiarity or training with encountering pills that you may find on the street in working with APD?
I do.
And when you encounter pills, do you personally do any steps to try to initially see what they possibly may be?
Sure. So I mean, the first thing is just observing what they are. And oftentimes we've run across narcotics in similar form before and may recognize them immediately as what they are. Additionally, we have resources, including open source resources like the internet, several websites that can help us identify drugs, including prescription drugs, so that we can have sort of a place to start for testing those items.
And when you collect items such as you did there, do you typically indicate, even if you don't know exactly what something is, what it's suspected to be?
I do.
Now, with reviewing those items, I'm going to ask you, what did you find in that book bag that you suspect it to be? In terms of what type of pills did you believe was in that book bag based on your training experience?
So I believe there were 3 types of pills that we saw. The first was a bag containing what I believed and identified as being MDMA. Another bag that contained what I recognized to be oxycodone, and an additional bag that contained what I recognized and believed to be Adderall.
Now, at this time when you're initially on scene, you have that firearm that we just discussed and this book bag with the narcotics. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever transport those items to anywhere else from the scene?
I did.
Did you collect and package those items?
I did.
And did you have any familiarity with where that white Audi was taken from the scene?
I do.
Can you describe for the jury what you know about that?
Yes, the white Audi was transported from the arrest location to the Atlanta Police Department Annex building. And there are vehicle cages there that we can store vehicles for pending search warrants or further processing.
And is that normal with recovered vehicles such as that to transport them to the annex?
It can be. It just depends on the case, whether further processing is needed or not.
Now, Detective Belknap, I am approaching you with what's been marked as 354 through 358 Victor. If you could take a minute and look at those bags and the identifying markers on them. Now, do you have is your name on any of those evidence labels?
Yes, it is.
And do you see any APD case number with those bags?
I do.
And do you typically put the APD case number from the scene that when you collect items before you introduce it into property?
That's correct.
And is that the same APD case number on the report that you have used to refresh your memory from that March 17th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
With looking at those items, are you able to tell the jury what those are?
I can.
Please do.
So this first bag contains the pills that were suspected Adderall. The second bag contains.
And Detective Belknap, before you do, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the drugs that you collected from the scene that day?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 354 through 358 Victor.
May I?
Yes.
Sure.
No objection.
All right, those are admitted.
Detective Belknap, now that they're in evidence, you may, and please can you tell the jury what you have before you?
Okay. So this first bag again are the pills that I suspected were Adderall. The second contains the suspected oxycodone. The third bag contains some of the commercially packaged marijuana. The fourth bag contains additional commercially packaged marijuana, and this final bag contains the suspected MDMA.
Now, after you packaged those items, you went back to APD property, is that correct?
I actually would have packaged these at APD property.
And at APD property, did you ever get notified from someone on the Meadowlark scene after you went back to property from that first time?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
I was called by a supervisor and advised that East Point police were back on scene near the arrest location where a citizen had reported finding a firearm laying by the roadway.
Now, after being notified about that additional firearm, what did you do?
I responded back to the scene to recover that firearm as well.
And when you got on scene, you recall who you spoke with?
I do.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke with Investigator Klickner from the East Point Police Department.
And when you met Investigator Klickner, can you tell the jury like where you were? Were you inside, outside? Where did you all meet up?
We met on the roadway where this firearm had been seen and reported.
And where was the firearm when you saw it?
The firearm was just off the roadway in the grass, like I guess within a couple of feet of the roadway.
And was there a magazine nearby?
There was.
Now, what did you do once you got there and saw that firearm that Investigator Klickner had?
I ultimately rendered the firearm safe and transported it to Atlanta Police Department property as well.
I want to ask you, does your report reflect the serial number on the firearm that you collected when meeting Investigator Klickner?
May I refresh my memory?
You may.
It does.
And I'm going to approach you with 220 Victor Victor. Is that, or is the 220 Victor Victor have the serial number on that item?
Is there a serial number on this?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And is that serial number match the firearm that you collected?
I can confirm, I believe there is a slight variation between what was in the report and what is on the actual weapon, as later investigation revealed.
Can you describe that later investigation regarding the serial number?
I can. So after this weapon was recovered, taken to Atlanta Police Department property, later on, I followed up on the E-Trace, the further investigation of the firearm, and was advised that the weapon had not been traced back to an original purchaser. I reviewed both my report and the photographs of the weapon and realized that due to some damage to the serial number on the weapon, which had been heavily scratched, that I had mistakenly identified one of the digits or one of the characters on the serial number from the weapon. I was able to go back, make that correction, and then complete the E-Trace report and locate the actual origination of the firearm.
With that further investigation, looking at that firearm now, is that the firearm that you collected from Investigator Klickner on March 17, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 220 Victor Victor at this time.
All right, that's admitted.
And Investigator Belknap, was that firearm, when you had mentioned the E-Trace, was that firearm, did you check it to see if it was ever reported stolen?
I did.
And what did you find?
I contacted the original purchaser of the weapon, who advised that he had sold the weapon in a third-party sale to another party, but did have contact information for the purchaser. I then contacted that person, who advised that the weapon had been stolen from him, and an Atlanta Police Department report had been made at the time of the theft.
And did you transport that firearm back to APD property as well?
I did. At the time of recovery, I did.
Now, after you come back to APD property, did you ever take out any additional arrest warrants?
I did.
What were the arrest warrants that you took out?
I took out additional arrest warrants, if I may refresh my memory.
May.
Additional arrest warrants for Mr. Jackson for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to distribute, and 3 counts of
Yes.
early morning break. All right, so we just need to get clear with the witness what he can and cannot say.
Yes, sir. And if the board may permit, can I?
Do y'all just want to
Yes.
talk
Do
to him
you want us to do
together?
it on the record or?
I don't think it needs to be done on the record, just y'all both go talk to him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, back with y'all know to disregard the witness's comment about a warrant being taken for Mr. Stillwell for drugs. Go ahead, Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Belknap, you never took out any warrants for any of the drugs related to that book bag as it pertains to Shannon Stillwell, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you take out gang warrants?
I did.
And did you take out firearm and gang warrants as well on Mr. Nichols?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you, Detective Belknap.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective Belknap.
Morning, sir.
We've met Max Shard, represent Mr. Stillwell. So I first want to ask you about the search of Jeffrey Williams' address at 355 Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022. You were present for that search, correct?
I was.
You were one of the officers executing the search.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you didn't write a report about the execution of that search warrant, did you?
I did not.
Okay, Investigator Storno wrote a report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I have asked you to review photos taken during the execution of that warrant, and I've also asked you to review Investigator Storno's notes or report, correct?
That's correct.
And you were kind enough to do that for me, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. And Mr. Atkins, if I could have your help displaying any images as Detective Belknap speaks about things, I'd appreciate it. On May 9th, 2022, do you recall who was present at 355 Allison Drive when you executed the search warrant?
Could you be more specific?
Okay, Jeffrey Williams was present, correct?
Yes, sir.
Martinez Arnold was present.
Yes, sir.
Diamante Kendrick was present.
Yes, sir.
Jeffrey Williams' teenage son was present, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. My client, Shannon Stillwell, was not present at 355 Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022, was he?
He was not.
Okay, and you don't have any evidence at all that Mr. Stillwell has ever even been to that residence, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, and during that search warrant was sought out by Investigator Viverito, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and during that search warrant, executing that search warrant May 9th, 2022, you all collected drugs, correct? Suspected drugs?
We did.
Delta 8 syrup as well.
Yes.
Okay, jewelry,
Yes.
money,
Yes.
phones.
Yes.
Mr. Williams' cars were seized.
That's correct.
And I'm not going to ask any questions about any of those things, but you also collected guns, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in fact, there were 6 guns collected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you have reviewed pictures taken during the execution of that search warrant, correct?
I did.
Okay. I would like to just talk about each gun individually. I can go in whatever order you have. If you could just tell us, do you have photos in front of you that display the different types of guns and the different guns that were collected on May 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you just tell us the exhibit number of the first gun so Mr. Atkins can display it for the jury?
The first one I'm looking at is 57XX.
Okay, and that gun, from the pictures, can you tell us what type of gun, the manufacturer, anything that you can tell about that gun?
It appears to be a Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Glock semi-automatic handgun, okay. And do you have any other pictures in that sequence that reveal a serial number for that gun?
I believe so. The next one is 58XX.
Mr. Atkins, if you could display 58XX. Okay, and is the serial number BKMN536?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. What is the second gun that was collected?
The next one is 30XX.
You did say 30XX, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there a close-up of that gun that would help describe what type of gun it is?
I believe it's 31XX.
Okay, 31XX. And what kind of gun is that?
It's another Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Can you tell what type projectiles or what caliber projectiles that gun fires?
It's a little difficult to tell from this picture, but from the picture alone.
Okay. Now, neither of these first two guns were the switch, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you tell us what about the next gun? What number we should display?
Oh, sir, I apologize. There's actually another photo, I believe, of that gun we were just looking at, 32XX.
Mr. Atkins, if you could display 32XX. All right, thank you. And for that second gun, that's the serial number,
I believe it is, yes.
and it's BNU633.
Yes, sir.
All right. How about the third gun?
The third is 21XX.
And what can you tell us about this gun as far as the caliber, the manufacturer, anything?
It's another semi-automatic handgun, and it appears to be a Smith & Wesson, although I can't read it on the photograph.
Okay. And is that a switch?
No, sir.
Okay. And is that the serial number? 22XX?
22XX. Yes, sir.
All right. Great. Thank you. How about the fourth gun?
The fourth is 19XX.
Okay. And what can you tell us about this gun?
And this appears to be a tan Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Is that a switch?
Does not appear to be.
The fifth gun?
That would be 15XX.
Okay. What can you tell us about this gun? Is there another picture associated with that gun?
14XX and 15XX.
14XX. Let's go with that. What can you tell us about this gun?
It's another semi-automatic handgun. Also appears to be a Smith & Wesson.
Okay. And how about the sixth gun?
This is 51, 52, and 53XX.
Now that gun, what can you tell us about that gun?
This is another Glock semi-automatic handgun, and it does appear to have a conversion switch attached to the weapon.
Okay, that is the switch.
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. And those are the 6 guns that were collected from Jeffrey Williams' residence on May 9, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Okay, I just want to clear something up. And I'm speaking about, I'm not going to go in through individually. I'm talking about all 6 firearms. Okay. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever touched any of these firearms?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that ballistically, any of these firearms were ever used in the Shamal Drinks homicide?
I didn't conduct that follow-up investigation, so I don't know whether it was or wasn't, but I'm not aware of any evidence that it was. Or any of them were.
And that includes the switch too, correct?
It does.
Okay. And do you have any evidence, ballistically or otherwise, that any of these guns were used in the January 10, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I do not.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. I appreciate that, Detective Belknap. I'm going to move to your work on March 17th. When you arrived on Meadowlark Drive, you saw the white Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was still in the parking lot.
It was in the driveway, yes.
Excuse me. Yes, sorry. The driveway. Still had the Maryland tags affixed to it.
It did.
Still had the tint.
I don't recall noting the tint.
Okay.
But I don't believe the car had been altered.
Okay. You don't believe the car had been altered? What do you mean by that?
I don't believe the car had been moved or processed at that time when I arrived on the scene.
Oh, okay. Okay. You mentioned finding a beanie.
Yes, sir.
And that is in evidence and was just admitted through you.
Correct.
Okay. So that beanie would be a separate beanie from any beanie that was collected on March 17th at 2830 Waters Road.
I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, it was collected on Meadowlark Lane.
It was collected on
Meadowlark
Meadowlark
Drive.
Lane.
Yes.
Okay. So if there's a separate beanie, if there's a beanie that was collected and put into evidence from Waters Road, there's 2 separate beanies, correct?
It would appear so, yes.
And the beanie that you collected on Meadowlark Drive was, well, do you know who was wearing that prior to their arrest?
Yes, sir.
And was it my client, Shannon Stillwell?
It was.
And you collected that beanie because you had viewed the BP video that Detective Hogan had showed you already, correct?
I had.
And you had noted that Mr. Stillwell was wearing a pink beanie in that BP video.
I had observed that, yes.
And that's clear video as far as videos go. It wasn't grainy, it was clear. And you saw Mr. Stillwell wearing a pink beanie.
Yes.
And that's why you collected this pink beanie, because he was, in your mind as a detective, it was important to collect that pink beanie because it matched what's in the BP video.
Well, I agree with that. Just to be clear, it was collected prior to my arrival and was given to me to transport to property.
Okay. And you made sure you put it into property.
I did.
Okay. All right. The bag of drugs, did you recover that backpack?
I did not.
Okay. Have you seen the video from the Phoenix helicopter?
I have.
Okay. And you would agree that it was Mr. Nichols that threw that book bag into those bushes? Correct?
I would. Yes, sir.
All right. And prior to, from that video, you can see Mr. Nichols exiting the white Audi with that book bag.
That's correct.
Okay. In your experience as an officer, you have seen people flee from the police because they have drugs in the car, correct?
I have.
Okay. The FN Hurstel, 5.7. Serial number 386409184 that I believe is in evidence 221 VV. That was collected by Trooper Campbell and given to you for evidence, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you would agree that that gun is not a switch. It's not modified, not a switch.
No, it is not.
Okay. And then later, you were called by an Officer Klingner to collect an FNX 45, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, the FN, going back, the FN 57 shoots 5.7 rounds, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the FNX 45 tactical shoots 45 caliber rounds.
Yes, it does.
And those are the two guns that were located at Meadowlark Drive on March 17, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you collected those firearms and brought them into property, into evidence to preserve for further investigation, correct?
I did.
Okay. Those two guns, either the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence linking those guns to the January 10th, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't conduct any ballistics investigations on the firearms, so I don't have any ballistics evidence related to these.
Do you have any evidence that connects them to the January 10th shooting of Donovan Thomas as we see here today?
I do not.
Okay. And how about, and let me ask you, okay, and how about this? Those two guns, the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence that connects those guns to the March 14, 2017 shooting of Shamel Drinks?
I don't have ballistic evidence of any kind related to these weapons.
In fact, neither the 5.7 or the 45 even shoots 40 caliber. They're not capable of shooting 40 caliber rounds, are they?
Shoot a 40 caliber round.
Okay. You, just a couple more questions. You indicated that Detective Hogan had you look at the video for the FedEx to identify Mr. Stillwell and also Mr. Nichols, correct?
I reviewed the video at some point. I believe that what I initially saw were some of the social media photos of Mr. Nichols. I don't remember what I saw initially.
Did you review the BP video at some point?
At some point, yes.
Okay, this is what I want to know. Did you ever review with Detective Hogan from March 14th, 2017? Excuse me, March 14th, 2022.
I don't recall if I ever reviewed that video or not.
Okay, so you're not even certain if you've ever seen that video?
I don't know. I'm not certain if I have or not.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Oh, okay.
Come on
I
up.
know I'm surprising the court, but.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have met. It's good to see you again.
Yes, sir, you too.
So I have some questions about what you said today. You mentioned that to Mr. Shart, that Mr. Kendrick was present in the house at Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022, correct?
I don't recall exactly what his question was, but yes.
Okay. Did you actually see Mr. Kendrick in the house?
I did not.
Okay. The 6 guns that were found in that house, in Mr. Williams' house, do you have any evidence that Mr. Kendrick was ever in possession of those 6 guns?
I do not.
Do you have any evidence that he was anywhere near those 6 guns?
I do not.
Did you take part in the inventory, possession, or transport of the jewelry that was found in Mr. Williams' home?
My role during the search was to take photographs of evidence as it was recovered.
Do you recall there being 2 Richard Mille watches in Mr. Williams' home?
I don't know if I would know those if I saw them. So I don't know if there were 2 or not.
Okay. Do you recall seeing it's a Richard Mille brand. I understand you don't know what that brand would look like, but do you recall seeing a white ceramic watch with a pink band in the jewelry that you collected, or that was collected in that home?
I believe one was. Do I remember seeing it? I certainly don't. This, a couple years later.
Okay. If a Richard Mille RM055 Bubba Watson white ceramic watch is not present in property today, do you know what happened to that watch?
I wouldn't have any idea.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Belknap, on cross, you were asked by defense. Now, you actually were the photographer of those crime scene photographs we walked through, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, you remember being asked questions about, I believe it was the 6 firearms that you found in that house,
Yes, sir.
and if they have any ballistic evidence to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks. Do you
Correct.
recall that?
Yes.
Now, how many months later was this search from March 14th, 2022?
That'd be 2 months later.
Was Demekion Garlington arrested on May 9th, 2022 at Jeffrey Williams' home?
He was not.
Was Shannon Stillwell arrested on May 9th, 2022 in Jeffrey Williams' home?
No, he was not.
What about Miles Farley?
He was not.
What about Quarmavius Nichols?
He was not.
Now, I want to also ask you as the photographer, I'm going to publish what's marked as 64 X-ray. It's going to come up on the big screen and on your computer. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It appears to be.
I'm going to go to 65 X-ray. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It is.
Why did you take this photograph?
In documenting this scene, we saw this pamphlet for Mr. McMiller's funeral. Mr. McMiller was associated with YSL, with Mr. Williams, and had been shot and killed.
What was the date that he was murdered?
It was March 11th of 2022.
And do you recall if that murder was at a house or on a highway?
It was on the highway.
Is it, I don't have pointer, but on this whiteboard, is that March 11th, 2022 and I-75-85?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And was Shamel Drinks murdered how many days after March 11th?
I believe it was 3 days later.
Now, I also want to ask you about, thank you, Mr. Vadi. You were asked on cross by defense counsel about a watch. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, I'm just going to come out and ask you because we've been dancing around it. Did you steal any watch or know of any APD personnel who stole any item from that house?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell the jury the protocols that are in place when you document? Was everyone wearing body cam?
They were.
And can you describe for the jury the process y'all have when you go through that large amount of evidence on a scene like that? In terms of, do you video when you're putting it into property?
Yes, usually our body cameras will be running during the search of the home, during the transport, and at property when submitting property.
And were you all on scene or working that case for a short time or a long time?
We were out there for several hours.
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, Detective Belknap.
Thank you.
All right, any recross?
You were asked on redirect if you're aware of any member of the APD that would have stolen this particular watch I asked you about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have full and total knowledge of all the activities of members of APD?
I don't.
If this particular watch, this Richard Mille watch, ceramic watch, is present in a photograph from Jeffrey Williams' home and it is no longer present in property right now, could anything have happened to that watch other than it have been stolen or lost?
Well, no, not every item that we photograph is ultimately taken as evidence. And I think there are probably a broad number of possibilities of what could have happened to that watch other than it being stolen or lost.
Is it the practice of your office to leave behind a $500,000 watch when you're seizing jewelry?
I don't know that I can answer that as far as practices go. I have no idea the value of this watch that we're discussing, so I'm woefully uneducated as far as that goes. And I can tell you that unfortunately, as diligent as we are, sometimes even evidence is left behind at scenes. In this case, I don't have any specific information about this particular watch.
Can you explain to the jury the procedure when you go about seizing a vehicle, such as was seized at Jeffrey Williams' home?
As far as the procedure, we would call a tow truck to come and tow that vehicle to another location.
Is there any searching of the vehicle and inventorying of property within that vehicle at the time of the seizure?
It can depend on the scene and if there's a search warrant for the vehicle or if the vehicle is accessible. Sometimes the keys may not be present, can't access a vehicle. And sometimes it's towed to a secure location to conduct an inventory or further processing of that vehicle.
If the vehicle is accessible at the scene and you have a warrant that allows you to enter that vehicle, what's the procedure for what you do with the contents of the vehicle?
Typically, those contents would be cataloged, valuable items may be secured, evidence may be seized.
Is the procedure to leave valuable items within the vehicle?
Not typically, and again, that could be case dependent if the vehicle is going to be removed to another secure location for further processing.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
United States calls crime scene tech Antoinette Green.
Antoinette Green, ANTONETTEGREEN.
And welcome back. You've been here before with us, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to March 22nd, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to the homicide case to assist in a homicide investigation?
Yes.
And what is the APD number, do you know now, associated with the case that you were working? Do you know the APD case number?
Not offhand, I don't.
We're looking at a copy of, did you do a report in that case?
Yes, I did.
We're looking at a copy of your report, help refresh your memory.
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 373 VV. First, tell me if you recognize 373 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my report.
And will that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number for that case?
Yes. Yes.
What is the APD case number?
The full case number is 220731882.
And tell the jury, where's the homicide cage located?
It's located at the annex 3493 Donnelly Hollowell.
And why were you requested to that location?
I was requested to do a follow-up with investigator Hogan at the time.
And what did Investigator Hogan request of you?
He requested me to photograph and process 2 vehicles in the cage.
If you could tell the jury briefly, when you're asked to process a vehicle at the homicide cage, what are you going to do? How do you process the vehicle?
It depends on what the homicide or officer wants to be done, but usually in this.
Were you asked to process?
2.
And what were those 2 vehicles?
It was a Audi A5 and a Nissan Versa.
And did you have any particular order as to how you process those vehicles?
Yes, because he had a search warrant for the Audi A5, I processed that one first.
Opportunity to look at pictures from your processing of those 2 vehicles?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 361 DV through 387 DV. Are those the photographs that you looked at previously that depict when you process the vehicle?
Yes.
And do those appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the homicide cage when you process both the Audi A5 and the red Nissan Versa?
Yes.
At this time, the state would like to tender and admit 361 VV through 387 VV.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
The pictures are going to come up both on this screen and on the screen.
Okay.
I'm going to first start with 361 VV. And while it's coming up, tell the jurors when you, she's on 361 VV. Sorry, 373 VV, I apologize. When you process the vehicle, tell the jurors, how do you go, your steps in processing the vehicle?
Okay, so my first step is to photograph of the vehicle 360. So I would do the rear, the passenger, the driver's side, and the front of the vehicle. And then from there, I would go inside of the vehicle and photograph it as well, starting with the driver's side, going to the rear, driver rear, going around to the passenger rear, and then back to the passenger front. That's how I process the vehicle.
Now, looking at Exhibit 373 VV, is this the white Audi A5?
Yes, it is.
And what is the tag number on this vehicle?
Number 8 is an Edward, D as in David, number 7071.
And what is the tag number? I mean, where's the state issuing the license?
Maryland.
And in looking at State's Exhibit 373 VV, are you able, do you see tints on the front dashboard of the vehicle?
Well, yes, it is dark.
Okay. And can you, looking at this picture, look and see inside of that vehicle?
No, I cannot.
I want to look at 374 VV, 375 VV, and 376 VV. Is that what you were just referencing by taking the 360 picture of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at those pictures, 374, 375, and 376, did the car appear to have tints on all sides of the vehicle?
Yes.
And in looking at all sides of the vehicle, were you able to look inside of that vehicle?
No.
Not through the windows?
No.
All right. I want to look at 377 VV, 378 VV, 379 VV, 380 VV, and 381 VV. What were you depicting in those exhibits?
Like I had stated earlier, those are the interior photos of the vehicle from all sides. And just showing me what's in the vehicle.
And looking at 382 VV, What, if anything, were you trying to depict in 382?
That's just showing me, I always show part like all the photos are not here, but I always show like opening that door in the interior side of the door.
And there's, looking at 384 VV. Excuse me, 385 VV. What were you depicting in 385 VV?
All right, this is a cell phone that was collected from the center console, and so I have marked it with marker number 2.
Okay, and I want to zoom in. Do you also see a pair of glasses on the seat
Yes.
as well? All right. Did you collect the glasses or the phone charger?
No, just the phone.
All right. And then looking at 386 VV, and I'm going to rotate it to the left. If we can. But if not, what is depicted in 386 VV?
That is the inside roof headliner that I was requested to collect.
And who requested that you collected the headliner?
Investigator Hogan.
And did you ultimately take or cut out that headliner?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 388 VV. Tell me if you recognize 388 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 388 VV?
This is the bag that I collected the liner in.
Okay. And once you collected the liner, what, if anything, did you do with it after packaging it?
I was requested to send it to the GBI for gunshot residue.
And then 387 VV, what are we, is that the VIN number? Oh, sorry. Okay. And now looking at it right side up, is that the headliner that is in that bag?
Yeah.
And what portion did you cut out? Just the part that has the one?
Yes.
All right. Why did you take the other portions of the headliner?
Because that's a molded part and it was not easily to come out. That part is padded because it's part of the sunroof, so that was easy to cut.
And while I'm getting you a pair of scissors, I'm going to go to 387 VV. Was that just the VIN number of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And what are the last 8 digits? Excuse me, 6 digits, I apologize.
0456. I'm sorry, 04529.
All right, thank you. I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors, and you can just open up State's Exhibit 388 VV as published. Did I admit that wrong? Let me admit first 388 VV into evidence.
No, you did not. All right, that's admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And when you take it out, did you do all the other cutting here, or do you know when all the other cutting was done?
No, I do not.
Okay. And you can put it back in there. Thank you. Thank you. Next one was Stacy Exhibit 361 VV.
Yes.
And as we go through, looking at 362 VV and looking at 363 VV, is this again, you taking the 360 photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, for the Nissan Versa, were you able to enter into the vehicle on the on the passenger side?
No, I was not.
Why not?
Because as in our homicide cage, we have other vehicles, and if you can look to the right of that, it's another vehicle that's obstructing me from opening the passenger side doors of that vehicle. So I only stayed on the driver's side.
Okay. I want to look at or move to 367 VV. And looking at 367 VV, what were you depicting in 367 VV?
This is just showing the overall interior of the vehicle in the front.
And looking in the driver's side of 367 VV, what, if anything, is this reddish brown stain?
Yeah, those reddish brown stains in the seat.
All right. And then looking at 368 VV, what were you depicting at 368 VV?
All right. As I was saying, I couldn't get to the passenger side door, so that is just a overall of the passenger side door. It does have some type of defect or damage in it.
And looking at 368 VV, what is the defect or damage that you were referencing?
It's the small in the interior door, the little white slit in there. That's what I was trying to photograph.
And 369 VV, is that a close-up of that white slit?
Yes.
Okay. Now looking at 371 VV.
So that is marker number 1.
And I want to see if we can zoom in on 371 VV. And is it the copper item with some white material around it that you were looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where it was found, right where you have that one?
Yes.
Right. Now looking at 372 VV, did you take it from where it was initially and pull it out a little further to take the picture of it?
Yes, so you can clearly see what it was.
And did you collect that projectile?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 389 VV, admitted as 389 VV. Can you look at 389 VV and tell me if you recognize 389 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the bag that I sealed it in and has my initials on it.
And I won't ask you to publish it, but do you feel inside of the bag the projectile?
Well, yeah, I filled the envelope that it was in.
Feel to the bottom corner.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay.
And do you want to open it and confirm?
You want me to open it?
And just look inside of it. Yes.
And once you collected the projectile, what did you do with it?
I also sent it to the GBI crime lab for testing.
After you processed both these vehicles and collected both the headliner and the projectile and sent both those items to the GBI, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Course indulgence for a moment.
Cross.
Yeah, if you could just. No, if you, I'm sorry, thank you, Ms. Miller. Just wait. Ms. Watkins, could you just go ahead if I need to thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Crime scene tech, you're still crime scene tech, correct?
Well, I'm currently a supervisor, but yeah, it's.
Good morning, Supervisor Green.
Yes.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shin Stillwell, okay?
Okay.
Now, the work that you just testified to, you performed that work on March 22nd, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. At the annex on Bankhead Highway on Donnelly Hollowell that APD owns and stores vehicles that are evidence. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not at the scene on March 14th of 2022, but you became involved when you processed these vehicles.
That's correct.
All right. And you processed these vehicles, was that pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And the search warrant was obtained by Detective Hogan, is that correct?
Yes.
Who you knew to be the lead investigator in this case?
Well, investigate, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you were processing these vehicles, you were looking for any projectiles, correct?
Yes.
Any shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, well, we're going to get to the projectiles in a second. Shell casings, spent shell casings. You did not find any shell casings in the white Audi, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
No shell casings, okay. You were looking obviously for weapons.
Yes.
You didn't find any weapons in the white Audi, did you?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct, you did not.
I did not find anything.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you were also, as part of the execution of the search warrant, you were looking for materials or objects that could later be tested for gunshot residue, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Oh, okay. So the white apple, correct?
Mhm.
And then you also removed the headliner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's just talk about the removal of the headliner. Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As part of as a crime scene technician with the city of Atlanta, certainly now as a supervisor, you are trained in evidence collection, correct?
Yes.
And forensics, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you are trained in gunshot residue, what it is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know it to be microscopic particles that are expelled from a handgun when the gun is fired, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And it spreads in the immediate area of wherever that gun is fired. Potential objects for testing for gunshot residue, correct?
Yes,
Okay. In this case, you collected the headliner from this white Audi.
yes,
Okay. Now I'm showing you 183 VV. This is already in evidence. Is this a fair representation of what the white Audi looked like after you collected the headline?
yes, yes.
Okay. And the part that you collected, is it the square on top where the sunroof is, or is it also the surrounding area that forms the border on the top of the car?
Yeah, it's been so long. Yeah, so I'm assuming that, well, I did that where I put number 1, I collected that. And if the other parts came off, I collected that as well.
Okay, so you collected it all.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to look at the headliner to just
Okay.
confirm?
Yes. Yeah. So yes, yes, all the headliner, yes.
And so you would agree that it includes the part that was under the sunroof as well as the surrounding areas?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now, the decision to collect the headliner of all places in the car, you're saying that decision was made by Investigator Hogan,
That is correct.
correct? Is this the first time you've collected a headliner of?
Actually, yes, that was my very first time collecting a headline.
Okay. Now, when Detective Hogan requested that you collect the headliner, did you object at all to collecting the headliner?
No.
Okay, as someone trained in gunshot residue collection and all that you know about gunshot residue, the headliner seemed like a reasonable part of the car to collect.
Well, that's what he requested to collect. He's the lead, so I'm under his direction.
And that seemed reasonable to you, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't think it was crazy for Detective Hogan to ask you to collect the headliner?
No.
Okay. And the headliner would be, the reason you didn't think it was crazy, because the headliner would be in the area where gunshot residue would be dispersed if a gun was shot inside that Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the headliner and that cloth is different than hands, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, the cloth material, based on your training experience, would be more likely to collect and maintain gunshot residue particles than someone's hands, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that seemed like a good idea to you to collect the headliner,
Yes.
if we wanted to get to the truth.
Yes.
Okay. And after you collected this headliner, you packaged it carefully, correct?
Yes.
In accordance with all the training and experience and guidelines that you follow in the collection of evidence,
Yes.
and you submitted it to GBI, correct?
That is correct.
And GBI being the Georgia Bureau of Investigations.
Yes.
Okay, and it would be someone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations that I would have to talk to about whether, what the results of that gunshot residue testing is, correct?
That is correct. You have to talk to them.
All right. Oh, one more thing. In your, Mr. Atkins, could you kindly publish 374 VV? Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Abate, Ms. Hilton, thank you. $374. Thank you. Ms. Green, this is a picture that you took of the outside of the white Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you noted that there was tint on the windows and the front and back windshield, correct?
Yes.
All right. From your inspection of this car, did you notice any damage to the tint of the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you notice any bubbling or scratches on the tint of the driver's side window?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Weinstein,
No, Your Honor.
any redirect? No. All right. Thank you for your time and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Alexander Coleman to the stand.
My name is Alexander Colvin. Last name is C-O-V as in Victor, I-N.
And good morning, Mr. Coven. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
I am a microanalyst or scientist in the trace evidence section.
And if you can tell the jury about your education and training.
I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Albany State University. And upon being hired at the GBI Crime Lab, depending on which area of analysis they will be employing you in, you will begin a training program. So for me, when I was promoted to a scientist position, I started off in the gunshot primer residue program, and the training lasts about 6 to 8 months, was consistent of practical exercises, written and oral exams, a competency test at the end, which is like a mock case that I had to get the correct answer to, a mock trial phase, and then about a 3-month-long supervised casework phase where I was doing real casework, but my trainer was also going through some of the technical processes with me.
And have you had any training outside of your training with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
As it pertains to gunshot primer residue, no, I have not.
While at the GBI, how many cases have you dealt with concerning gunshot residue?
Concerning gunshot residue, over 1,000 at this point.
And have you ever been qualified to testify in the state of Georgia as an expert in gunshot residue?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
About 82 or so times.
You're right. This time the state would like to tender Mr. Colvin as an expert in gunshot residue and trace evidence examination.
All right, he's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those matters.
If you could tell the jurors as a microanalyst, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities?
So as a microanalyst in the trace evidence section, I perform casework in the areas of gunshot primer residue, or GSR, paints and coatings, plastics and polymers, or tape, fractured materials, and some questioned materials or general materials cases.
And if you could tell the jurors, what is gunshot residue and how is it formed?
Gunshot primer residue, or GSR, is a collection of microscopic particles that are formed when a firearm is discharged. These particles contain all three of the element morphology, showing that they've been exposed to a lot of heat and pressure during the discharging of that firearm.
And when the gunshot residue or the gunshot powder comes out of the firearm, what direction does it generally go in? What happens with?
The GSR particles form a vapor cloud when the firearm is discharged. So I liken it to maybe baby powder in the way it behaves, kind of a cloud or a plume around that firearm in all directions. And then also some of that GSR, the GSR particles traveling with the bullet as well.
How do you test for GSR on items or materials?
Typically, GSR is tested and collected using what we call a GSR collection kit. And these kits contain vials with what we call stubs. They're adhesive samplers, 1/2 inch in diameter metal discs with black carbon adhesive tape on the top. And whatever surface you want to examine for GSR, whether it be a person's hands or clothing or so on and so forth, you can take those samplers and dab the surface randomly to pick up any particulate matter that is there. And then once those samplers are submitted to us, we will input them into an instrument that's called a scanning electron microscope that is equipped with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometer, or SEM-EDS for short. And all that is just a very high power microscope that uses a beam of electrons instead of light, like you would usually see in a microscope that you would see in a biology classroom. This instrument will then allow us to see what's on the surface of those samplers. Any particulate matter that is there, we can see it, and then get an elemental profile of what those particles are made of. So again, with GSR, we're looking for molten particles containing all three of the elements.
Are there certain surfaces that are better to test for GSR than others?
Yes, there are. As far as like, so typically the best evidence as far as GSR is concerned is a person's hands. You can also sample surfaces such as clothing items or anything that's made of cloth or textile material. Any other surfaces can be sampled for GSR, but some surfaces don't do as well as retaining those GSR particles, and as well as making it difficult to actually sample. But any surface can technically be sampled for GSR.
And if a surface is clean, so that your hands, if the hands are washed, or if it's a vehicle and the vehicle is clean, would that prevent you from getting GSR results in cases such as that? Can it affect getting results?
Can you get closer to the mic?
Yes.
Thanks.
When it comes to a person's hands, if GSR particles are in fact there, washing the hands will cause you to remove most, if not all, of those GSR particles. The same can be generally said with other surfaces, especially harder surfaces. If you wipe those down or rinse those down, any GSR particles that are potentially there mostly will be lost. When it comes to clothing items or surfaces that are more cloth or textile material, most of those GSR particles, if they are in fact there, will also be lost. But we have seen that, for example, with clothing items, very small amounts of GSR can still persist even.
And in a vehicle, are there certain places that as a scientist with the GBI, that you ask law enforcement to get samples of for you to test? Are there other parts of a car that are better to test for GSR than others?
We would prefer that the headliner of a vehicle is either submitted or sampled for GSR. Again, all surfaces can be sampled for GSR inside of a vehicle, but some surfaces, the harder surfaces, just don't do as well as retaining those particles. So things such as a gear shifter or the steering wheel may not be good surfaces to sample for GSR, even though it's possible. But the headliner, maybe the headrests of the seats would be your best areas to sample for GSR.
I want to direct your attention to DOFS case number 2022-1007212, where you asked to perform any testing in that case.
Yes, I was.
And who was the agency that submitted the request?
Your Honor, may I look at my notes?
You may, if they'll help refresh your recollection.
Yes. Will they help refresh your recollection?
Yes, they will.
All right.
And I'm sorry, it was which officer?
Which agency?
Agency, the Atlanta Police Department.
And what was the agency reference number?
The agency reference number was 2207-31882.
And who requested the testing to be done?
An investigator, A.E. Hogan.
And was there a named victim on that case?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And what was submitted to the GBI for testing?
So as far as GSR analysis is concerned, a headliner that is identified as being collected from an Audi A5 was submitted.
And in front of you is States Exhibit 388BB. And there's some fresh gloves. Tell me if you recognize States Exhibit 388BB.
Okay, so this is item number 1, which is containing the headliner from the Audi A5. And I recognize it by the GBI specific barcode here with the GBI case number and item number of this particular package. I also recognize this package by the seals, where I initialed the seals here when I completed the analysis, and my initials and date when I started the analysis.
And can you walk the jury through what you did with that particular piece of evidence in order to test for GSR?
Okay, so once I am assigned this particular case, I will then go and retrieve this item of evidence out of the trace evidence evidence storage location, and then begin my analysis for GSR. So for this particular case, I was tasked with actually sampling the headliner before beginning my examination. And so I took this item of evidence into a clean processing room and began sampling this headliner using those stubs or adhesive samplers that I mentioned earlier.
And when you look inside 388BB, do you see the adhesive stubs that you use in this case?
The adhesive stubs are not here unless they've been put inside. Oh, they're inside actually. So the adhesive stubs are a separate item that I created once I was finished sampling the headliner.
And when you say you sampled the headliner, what do you mean?
I will take the adhesive samplers and we call it dab randomly across the surface of that headliner. I used 2 stubs in total when it came to actually sampling the surface of the headliner. Keep in mind, this is a sampling process. not every square millimeter of that entire headliner can be covered by these stubs. So like I mentioned, I used 2 of these stubs, and then a third stub, which was just exposed to the collection environment in the processing room that I did the sampling in, just to show that there's no extraneous GSR particles in the processing room. That will also be carried along through the examination process, along with the stubs that I used to sample the actual headliner.
And is there any reason why you didn't sample or take every piece of the headliner and test every piece of it?
It's a large surface area, and it is not efficient to be able to, I guess, get a representative sample of the entire surface area. But per policy for us, it is up to the examiner's discretion. Whenever the tack or the adhesive, the stickiness is lost on those samplers, you can either stop there with your sampling or use another adhesive sampler to continue sampling. And for me, I used 2 stubs for this particular headliner.
And what was the results of your testing?
The samples from the headliner, from the Audi A5, failed to reveal any particles that are characteristic of GSR.
Now, since you only tested a sample of the headliner, is it possible that there could have been GSR on the portion that you did not sample or that you did not stub?
It is possible that there is a small amount of GSR somewhere on that headliner that I happened to miss with the sampling process.
Now, I want to ask you a few hypotheticals. If a person is driving a car and they pull up to a red light, and at that red light, the same driver, I'm going to ask first, sticks their hands outside of the window and they fire a .40 caliber handgun. Would you expect gunshot residue to enter into the car that the driver was in?
And it is the driver that stuck the...
Yes, the driver is the person who stuck their hands outside of the window and fired the firearm.
It's possible that a small amount of GSR could still be deposited inside the vehicle through that open window or door, perhaps, but not particularly a large amount of GSR. Most of that cloud or plume of GSR particles would be outside of the vehicle, but some of that still could be deposited inside as well.
Now, hypothetically, if a person...
Ms. Hilton, if you're going to get that far away from the mic, will you use the lapel mic or pick one up and carry it with you, please?
Sure, I'll stay by the mic, Your Honor. Hypothetically, is this good? Can you hear me? Okay. Hypothetically, if a person is driving a vehicle and they have passengers in that vehicle, and for some reason they're in the same car, the passenger shoots a gun inside of the car, inside of the same car, would you expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle?
Yes, if the gun is discharged within the cabin of that vehicle, I would expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle.
Would you expect to find more GSR in that vehicle where the gun was shot in the cabin more than the gun that was shot outside of the window of the driver's side?
Yes, it is reasonable to expect that more GSR particles will be found in the vehicle where the firearm was discharged inside of the vehicle versus the vehicle where the firearm was discharged outside of the window of the vehicle.
And in this case, outside of testing the headliner, do you know anything about where that headliner came from outside of knowing that it came from an Audi A5, do you know anything else about that vehicle?
No, I do not.
Court's indulgence for a moment. My last question for now. Do the conditions you'll be able to find GSR? So for example, if the gun is fired outside of a vehicle and the windows remain down, or the sunroof is opened, or the sunroof is open and closed multiple times, does that at all?
If the GSR particles are already deposited inside of the vehicle, I suppose it's possible that you would lose a small amount if the windows are down or the sunroof is open, just based on wind or maybe if it rained or something like that. But I wouldn't expect for there to be a huge difference based off of that alone.
Thank you so much. No further questions. All right.
Mr. Coven, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I appreciate you being here today. I'm going to ask you, let's play the hypotheticals first, and then I'm going to get into the work you actually did in this case, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you were just asked about some hypotheticals. Let's just be clear. In your expert opinion, if a gun was shot inside the cabin of a car and the sunroof was opened subsequently to the gunfire and the windows were opened and someone was driving around, in your expert opinion, the gunshot residue inside that car would remain, correct?
And this is after the gun was already discharged and the GSR was deposited?
Yes.
Yes, I would expect for there to be surfaces inside of that vehicle where the GSR particles remained, yes.
Okay, you were asked about a hypothetical where someone sticks their hand out the window, the driver sticks their hand out the window and shoots. Okay, first of all, there's a possibility that there would still be gunshot residue inside the cabin in that circumstance, correct?
That is correct.
Because it's a large plume of microscopic particles. How many particles are there typically, gunshot residue particles discharged from a gun when it is fired?
We don't have a very accurate count on that for sure, because that's very difficult to count. But I would expect on the order of hundreds, at the very least, to be created when a firearm is discharged. Now, where those particles are deposited, that's a different story.
Could it be thousands?
It could be thousands, I can't say for sure. It's all dependent on how many shots we're talking about and how large the caliber of the firearm was.
And let me ask you this. So 3 to 4 shots fired outside the car, inside the car, either way, that would increase the amount of particles that are expelled from the firearm 3 to 4 times, correct?
Yes, it would, yes.
That would make it more likely, even if a gun is shot outside a window, that there would be gunshot residue within the cabin that could be detected by you later on, correct?
Yes, that is reasonable to expect that there will be more available to deposit on some surface somewhere, yes.
Okay, and while we're playing the hypothetical, if someone stuck their arm out the window, the driver's side window of a car and fired a gun and it was on video, you would expect to see muzzle flashes, wouldn't you?
On video?
Yes.
That's reasonable to expect. That's, yes, with a gunfire, with a discharging firearm, yes.
You familiar with tint application?
A little bit,
You're not
yes.
supposed to down the window within 24 to 48 hours after the tint is applied, correct?
That is what I've been told before, yes.
Leads to bubbling, leads to damage to the tint.
That's correct.
Okay, if a car is collected that had recently had tint applied and there was no, within hours of this alleged shooting, and then there was no damage to that tint when it was later, when the car was later processed, would that be evidence that the window was never opened to shoot out at someone?
That is outside of my expertise. I'm not a window tint expert. I know I've been told that as well before with my own vehicle, but I cannot say for sure that that is the case here.
Well, while we were doing hypotheticals, I just wanted to ask that as well. Okay, but ultimately, getting back to the work you actually did, not hypotheticals. You've done with GBI, how long have you been working with GBI?
Over 9.5 years now.
Okay, excellent. You've done thousands of tests for gunshot residue, correct?
Just over 1,000, yes.
Just over 1,000. You've tested headliners before, correct?
Yes, I have.
This isn't the first time.
No, it's not.
Okay, headliners are a relatively common part of a car to be collected to test for gunshot residue, correct?
To either be collected or someone has sampled a headliner and submitted it to us, yes.
And the reason is because the headliner, where it's situated in the car, would be a place where the gunshot residue, if the gun is fired in the car or even potentially outside the car, would be a place where gunshot residue would be deposited, correct?
That is correct. A good area for them to be retained if they were indeed deposited.
And you said retained. Retained, also the headliners, they're a cloth fabric, correct?
That's correct.
Textiles.
Typically.
Textiles,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Different than a hand where you sweat and different things of that nature. These textiles tend to maintain and absorb absorb's a bad word, maintain the gunshot residue particles better than skin, for instance.
That's correct. Any item that's of cloth material or textile has the ability to hold on to or retain GSR particles better than a harder surface or better than a person's hands, simply due to the fact that we use our hands a lot. The more you're touching surfaces, you're going to lose those particles, or just washing your hands will cause you to lose all of those particles.
Okay. And in your work on this case, you took the headliner and you dabbed it with those sticky tabs, correct?
That's correct.
You did everything by the procedures as you were taught, correct?
That is correct.
You did everything by the procedures as is standing operating procedure with GBI, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in fact, you used that one tab, and then in fact, you broke out a second tab and continued to dab the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
How many dabs do you do with each tab?
Again, per our policy and our standards, we are to, and it's at the discretion of the examiner, but we will continue to dab until the tackiness or the stickiness of that adhesive surface is lost. And at that point, then you can move on to a second stub or third or however many there were, or be finished with your sampling process. So in this particular case, I can't really tell you for sure how many dabs that was. Maybe a couple dozen or more than that, but I can't tell you for sure. We don't notate how many dabs there were.
All right. And you said that just dabbing, you probably didn't cover the entire surface of the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but the reality is you don't need to effectively test for gunshot residue, correct?
That is correct. Again, unfortunately, can't get to every square millimeter of that entire surface. So it's possible that some things could have been missed, but this is a sampling process that is recognized throughout the forensic community and is standard for us when it comes to sampling any items for GSR.
Well, and reality is when we're talking about GSR, a gun doesn't disperse GSR to one little spot, all the GSR to one little spot on a headliner, it sends a plume. Correct?
That's correct. A plume or a cloud, yes.
And so when you're saying we didn't cover every little spot in your training experience using, in fact, not only one tab, but two tabs and dozens of dabs, in your 9.5 years experience, you dabbed enough to get an accurate representation of whether that headliner was exposed to a gunshot residue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You felt great about the work you did. You followed all the procedures.
Yes, I did feel good about the sampling process that I did.
Okay. Let me ask you, you've said you've been called to testify 82 times.
When it comes to GSR, yes.
Is it fair to say that the majority of those times you came to testify in court, the GSR was positive?
You said the majority of the time? Potentially.
Okay. Has the state called you personally as an expert in gunshot residue at times when the result was positive?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And when the result was positive, you came and shared with the jury about what the results were.
That is correct.
And it was the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, just be clear, Fulton County District Attorney's Office has called you to testify about positive results before, correct?
Objection on relevance? Overruled. You can answer.
I cannot say for sure, remembering my results from testifying in Fulton County, but it is reasonable to expect that there were some that were positive, and I was asked to testify to my results for them here. Yes.
Okay. So when the results were positive, the work was done well according to the prosecutors.
I can't really speak to.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to ask you, going back to another hypothetical that I left out. The hypothetical of washing. Hypothetically, you can wash your hands, correct?
That is correct.
And that can remove gunshot residue.
Correct.
And you've talked about clothing and textiles and the potential to wash textiles or clothing, correct?
That's correct.
And you also said that there's studies that show even textiles or clothing, even if they go through the wash, still have gunshot residue, correct?
That is correct.
All right, but here's the thing. I want to talk about this case. Do you have any evidence? Is there any evidence that you noted in your report, any evidence that this headliner had been washed?
There's no evidence that was noted or given to me that would indicate that it had been washed, but I would never really know for sure. Okay, based off of what I am given to examine for the GSR analysis.
Well, I want to talk about the premise of the hypothetical. You do not have any evidence that this headliner was washed.
No, I do not.
Okay. All right, and ultimately, the results, well, we talked about hundreds or thousands, or you said maybe thousands of particles. What is the threshold? I know that you said it's negative. That the headliner was on each and every one of those tabs. When you looked under the scanning electron microscope with the beams, the electron beams, the result was negative. But what I want to know, what is the threshold for a positive?
We don't really use the word positive. It's just, is the GSR there or not? And all you need is just one particle to say that, yes, there are particles characteristic of GSR present on this surface.
So all you need is one particle under that scanning electron microscope with the electron beams to be a positive result.
That is correct.
And in this case, the result of that headliner was negative, meaning you did not even see one particle of gunshot residue on that. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Shar just asked you if there was evidence that the car was washed. Do you know, sitting here, if there's evidence that it was not washed or cleaned?
No, I do not.
The Shar asked you about muzzle flashing on a video. Do you remember him asking about that?
Yes.
If the video is grainy, would you expect to see muzzle flash?
I really can't tell you for sure without actually seeing the video myself. I suppose the graininess of a video could impact that, but I can't say for sure.
And just because you don't see muzzle flash, does that mean a shooting did not occur?
I'm not really too sure on that one either.
You talked about a plume, the smoke or the cloud that comes out. The direction of the cloud, is that in the direction of the projectile of the bullet? Is that the direction of the plume that we are talking of?
So the plume or cloud is formed around the discharging firearm. Yes, the plume could have a more dense population of GSR particles, depending on but it is a cloud or plume of GSR particles that is created. And then you will also have some GSR particles traveling in the direction of the bullet with the bullet itself.
Can the length of time between the depositing of the GSR and the testing affect whether or not you will find GSR?
Yes, it can, just due to any factors or any events that could have occurred in the interim. So those GSR particles are deposited. Were they washed or wiped away or lost for whatever environmental reasons? That could affect the amount of GSR particles that are picked up when when it's finally sampled for GSR. Of course, I can't say for sure what happened, but those are things that can affect any GSR examination, yes.
And do you have in your notes when you tested the headliner?
I sampled the headliner on June 1st, 2022.
All right. And again, cleaning, vacuuming inside of a car, inside of a vehicle, that can affect whether or not we find GSR. Is that fair?
Yes,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, that will affect the amount of GSR particles that are there.
Thank you. No further questions.
So now we're dealing with a hypothetical about vacuuming. Do you have any evidence that this headliner was vacuumed?
No, I do not.
Okay. And when I understand that you collected the samples on June 1st, 2022?
That's correct.
When did you receive the headliner from APD?
APD submitted the headliner on March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, between March 23rd, Matt approach? And this is the headliner?
Yes.
Okay. between March 23rd and June 1st, was it continuously, uninterruptedly kept in this evidence bag?
Based on the notes that I have and the records that I have, yes, it was.
And this evidence bag was sealed?
Yes, it was.
So no one from GBI took this headliner between March 23rd and June 1st and stuck it in the laundry?
No, they did not.
No one took the headliner and went out on Panthersville Road and ran in the yard with the headliner, just waving it around?
That's correct. No, they did
Okay,
not.
it was maintained in this sealed evidence bag,
Yes, it was.
just like all other evidence that is brought in to GBI for testing, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Helen Shell's next witness.
Thank you. Relatively short, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and call another witness before lunch.
Your Honor, the state calls Investigator Kilgore to the stand.
It's Investigator Jennings Kilgore, Jennings Kilgore.
Welcome back, Investigator Kilgore. How are you doing, sir?
Good, sir. How are you?
Doing well. When you had testified previously, you explained that you work for the APD Crime Lab
Yes.
and discussed NIBIN.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you about some additional NIBIN testing that you performed.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask you if you analyzed any NIBIN 9mm cartridge cases related to March 2022 in this case.
Which case number is that?
So I'm going to start with APD case number 220841-701.
Okay. Yes, on that particular case, we received 15 9mm cartridge cases, 140 cartridge case, and a metal jacket fragment.
Now, with that case, when did you get those items?
We received those on March the 30th, 2022.
And after you received those, did you submit them into the NIBIN system?
We did.
What did you get, if any, as any results?
On those particular 9mm cartridge cases, we came up with 4 potential leads to other cases in the system.
And when you get leads, do you yourself keep like an Excel spreadsheet of a NIBIN lead?
Yes, we have an Excel spreadsheet with the numbers of the total number of NIBIN leads that we have found at the lab to date.
Yes.
Now, Investigator Kilgore, did you ever have with the case number we just discussed, a NIBIN lead for a case, an APD case number ending in 00312?
Yes, we did.
And you see that whiteboard to your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is that top case number 2207-00312 one of the NIBIN leads?
Yes, it is.
And March 11, 2022 murder of Darius Ford and Christian McMiller. Now, Investigator Kilgore, did the 9mm cartridge cases that were tethered to the case we just discussed on March 11, 2022, did they ever have any connection to the second APD case number on that whiteboard beneath you, 2207500015? And so essentially those two in case numbers and the second one that we just discussed pertaining to the stipulation 2830 Waters Road, shell casings collected, the 9mm cases from those two incidents matched one another per your system.
Yes, there was a potential NIBIN lead between the three of those.
And as you have discussed to this jury before, once you got the NIBIN computer system match, did you conduct your own review of those images?
Yes, once the matches come back on the computer system, we review the images. We look to see if we see enough similarities between them to send them to the GBI lab for confirmation. And at that point, we do a report saying we have a NIBIN lead on it and disseminate it to detectives.
And what was the day that this initial NIBIN lead?
Print off from the day that we got these leads was April 7th, 2022.
I need to stop y'all for just a minute.
Yes,
There's a
Your Honor.
juror that really needs to use the restroom.
Understood, Your Honor.
And I don't know who it is, but how much longer do we have with this witness?
I have one more question.
Can 2 more minutes, or is it a right now situation? Go ahead. Thank you.
And Investigator Kilgore, after you did that match, did you transport those 9mm shell casings to the GBI?
Yes, they go to the GBI after that for confirmation.
Thank you, sir. No further questions by the state.
All right, we'll break for lunch. Let's plan for y'all to be back at 1, please.
All right, so the part of the jury.
Yeah. All right, see y'all back at 1.
Cannabis sativa, hitting the Mary Jane, smoking a pot before it's 12 o'clock, sipping on hurricane, better than smoking. Crush nasty, I be hitting the J so hard I hurt. All over the floor, gonna have a stroke. THC ain't no joke. I got 5 on it, and let's you know you can smoke. SPICE about to hit it and crow. I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. Nothing with that. No weed. I got 5 on it. I be stuck getting out the bag. I got 5 on it. Excuse me as I kiss the sky. Fingers on the fingers, the pocket full of ride. What the fuck, hold the eye, hold the vulture. Stroke the dead body like a vulture. The gouted, blacker than your blackest stallion. Hit your housing, projects I represent your challenge. My nigga, how you? The apocalypse now, the gunpowder would be going down. Diggy, diggy, down, diggy, down.
On the planets and the stars and the moons collapse. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas hit the deck. Cause ain't no need for that. Hustlers and hardcore. Roar to the floor, roar like reservoir doors. The green-eyed bandit can't stand it. We more booty and loose than that you can't stand it. Plus, the paparazzi got me wild. Messing with this, it's a straight suicide.
Up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane.
The funk doctor spot smoking on the train. So high that I can kiss the sky. Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane.
Johnny, please ain't a damn thing changed. I can kiss the sky.
Up to the sky.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, murder, 1 lyric at your door. The cow bring it to that ass. Breaking all the rules like glass jaws. Nigga, you got to get mine to get yours. Fucker, we don't need no rap tour. I'd rather kick the facts and catch you with the rap jaw. More than you bargain for. The cows I stays open like an all-night store. For real, I keep Chanel like a piece of blue steel. Pointed at your temper with the intent to kill. And then your existence. MET, ain't no use for resistance. HOD,
I shift like a clutch with the rock. Examine my nuts, I don't stop till I get enough. 6 million ways to die, so I chose. Created 6 million in one with your eyes closed. If life falls cold, so you can feel the wrath. They shot in the glass the second half of your funky ass. And you're my man, hit me now. Bitches used to play me, now they can't forget me now. They get me now, I rock the spot, check clock. Empty offer, licking open hip hop. Fuck the billboard, I'm a bullet on my block. How you know when you pay for your...
You're not gonna believe this. They're still trying to put a ceiling on our greatness. So we took the fucking ceiling off. What you think they can stop this? No Ceilings 3, B-side. They don't want us to give you No Ceilings 3. So we're giving you No Ceilings 3, B-side. You can't put a ceiling on our greatness, so we took the fucking ceiling off. Lil Wayne, DJ Khaled, No Ceilings 3, B-side. Another one. On your head. 5 white girls, but they not Spice Girls. Just some hot girls like the snot white girl. I'm in the all black coupe like Dark Knight girl. These here Jimmy Choos, not all fights, girl. 5 8 kids and they pop and sing. Got 5 little babies and they pop and drink. If it's not bright pink, then it's not my drink. These bright white links make your eyesight weak. Run through a bag like YouTube money. New Orleans niggas got buku money. I boo do something. I wish you do something. Milking this shit like the Yoo-Hoo bunny. Got the private plane lit and the Bluetooth running. Told you gonna spit like a new tube coming. Everybody fly like the FUBU coming. Whole bunch of zeros like a new bag of funny. Told you got shadows like Buju Bunting. Bullets that'll shoot through mountains. Talking that shit, not do brown. I punish these boys, I ground them. Yeah, these funny ass boys, I clown them. I'm laughing so hard, laugh louder. Yeah, young money so raw, no condom. No teeth, just jaws, just tonsils. Fuck everything that they say about me. I done fucked every bad bitch that steals out weak. Money talk, mine just gave a nice speech. Just lay the bitch down like Layla Ali. Sitting in the throne trying to stay in my seat. It costs to be the boss, bitch, playing my feet. Only smoke blunts, get a J to right feet. Every now and then I might hit the J like Kyrie. The ones that hate me the most are just like me. You tatted up and said that they go just like me. If I inspire you, that's so inspiring. I need no work for me, that hope can get fired. Golf ain't Converse from Lil Tyler. Might skate and I might not even rock 'em. Bad bitch, nice top, nice bottom. Fuckin' with my chains on, she melt the ice out 'em. Superstar shit smelling like roses. Superstar dick spread it like COVID. Flag red as fuck, but I'm golden. Casket lit was up and I closed it. Out dead to hell and I'm mistaken. 1,000 bullet shells, yeah, I'm blatant. No ceiling sheets, stargazing, dead president reincarnated. Tyler hero working on my jump. I need a Shiro, fucking Wonder Woman. No ceiling, third time the charm, nigga. I don't fuck with you like Big Sean. Fuck with two, your tomb and carved in stone. Just like statues of me when I'm gone. Artists, yeah, artillery get drawn, boy. I goes in like outside was a storm. Upgraded, this ain't need my final form. Can't say you ain't been warned. You ain't know what I've been on. I live and breathe and die by this. That life shit, it just don't sit on my chalk. Take my kindness for weakness, then you not strong. Whole city in my will when I'm gone. When I was down bad, I didn't complain. I was at the bottom, right where I belong. If you don't climb to the top, you're not as strong. We see that's my twin, but we both 101. I can teach you how to get it 101. When you ball like this, ho, it's not a game, but I'm going insane all 21. Bitch, think we dated off of one and done. In the human race, if it's not a race, it's a quest and journey, but I'm fucking facing all the problems that I keep on running from. Got a hit list, checklist, a do list, guest list, super bad bitch list. I don't need a wish list, I'm already gifted, I'm done giving forgiveness. The ones that hate me the most ain't none like me. I can never hate nobody, I ain't medicine. Bluegrass girl, ever since I cut it down, she been having wedded dreams. Drop the mic, let her sing. I've been ready for the war and whatever that it brings. From when niggas don't engage and they still let it ring. Got back up with me and we moving in sync. Got killing instincts, but I spit that vaccine. I'm only here raw if I hit a couple times already with the rubber and the shit didn't stink. Had a chain, get my brothers, we forever in the link. On the road, let's travel where you gotta pay a toll. Yeah, whatever that means. Weezy said kill him and fuck all that booty shit. I'm on that poodle shit. When I say next year is all year, ho, watch what we do to it. 10 plus in and I can't let go. Just like my girl doing stupid shit. It's a lot of y'all that owe me a check, respect and publishing. Yeah, whole slew of shit. I'm in euphoria with a young thing and she popping like ruin shit. Me and Weezy beat the beat like we Ken and Ryu and shit. I used to hesitate till my heart's on my head. Look, bitch, quit playing and do this shit. When you on like this, every bad bitch come around with ass and titties. Need that double R when you go back to riches. Need some R&R, but now we back to business, little bitch. Yeah, little fucking bitch.
No Ceilings 3, B-side, another one.
Put some money in this oil. Too much cash, ain't no more table space. I've been practicing my fadeaway. I'm in the sauce on the jet. Put some back in this oil. Too much cash, ain't no more table space. I've been practicing my fadeaway. I'm faded off this activist, just call it fadeaway. Okay. I look past the bitch from lay all day. Bitch, you fake. Fuck that nasty bitch, then fade away. It's the chick. Tell that natural bitch to stay that way. Bitch, you great. Tell that dancer bitch to pay away. Yeah. I see some acting go away. I take a nap and I wake and bake. I be so litty, I radiate. She say, don't you go break in my achy break. I don't fuck with niggas, no way. Stay away far away, all the time is spray. Chef with the drink on Bobby Flip. Blood on my apron, my pasta plate. Throw your ass in the cake like a microwave. The oven in the basement, the fireplace. Throw my flag in the ain't no United States. Shoot too hard, don't snatch your clothes. You might just swallow a tidal wave. You might just swallow my mayonnaise. I'm mixing this clean all kind of ways. Look like Johnny Blaze. And you know that roses are red. I know that roses are blue. I like my president's dead. Buried somewhere in my room. And all your Victoria red. And I like that color on you. You look like blood money. Oh, grandpa, you coming for you. Some niggas, some red. Too much passion, you won't take a space. I've been practicing my fadeaway. Faded off this acting, just call it fadeaway. Okay. Too much coke, too many razor blades. Hold on, wait, snorting my way up the Labor Day. Yeah, I got last day was a day away. Yeah, I'd rather spend the night to save the day. I put some activists on there. I got this gadget pointed at your fucking database. Staring pics all over the ammo like the native place. Day to day, we in them blue faces, be face to face. Ball like Mason Gray, like Mason Gray. Bought my place to place, my safe to safe, my bail bill. I smoke LA all day, I pop a Addy, stay away. I'm with gorillas that'll kill you for some bathing niggas. I like my president's dead. Every summer I'm wrong. Are you Victoria Red? I like the color on you. What's going on? Hey, Jay. Another one. What's going on?
Watch out for Holly Grove, New Orleans, 17th Ward, Uptown. You know how we do it. No serious 3, Little Wayne.
Absolutely.
I done lost all control of the good of me. Chop a spot like it's electrocuting me. Pop a boss up some boss, smoke some Buddha weed. Pop it out, we can start the buffoonery. Only eat what I kill and watch who I eat. Normally pay for my meal, I kill you for free. No selling streets out of these strippers, I'm going that nurture. She write me prescription, she light on my dick with a condition critical. Might need a physical call as a hospital, mama, hospital for Tommy. Got extra no long as a tentacle. I got this octopus on me, it's swim with you. I bring apocalypse straight to your living room, turn it a tiger. You faking, you serial, man, like a movie, get hit underwater. We fucking my pool, let's go running up with the codeine, make a drink bubble like a jacuzzi, codeine, make it pink, something like a platoon. My baby with faster than mine, she splurging. My baby sip glass on mine, sip yerk. Take off that mask, bet your spot on dessert. Take her to Belgium for wobbles and syrup, might take her to Paris to buy a few burgers. They tryna put me in the can, she nervous. Man, I'm a man, I'm mine, I serve this perfume, man, Brianna have mercy. She never leave me, she so down. She hang with actresses, don't even go out. I'm changing my status, I'm changing my profile. Changing my addy, I'm changing my donuts. I ran through the pack like it's inches on foot down. Some activists, I'm watching porn on. I drip every day just to stay in my own house. A nigga just trying to stay out the courthouse. Color that foggy, I'm smoking, I'm logging, I'm too out of argue, I'm too rich to bargain. That pussy my target, I look at my target, that pussy be soggy. Her legs wide open, her tongue out like Jordan. Come on my records and come on my Jordans. And now I'm tiptoeing all up in the garden. And now I click so I'ma rub on it for her. No silver nigga. Hey, all of my hoes get facial, all of my hoes get palatial, all of my hoes sensational, all of my hoes interracial, all of my hoes integration, all of my hoes is persuasive, all of my hoes get a date, all of my hoes get them wasted. I'll be right there when you wait, and all of my hoes getting racist. She never leave me, she so down. I ain't with capitalists, don't bring the broke round. It's automatic, a dummy, a moron. I make it rain, shit out like Bobine, run through the pack like inches on foot down. Put some activists, I watch it pour down. I put on drip every day, it's a showdown. She do my ceilings away, that's a blow job. I'm a blow up the community, gonna walk with these hoes that's lunacy. I done lost all control of the good of me. Chop a spot like it's electrocuting me. Pop a boss up some boss, smoke some Buddha weed. Pop it up, we can start the buffoonery. Only eat what I kill and watch you I eat. Normally pay for my meal, I kill you for free. No selling street. Watch out for Corey Guns, Little Twist, Joel Santana, Tiger, Bless Us.
Feel like we popped the best meds in the world, don't it? She want that medicine dick, but some nothing. She act like a squirrel on it. And my shit ain't never been bit. I get up in that pussy with passion. This dick, she can never forget. This elephant dick. Go ahead and sit on it. I took my thumb on her ass, ain't had shit on it. All in the arteries. I paint her face like an artist. She smoking on D like my powers. I need me a bitch with a twin like the Chalo. She lick on the tip to the tip is a hollow tip. Fuck IG, let's make a pun on flick. I like big pussy on some soprano and shit. Mostly on this banana clip. What is little throat? Hold on real quick. We have sex on the beach, but what nobody knows. We got sex on the beat and right on the nose. 2 nights ago, carry you twice a more. You say you like some more. I know you like some so. Ooh, you an angel. Swallow the comment, say thank you. I said they not on me, I'm more. She wants up to Topanga. Let me get my dress out the way. I'm a casket. Put the pussy dead in my face. She pull a dick out while I'm sleeping. I'm having wet dreams. She forgot her bikini. Ooh, now she topless, but like Champagne Poppy. I start from the bottom. I'm the pussy monster. Might not love her, so when I fuck her, I put both hands on her neck and remind her. Hey. Let her really talk. Oh. She'll say back hard when the nigga goes soft. She'll choke on her dick when the nigga goes off. Michael Jackson had a diamond. Dance on the boss, make up buy a fan. Say rich forever, so they really can't stand. Tell her suck the dick with 2 hands up hands. When I pull up to your bitch, ain't no rent. He dropped the hit, he got no end. It's a plain paddock, I don't rock no rain. Get a random money up, I can stay here. I take a bitch to my mom's spot. She was so freaky, she licked me like a lollipop. Hardest water on me, dirty like you in my hardest cars. It is just coming to me. You better swallow them for me. On your knee, on your knee. You had to pay, I got it free. All these diamonds on me kicking like Bruce Lee. We're forever young, money the movie. With my dog in, I'm shaggy and Scooby. New Bugatti, I was riding with Tush. No baby, you better swallow them for me. On your knee, you had to pay, I got it free. No ceiling. This for three, G-O-A-T, go baby. No Series 3, Little Wayne. Beauty in the beat, it's pretty ugly what I do to any beat, eh? Man, hallelujah, nigga, preach it. Wanna lay up, but I shoot too many threes, damn. Now the mood I gotta speak, and I've been speaking for myself. I thought of using Robin Leach. I just bought Barbie a gift, and it's a Uzi, got a pink. Should I teach her how to shoot it? She might take a shot at me. We some killers running dick. Let's kill a beat, kill, prescription refill. Pop a pill and be still. Not for nothing, for the most. We hold a toast at each meal, like a flip a J meal to a fucking meat meal. Knock on wood, it might answer back when you're this real. Fuck your bitch, told her hit me back when I clean yo. Like a roller blunt faster than you get your ears pierced. I'ma shoot your ass exactly where you get your ears pierced. Never seen a bigger ticket than this little bitty nigga. New Orleans bury me up in the middle of it, nigga. I've been peeping, I've been squinting in the strip. They still limit higher than my limitations. And the fucking Himalayas. And I'm starting on my neighbors. And the blood is long as cables. Left some hundreds on the table. That was our paper towels. Left a number for the waitress. She was flirting, I embraced it. Now I'm fucking her and a woman I was on a date with. I'm a god among Satans. I'm a doctor, lost patience. I went from the judge sentence to a fucking fashion statement. Disappear like David Blaine when it come to affidavits. Aphrodisiac on your bitch face like aftershave. I never met Captain Save him. Army belly, yet a Navy. War sweater for the ladies. Pockets heavy, set inflated. That chromatic got me faded. Tell that chef that I'm the gravy. My bitch pussy holes are deep like I'm stepping out the grave. And that's the beauty in it. The beauty in the beat. Stepping out the pussy, got beauty for my feet. Ay, man, hallelujah, nigga, preach it. On the layup, I've been shooting too many threes, God. Damn, it's the beauty in the beat. But it get pretty ugly what I do to any beat. Ay, man, hallelujah, nigga, preach. And you the only one that left the funeral in peace, yeah. It's beautiful, beautiful, it's beautiful, beautiful, it's beautiful, it's beautiful. So beautiful, yeah, yeah, yeah. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. It's beautiful, beautiful. It's beautiful, 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 beautiful. It's beautiful. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, the preacher. Beautiful. What's up with CJ? OVO crew. Let's go. No, paid off, cause I know these niggas ain't getting real money. I know them niggas ain't gon' die for ya. I know these niggas ain't gon' kill nothing. I know these bitches ain't gon' live for me. Now I'm wiped up, these hoes ain't here for me. Eyes wide shut, these hoes ain't see it coming. I'ma go nuts in these hoes, drip peanut butter, love your rabbit, he ain't make it home. For the panic, we'll take it home. Drug habit, need to take it easy, cause if she lose that, she gon' take it hard. Rated R, L15, working like a street team, with an A&R, empty the magazine, all the papers fall. By the time I leave, you done read them all. P-E-R-C-A, Percocet guy, nigga, percolating pussy ass nigga, perpetrating in the first name, battle those cockroaches. I'm nigga exterminating to make a nigga eat his own words and regurgitate to make a nigga see his own blood, start urinating, blood game, blood like blood, we be circulating. Power in the morning, leave him looking like turkey bacon. I'ma keep the chopper shined up like a turkey glaze. Codeine got us looking like turtles racing. Purple drink, weed and heart, I'm a purple raises. I'm with the perfect bitch looking for her replacement. With a curvy bitch coming around the curves, I'm racing. The cardio watch, it deserve the bracelet. From the school of hard knocks, I'm a murder major. A bitch tongue twisted, sperm tornado. Taylor the line that they saying that you see me. Niggas just blind to the bag, no 3D. Down with the diamonds, I'm wearing like HD. Panoramic plasma, extreme, ain't on fire. 500 degrees, level fire. BB way too high, don't bother to reach me. Recipes, mama and GG pack. Trippin' ass nigga, always trippin', but I never fall. Your bitch They treat ass like a dog, then they feed ass to the dog. That Draco attached to me arm, and that whole long as a baton. Cause they on my back and my arms. I spray leave your ass on the lawn, then take all your cash and your coins. That bitch is from Louis Vuitton to DCDG. From Christian Dior. Back to BD. She that ass line, cause I really got old bad bitches busting all these bitches up me. A lot of hoes on the side, right up under her nose. She just don't put these hoes above me. Vroom, vroom, take off, no juice, yeah, straight sauce. Pew, pew, bam, eggnog, head on, leg on. Lulu, yeah, paid off. Cause I know these niggas ain't get real money. I know them niggas ain't gon' die for you. I know these niggas ain't gon' kill nothing. I know these bitches ain't gon' live for me. Wipe up none of these hoes ain't here for me. Eyes wide shut, these hoes ain't see coming. I'ma go nuts on these hoes, drip peanut butter. No sleep. That bitch went from Louis Vuitton, DCDG, from Christian Dior, back to BB, bitch. This shit right here crazy. Nah, this shit crazy. No ceilings 3. Piss me up, I piss back. 669, that's a 9. Tuck right by my 6-pack. I'm with my slime. Treat a toe tag like I treat a Tim Tag. It's a senior to a different world. Please say hi to Sinbad. Now it's so hard to not bust down the presidential wristband. Got so much platinum on me right now, I look like the Tin Man. Tucci F. Gardner, I'm about to water that bitch implants. You kick it off, I kick your ass. Don't piss me off, I shit back. She gon' be up till like 6. Microdosing on this dick, I'm micromanaging prescription. Said tomorrow I'ma quit and then tomorrow I forget. Cause it's too hard to run this bitch. Need some water, I'ma pop me a blue dolphin. That's a nippin'. I can't go without the sip, bitch. I've been sipping since the flip. Those ain't off inside my bitch, so nigga, I woke up like this. I'm breaking home the bacon like a pig style over here, bitch. Pig fly over here. Get shot down and fried over here. Pigs get fed, hustled, slaughtered. Every day that's gone harder. Stick his head in boiling water. Leave 18 holes on this corner. Now I'm golfing. Ricky follow on the farmer. Get my shot up. Come to your church and Peter pop up. Come to your church and Peter pop up. Come where you work. Peter pop up. Come to your church. Peter pop up. Whatever you work. Peter pop up. Peter pop up. After I squirt, she clean the top up. Pop up. Peter pop up. Whatever you work. Peter pop up. Baby for real. Skating for real. My niggas raised for real. Yeah. Get ready to get killed. Get ready to get spilled. Get shot from your head to your heels. Yeah. She head over heels. She taking these pills to give her the craziest thrills. I'm sedated to live, but ain't no big deal. Still fuck like I'm straight out of jail. The face is raiding my crib, but ain't no big deal. I'm way ahead of the field. This time we invaded my girl, got me getting ill. Smiling like Draymond for real, go sicko mode. One way, hip on mode. 24, carry shining like the glass of Michelob. Here's a toast, here we go. I cannot tell if you really real, and I can't take a loss, I can't take a L. I'm famous as hell, but I ain't really well, but I'm hanging in there like Patty LaBelle. I'm stainless and still, I'm flawless as fuck. The pain is concealed from all of the drugs. Hello, I'm calling you bluff. She gon' be up till like 6. Microdosing on this dick, I'm micromanaging prescription. Say tomorrow I'ma quit. She gon' be up till like 6. Microdosing on this dick, I'm micromanaging prescription. Say tomorrow I'ma quit and then tomorrow I forget. It's too hard to run this bitch. I need some water. I'ma pop me a blue dolphin. That's what nigga can't go without the sip. I've been sipping since the flip. Those ain't off inside my bitch. So nigga, I woke up like this. Pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered. Every day that's gone hard. Stick his head in boiling water. Leave 18 holes on this corner. Now I'm golfing. Ricky follow on the palmer. Get my shot up. Come to your church and Peter pop up. Come to your church and Peter pop up. Come to your work. Peter pop up. Come to your church and Peter pop up. Whatever you work. Peter pop up. Peter pop up. Come to your work. Peter pop up. Pop up. Peter pop up. Whatever you work. Peter pop up. Anthem pot, anthem pot, anthem. No ceilings 3. Lil Wayne. Wait, my plug gon' pick up a show. 365, 24. Lean, I run to a pint like a fuck. I run to a pint like a O. Ting. Bad little bitch in mine. I'ma ice her whole life out. Blink. Bad little bitch in mine. I'ma ice her whole life. Bing. I shoot shit up for show. You can get your shit hit up for show. Lean. I done ran through the pint like a 4. I done ran through the pint like a O. Bling. Bad little bitch in mine. I'ma ice her whole life out. Blink. Bad little bitch in mine. I'ma ice her whole life out. I'm sipping syrup water. Yeah. Geeking like a nerd out. Geeking like a nerd out. Yeah. Can't you know what you call them? If you ain't doing numbers, don't call them. Yeah. These niggas ain't eating, they starving. I'm over here eating like a walrus. Yeah. I ain't trying to fall in love. She ain't trying to fall a victim. Try to sleep on the drug. Woke up and rekindled. From the wall to pick up a show. 365, 24. Lean, I run through like a fool. Run through be like a oak. Ting, baby.
Oh, that's my jam.
Yeah, the peach trees in the backyard, I got wood and a couple sticks. Yeah, motor bring it for, hit them for 100 nigga, that's another lick. Yeah, stupid bitch think I'm paying for some pussy, gon' find another trick. Yeah, too much paper in the pocket of these pants and roll band and roll fit. Yeah, they ain't do the butt fair, always in the air when he got hit. Yeah, I just never about to set 15 racks just for a sit.
Yeah.
I ain't never had shit, got it out the mud, turn up on the bitch. Yeah, I'm where I'm supposed to be, I can't even breathe, these diamonds are choking me. I'm in the club with that found so low key, these niggas don't notice me. I need my flowers, notice me. Them bitches, they never say no to me. I knocked the whole building down, bitch. Walked out that hoe, I had no debris. Lying on me, none, bitch. Fines on me, money, hoe. Lying on me, lunch on me. After that, bitch, come on me. Baby, they can't understand the lingo, they say it's too lyrical for me. That's right, trouble the white shoe up. Like that, she was too spiritual for me. Picture the mama, trying to blemish a nigga image. When I don't even listen to comment, I know they phony. Like saying I ain't done suing, like they don't even listen to homie. Bitch, you be on me, you know I'm swine shit down. I gotta say stiff on me. For the niggas in the back thinking that the homie broke, I throw up my wrist on him. Olive green and the first 40 millimeter on the nigga, bitch. Yeah, the peach trees in the backyard, I got wood and a couple sticks.
Yeah.
Motor bring it for, hit them for 100 nigga, that's another lick. Yeah, stupid bitch think I'm paying for some pussy, gon' find another trick. Yeah, too much paper in the pocket of these pants and roll band and roll fit. Yeah, they ain't do the butt fair, I was in the air when he got hit.
Yeah.
Just never about to set 15 racks just for a fit. Yeah, I ain't never had shit, got it out the mud, turn up on the bitch.
Double cup with some money in the door. Foreign car with your buddy in it. Pay $450 for the color, then got a 50 cal with a 30 in it. I'm a river there with a gold digger and a grave digger. I'm a paid nigga, like my wife a fucking cleaning lady, nigga. I'm a maid, nigga. Know what I'm saying, nigga? Yeah, my clientele overwhelmed. Types of niggas Uncle Sam, hand in hand with the grounds. Hood nigga buying land. You can't see me like spam. Come from a different cloth, throwing a pool of the money she cannon about. Even when I sit down, I'll be standing out. All these niggas will shoot at your mammy house. Shoot all your grandmas down. Hold on, let me control anger. You know that it's danger. Keep running that chamber. Chopper and rapper and singer. They say money talking. I don't talk to strangers. Of course I can fuck cause I'm famous. I bought her some breasts and I brought her angles. I'm working my move. I'm hitting them angles. I'm not at this.
I just found a tutorial that I know. Get the fuck in the corner right now. I don't doubt it though. I really don't. This day and age, I really don't doubt it. It's probably like a whole section of YouTube about how to do that. It's probably a whole section on YouTube about how to do that. I don't doubt it. Rain, rain, go away. They supposed to hate when you doing this shit, little nigga. They supposed to hate when you doing this shit, little. They supposed to hate when you doing this shit, little. They supposed to hate when you doing this shit, little nigga. They supposed to hate.
Big boy shit on it. I got a plate with a whole lot on it. I'm having my way right now at the moment. She got an ass, she can see the glass on it. My time costs money, got a price tag on it. You know that. Big boys in the hood, but I kill a nigga about my sister like Tony. Smoking orange tree, drinking a dirty orange fountain. Too legit, too motherfucking quick.
Like MC Hammer.
I asked her, what's that thing right there? Nelly country grammar. Please God, free all of the real ones out the slammer. Trapper, not a
My screen auto bright never got.
She gon' show out every time when I pull out the camera. In the strip club, my diamonds twerking harder than a dance.
Rain, rain, go away.
Balenciaga
To the flow today.
pocket full of stizzacks, about to go and spend some dope today.
When you doing this shit,
Hell yeah,
they supposed to hate. When you doing this shit, hell yeah, they supposed to hate. When you doing this shit, hell yeah, they supposed to hate.
when you doing big shit, hell yeah, they supposed to hate. When you doing big shit, hell yeah, they supposed to hate. Cotton hair on my wrist, Cartiers on my face. I can smell you pussy niggas.
This is another one of my celebrity crushes. Key Glock. He's also a Leo. Hey.
Bullets raining, I'm like rain, go away, go away. Chrome hearts to the flow today. Pocket full of Rizx, ain't no telling what we on today. When you doing big shit, all that little shit just in the way. When you doing big shit, all that little shit just in the way. When you doing big shit, all that little shit just in the way. When you doing big shit, all that little shit just in the way. When you doing big shit, all that little shit just in the way. In the way.
I miss my cousin. VV, the coolest DJ in the world.
I dedicated everything to this. I had to take the loss so I could cherish the shit. 200 pounds of cushion trying to sell that shit. My man gon' say fuck it, he gon' mail the break. Soon as I get my hands on it, I'ma sell the shit. Y'all school to make the jewels on them bells and shit. And we ain't gotta talk about it, you can tell we rich. Everything we went through, man, I can never forget. By the time I was 7, my Uncle Wayne was in prison. We used to take a trip once a month and go visit. My grandma and my granddad, yeah, they all suspicious. Just say no to drugs, hell no, I ain't listen. And loyalty is everything, I'll never forget it. I keep my gun everywhere I go, I'll never forget it. And why you spraying so pink, I got promethazine in it. Why you drive your car nervous, I got dope all in it. I custom made a cross from the money I made. Off the nickel bags of crack, I should have been in 12th grade. I ain't make my auntie funeral, I ain't never forget it. I know she know I love her and I hope she forgive me. I dedicated every damn thing to this. I had to take the loss so I could cherish this shit. 200 pounds of cushion trying to sell that shit. My big gon' say fuck it, he gon' mail the break. Soon as I get my hands on it, I'ma sell them shits. Y'all school to make the jewels on them bells and shit. And we ain't gotta talk about it, you can tell we rich. Everything we went through, man, I can never forget.
I don't know. I want to. I really have not felt like being on camera lately. That's why I asked you the other day, how do I do it without being on camera? I think the only way to do it is to like be like on a like when you like on a panel. I think I'm not sure, but I don't know. I just have not felt like being on camera. And I'm missing a last song. I need to though, cause I ain't been live on TikTok in a long time. All my stuff done reset. All my subscriptions done reset. It's like cause I haven't been active. It takes energy to get up there and like be in front of the camera or like 24/7 like that. Yeah, I thought about that. That's what I did like the very first time I had went live. And that was like for the 15 minutes. And it was at like 6 o'clock in the morning, so then nobody see it. Bitch, I'm scared. I'm gonna be live in the car and it's gonna catch my road rage. It's gonna catch me cussing somebody out. We all got what? What we all got it. We all got what? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure it's easier to do when you like concentrating on something. I said I was gonna do it today because that's the easiest money you can make right there, just sitting on TikTok. I remember I got my first TikTok check. I was like, okay. Oh, we all got road rage. Oh, okay, cool. I be trying to calm down. Like it's so hard being a parent sometimes, y'all. Like I be trying to calm down. Like I'm trying to be more mindful that number one, my kids are watching for one, and then number two, that my oldest is trying to learn how to drive. So I be trying to be mindful, but these cars be pissing me off, man. Why is you scared to drive? Drive. Like, go. Why are you scared to drive? You scared to drive. You need to get off the road. I'm trying to be better about the road rage stuff, cause you see all those stories about people that get into these unnecessary altercations due to road rage. My mama said that one time too. She was like, somebody gonna shoot you one day, and I was like, damn, Ma, really? You always jump to the extreme. You always go from like small to big, like ASAP. But in all, she's right though, because I've seen so many stories about somebody getting shot due to road rage on the highway. And I don't want to be part of that saga. So, but if these cars would just stop pissing me off, if they would get out of the way and let me go, we wouldn't have this problem. Just get out of the way and let me go. It's simple. Hey.
Yeah, that's irritating too. I hate the ones that's like when it come to getting over, period. Like yesterday this car did it. Like they had their signal light on. They made me and everybody else aware that they were getting over. Okay, but get over already. Like, what is taking you so long to get into this other lane? Switch lanes, damn it. Damn, move. Like, go. The coast is clear. You got it. Go. Move. If you don't get over there, then I'm gonna get over there. Like, then we're gonna have a problem. Move. And don't let you have a race car. Like if you have like a a race car, don't let you have a Corvette, Scat Pack, anything fast, and you going slow. That just, I mean, I'm not to say that you're supposed to be going fast like all the time, 24/7. Like no, but drive it, especially on the highway. Drive that shit like it's supposed to be driven. The hell is you doing with this car? And you're not even going 80. You got to at least go 80. Speed limit 70. You got to at least go 80 in one of them cars. That shit be mad. I done humped the horn before. I was like, man, if you don't drive this piece of shit, I be so mad. Like, move. Why the fuck do you have this car if you not driving it like? And what is it? Is it in the handbook? I feel like it's got to be in the handbook. The book that comes with the car when you buy it. I feel like when you buy a Prius, it's got to be in the handbook somewhere that you either not allowed to go over 45 or the car just don't go over 45, because don't no Prius go over 45. 40. 45 is when the gas is all the way to the ground. If you don't get this little toot out of my move. What's wrong with it? Why don't it go past 40? I'll be like that. It really be, and it's not. It seems like it's all of them. Like I'm like, what, did y'all sign a contract that y'all wouldn't go past 40? Like, what is it? Move! Like, get out of the way. I don't understand, man. It be driving me crazy, yo. For one, to see a car that's going slow, and then don't let me look down and see it in the back Prius. Instantly, I get pissed off. It must be meant for the teen drivers and the older community. I mean I know they're electric cars, but nah, man, they got to go above 40. Motherfuckers be mad at me. I bet, because you got that. You first of all, you got a race car that look like a race car. So when you come up behind somebody, tailgating them or riding up on them, they probably looking at you in the mirror like, oh, this guy here. This guy. You probably do be pissing people off, Cavell. Probably be all up on people revving the engine and shit. Not the high beams. Oh my gosh. I dislike the high beam community very strongly. Oh my gosh. I have seen my level of festivity go to a level that it shouldn't go to when I was in a drive-through and the truck behind me had these really, really, really bright ass blue purplish. They had these real bright ass lights. Oh my gosh. I almost lost my damn mind. Like, get them lights out of my damn face. And we in the drive-through, so we can't go nowhere. I'm sitting here, I'm putting my hand over my side mirror just to let them know, turn them motherfuckers off. We in the drive-through. Be courteous. Turn them down or something. Shit. That's just fucking rude. You know we sitting here in this drive-through and you got them motherfucking fluorescents in my damn face. Get them fluorescent ass lights out my face. Why you got fluorescents on your fucking car anyway? Bright ass lights. Shit pissed me off, yo. I'm gonna waste Stanley. I bet your ass do be riding all up on somebody. I ain't gonna lie, I do too if I'm in a hurry. If I'm in a hurry, and a lot of times I am because I've been procrastinated to leave. But if I'm in a hurry, get out of my way. Move. Just get out the way and let me go. Otherwise, I'm finna piss you off. Because why the fuck are you in this lane? Why are you in this fast lane and you're not going fast? Why? 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 If not to piss people like me off, why are you in this fast lane not going fast? Obey the rules of the road, okay? Obey the rules of the road. Fast lane is for fast drivers. If that's not you, it's just not you. And that's okay. But get the fuck out the way. Why are you in this lane? Like that, that irritates. Now that irritates me. Move. I'll get in front of your ass and hit the brake. See, you gonna cause an accident. You be brake checking people. You gonna cause an accident. I be doing it too though. I ain't gonna lie. I don't do it with my kids in the car. Cause I don't want to take the chance that me or somebody else's reflexes ain't on point that day. This the most like mom friendly car that I've had in the last at least like 6 or 7 years. It might be a little more than that. But like, yeah, I mean, I got a Malibu. This is the most mom friendly car. My last 2 cars were more like sports race cars. All my cars been fast though. That's been the problem. But I've been a very good girl and I have not gotten a speeding ticket in a very, very long time. And we're gonna keep it that way. I used to be hell on wheels, literally though. Insurance was high as hell. Get ran off the road. I don't understand that. Like, if your intention isn't to piss people off, then why are you in this lane? Like it just this, and then to me that leads me to believe that your intention is to piss people off, and now you're just being an asshole. Because move, like there's no reason for you to be in this lane going 50, hell, even 60. There's no reason for it. Depending on what road you're on. So if your intention isn't to piss people off, or you really just don't know the rules of the road, why are you here? Why are you here? And like I said, that for me feels like you want to piss people off on purpose, and then you're an asshole. Like, I've been real good though. I've been real good. I have not gotten a speeding ticket. I remember one time I got 2 tickets in 2 weeks, and I had to go to driving school for one of them, so the points wouldn't go on my license. But see, that second one was some bullshit though, because he clocked me going 45 in a 35. Yeah, a 45 and a 35, 10 over. Like, bro, man, this is a waste of time. This is a waste of your time and mine. But it was bad because at the time I was still on my parents' insurance. And this was the second ticket. So I had already got the first one. The first one was bad. The first one, the officer really, under the law, could have took my license right down the spot. Because when you going 20 or more over, they can take your license. They can tow your car, really. So the first one was bad. So I had already got that one. And then 2 weeks later, I got the one going 10 over. Man, my daddy was so mad. Yeah. But that was some bullshit. I was like, 10 over, really? This is a waste of paperwork. I passed up my next exit just to make your ride difficult. Cavell. But see, especially when I was younger, I used to be like temperamental like that. But like I said, like it'd be so many stories of people who do stuff like that, and then like they do it to the one wrong person, and somebody pull a gun out on them. Like somebody will pull a gun out on you because you brake check them. They having a fucked up day. Already, and you brake check them, and then they pull out a gun on you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, whoa, things have escalated quickly. Like, okay, like, all right, my bad, bro. Relax. Okay, just relax, chill out. But you just never know who's having a fucked up day. You know what I'm saying? And I think I'm just at the age where I ain't trying to test it. But like I said, catch me on the right day. Move. Get out of the way. Like, move. Why are you here? Like, I do be flipping the bird, though. Like I said, and I gotta be more mindful because especially my little one is in the car. But I will flip the bird at somebody quick. I will come I will come up and let you get beside me just so you can see me flip you the bird. So there's no mistaking who this middle finger is going to. It's going to you. I want you to see me doing it to you. I'm gonna put the window down and everything. Sure do. I need you to know you as an asshole. I need you to know. But on another note, I hate when people ride me. Like, don't ride beside me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're on the highway, don't neck and neck me. Don't Don't do that. Like, go move up, and it's like I will stomp on the brakes just so you can go ahead of me. Like, stop riding beside me like that. Like, that's weird. I don't want to drive with you. Like, move. Like, but you know who be doing it the most? When it like, you want to piss me off. A dude will be trying to talk to you and trying to get your number in the middle of traffic. So he'll sit there and he'll ride beside you like that because he want to get your attention, as if you're just supposed to scream out your phone number while y'all are both going 60, 70 miles an hour. Like, they'll just sit there and ride beside you neck and neck because they want to get your attention so you can put down the window so they can, I guess, let you know that they trying to holler at you. It's like, what do you want me to do? Like, we're on the highway. Like, that, like, move. Like, this is weird. Like, this is weird. Move. I hate that. I really do. That I really hate that. I be like I said, I be trying to be more careful though. I'm not trying to play with none of it. These North Carolina state troopers, they are on the list of troopers not to fuck with. Nope. They're like the Georgia state troopers is up on that list. I forget who else. Oh, Virginia. But definitely North Carolina. They are on the list of trooper agencies not to fuck with. So when I'm on the highway nowadays that I'm older, I just try to be good because I'm not fucking with the police. Nope. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. I got tired of giving the state my money. Like, I had a got a rolling stock ticket over the summer. And that shit was, by the time the ticket itself was $250, $275, something like that. And I went to pay it online. By the time they added in the taxes and fees and all the extra bullshit, it was like $350 for a rolling stock ticket. And I mean, I was gonna pay it. I wasn't gonna fight it. Like, I'm sure that cop had me on 3 different cameras going through that stop sign. But it's a stop sign. Don't nobody ever stop at. Nobody ever stops at this stop sign. And it's in my neighborhood. The hell was he doing in my neighborhood anyway? Like, anyway, it's just nobody ever stops at this stop sign. Y'all know it's that one stop sign in your neighborhood, on your way home, at your job. It's that one stop sign that don't nobody ever just like come to a complete stop at. Like, you don't stop.
You need to take a look at the
this
proposed limiting instruction that kind of combines everything.
I've looked at it, Your Honor. It looks good to us.
Okay. Any comments from the state on it?
Your Honor, I was wondering one last time.
Sure, go ahead.
I didn't see any recommended edit or objections, I should say.
Okay. All right. If you want to take another look before I. And then on the couple of times where they're going to hear, I guess, the conversation with Mr. Garlington and somebody else, and you'll tell me when that's coming up. I'm planning to say you may consider only Mr. Garlington's words as evidence. You are not to consider the other speaker's statement against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. Sound good? Okay. All right, any other matters? Okay. All right, is the jury ready? All right, we'll get out the jury. And you want to get your next witness headed this way? This, yes.
Also, me and Mr. Sharp, he's discussing a very similar topic to our previous witness.
Okay.
So we have a stipulation about what case.
Great, thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
That's it. Okay, first and last name into that mic, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Tanner, MarkTanner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tanner.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you are employed?
Currently employed at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as the ATF, in Huntsville, Alabama.
What do you do?
Program, which is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. In Huntsville, Alabama, we have what's called the NNCTC. It's the NIBA National Correlation and Training Center, and I'm a firearms examiner there.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
I've been there for about a year and a half now.
Where were you before the ATF?
I was employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation here in Atlanta, but prior to that,
What did you do for the GBI?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner in the Division of Forensic Sciences.
And how many years were you with the GBI?
About 7.5 years.
Now, can you briefly describe for the jury the training and experience you've had related to firearms examining?
Yes, sir. So I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from Armstrong State University. I then completed a 2-year training program at the GBI. This consisted of microscopic analysis of bullets and cartridge cases, as well as the ammunition components. So what are bullets and what are cartridge cases? Firearms operation and safety, muzzle to target distance determination. So how far away a firearm was from a shooting. And then I also did tool mark analysis, where it's like pliers, bolt cutters, and such. And then I did analysis of serial number restorations. So if a serial number was scratched off, I would help restore those. And then after that initial 13 months, I then did a 7-month supervised casework period. During this time, I would work normal cases at the GBI under the direct supervision of a fully trained examiner. So I would create the reports, create the notes, and then a second examiner would go back and ensure everything was done properly. At the completion of that, towards the end of the 2 years, I did verification and peer review training. So verification is where we will examine other analysts' work and ensure that the findings are what they should be. And then peer review is ensuring that all policies and procedures are followed properly. And that concluded my 2 years, and I became an independent examiner where I worked normal.
Now, have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert?
I have.
What were you qualified as an expert in?
Firearms examination.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Mark Tanner as an expert in firearms examination.
All right, he is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I wanted to turn your attention to ask you if you ever had the opportunity to do some firearms examination for the DOFIS case number ending in 1001777.
Yes, I have.
And can you describe for the jury what you obtained for that case in terms of what were you examining?
So for the DOFS case number, or Division of Forensic Sciences case number, 2023-1001777, I received 5 cartridge cases. So that's actually cartridge cases that have been fired from a firearm. Cartridge cases that have been fired. I received 5 under that case number, and I received others under different case numbers.
In total, did you have 4 separate case numbers?
I did.
And did what you get from?
And they wanted me to do analysis of those cartridge cases.
Now, I wanted to ask you, you see that whiteboard over your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is the APD case number at the top ending in 00312 one of the agency case numbers that you examined?
Yes, it is.
And is the 0015 underneath that tethered to the 2830 Waters Road one of the incidents that you examined?
It is, yes.
And in total, did you receive 34 cartridge cases between 4 different cases? If I did that math right.
34?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
And can you tell the jury, when you have a situation such as this with different cases and cartridge cases, when you do your analysis, does each cartridge case get compared with every other?
Yes. So whenever I have 34 cartridge cases, I'm going to examine all of those to each other to just ensure that I'm being thorough through the evidence.
And was it Investigator Kilgore with the APD Crime Lab who reviewed these initially before you began your examination?
Yeah, it's my understanding that Investigator Kilgore did the NIBIN analysis of these cartridge cases.
And what ultimate conclusion did you reach specifically focused on 2022 ending in 0015?
So the agency number 3 ending in 312 from March 11th contained 8 cases, determined that 13 of those were fired from the same firearm, and they are consistent with being fired from a Glock 9mm pistol.
Is there anything unique about a Glock when you analyze their cartridge cases?
Yes, sir. So Glock makes their firearms a very specific way. They've been doing it since they began. The hole that is punched out of the slide of the firearm where the firing pin protrudes through, it's called the aperture. It is rectangular in nature on these types of firearms, and the firing pin itself is in the shape of an elliptical shape. And they also have a very distinct ejector mark in the shape of what looks like a kidney.
I'm sorry, what was that in the shape of?
A kidney.
And can you briefly summarize for the jury what you did with these cartridge cases that is different than what the APD Crime Lab would have done?
So the Atlanta Police Department would have entered these cases onto the NIBIN program and then ran them through the system, correlating them against each other, and a lead would then submitted that to me, because the lead is just presumptive. There's no finite conclusion to it. Whenever he submits that to the GBI for examination, I take the physical evidence, I place it on the comparison microscope, which is two simple microscopes joined by an optical bridge in the middle, so I can see them side by side at the same lighting and the same magnification. So whereas he's looking at the images on the computer, I take it a step further and look at the actual evidence under the microscope. I compare the pattern that is left by that firearm on each cartridge case, and I determine whether those patterns are the same or not. And if they are the same, they're indicated as being fired from the same firearm.
In the field of firearms identification, what is the national error rate in that field?
The error rate is currently sitting just under 1%, and that's based on federal studies by the FBI.
And just to conclude, the March 11, 2022 cartridge cases and the March 16, 2022 cartridge cases, from your determination, were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, sir, they are.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. No further questions from the state.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Just trying to step up Antonio Samuels to the stand.
And
And Mr. Summer, how old are you?
34,
And are you employed?
not right now.
Where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia,
And what part of Atlanta?
Cleveland Avenue area.
And if you're gonna swing the shot, you need to speak in your mic. So are you a little nervous?
A little.
A lot. Okay. Well, don't swing in your chair just so that the jurors can hear you, okay? You say you're from the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, ma'am.
And you just speak
Yes,
up.
ma'am.
And
You can move that mic and pull it closer to you if you want, or if that would help.
And what part of the Cleveland Avenue area were you raised?
I mean, like the Mount Zion area.
Okay. And do you have a nickname?
Yes,
What's your nickname?
Obama.
And how'd you get the nickname
Oh,
Obama? How'd you get the nickname Obama?
really, we was just playing around, growing up, and it just stuck with me. It just stuck.
As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
Yes, I heard the Rock Crew.
Okay. And how did you know about Rock Crew?
I mean, it was just a little, it was popular where I was from, like where I was growing up at.
Were you part of Rock Crew?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know somebody named Quentin Porter?
Yes,
And did you also call him Boo or Big Boo?
yes, ma'am.
When did you join or become affiliated with Rock Crew? How old were you?
16, 17.
And at some point, did Rock Crew transition into YSL?
Some people stayed Rock Crew, some people went YSL.
Okay. What did you do?
I mean, both of them from the area, so I mean, I never really picked a side. I really just,
Did you ultimately just claim both? I'm Rock Crew and I'm YSL.
I mean, yeah, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the reason for the change between Rock Crew to YSL?
Um, from my,
Sustained.
Do you know why there was a change from Rock Crew to YSL?
I don't call it like 15 something years.
I didn't hear you.
I say I don't call it like 15 some years ago.
Okay. Now, is YSL a gang?
Me personally, I never looked at it as a gang.
What did you look at it as?
I had a friend that when I came home from prison, he was successful. So I thought I was a part of some successful.
When did you go to prison?
2013.
Was YSL formed before you went to prison?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Is that Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Now, you went to prison in 2013. Before going to prison, was he successful?
He had a buzz. I wouldn't say successful, but he most definitely had a buzz. Like his name was getting out there.
And was YSL formed before he had the buzz?
I don't know call it. I don't know.
What does YSL stand for?
I mean, you can use it in any kind of way. You know, successful living, life.
Before you went to prison, how were you using YSL?
2003. Before, when I went to prison, it was like 2013.
And do you actually have YSL tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have Slime Life tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413. Have you had an opportunity to look at this before you came and testified today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did I show those to you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And without saying what's in the picture, well, strike that. What are you looking at in those pictures?
Myself.
And does it appear to be yourself in all of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're right. This time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413 as evidence.
Admitted.
And Mr. Selma, I'm gonna take those back from you, and you can look either on the TV and, on the screen in front of you or the screen behind you. These pictures are gonna come up on this. I'm gonna actually first start with 413. 413. looking at Sex Exhibit 413, is this an Instagram post?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is your Instagram post _1 Obama?
Yes.
Okay. Where's this picture taken?
I think I was at a house on Brown Mill Road.
Okay. Where is that house at on Browns Mill Road?
Across the street from the golf course.
And does that house have a particular name?
Yeah, we gave it a nickname, the Well.
Okay. And you said we gave it the nickname. Who is the we that gave it the nickname?
I can't. I just know we used to call it the Well. I can't particulate who made the name.
Commissioner Post, you your own?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 426 and 427. Tell me if you recognize what's inside of 426 and 427.
Yes.
How do you recognize 426 and 427?
That's the living room,
Of where?
the house on Brown Mill.
Is that the living room of the web?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 426 and 427 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Now, Mr. Sumlin, I'm looking at State's Exhibit 408. Is that the YSL tattoo that we just talked about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get that tattoo?
In prison.
Okay. And about what year did you get it?
Probably 14. I don't know.
Now, looking at State Exhibit 409. What is that tattoo of on your, and which arm is that?
My right arm.
Okay. And what is depicted on your right arm?
Slime life.
Okay. And is there a snake on top of Slime Life?
Yes.
What does that snake symbolize?
I said, got it. What you mean? What it symbolize?
Was the snake a symbol used by members of YSL?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says Slime Life, what does Slime Life mean?
Slime life. I mean, I just got it when I was in prison. I was hearing good things about. I was just getting stuff really. That was so long ago. I was trying to put all that behind me.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 410 VV. And I'll zoom in a little. Thank you. What is depicted, and is this on your left arm?
Yes.
What's depicted on your left arm?
It's a street sign.
Okay. And what is your street sign?
Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Does that say Cleveland Avenue?
They say Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Why did you put Cleveland, not Cleveland?
Cause that's just like around that time. That's the slang we were using. It was just some slang. We were just using. And I was just young. And just getting tattooed.
Prison?
Yep.
VV. What is depicted in 411 VV?
It's a 5 with 5 stars.
And what was that? What did that symbolize? The 5 and the 5 stars.
No, when I was younger, when I was younger, I was I was claiming blood when I was younger, like 15, 2000. I had it before I went to prison, so they like 2010.
And you said when you were younger, around 2000, you claimed the bloods.
I claimed blood.
Was there specific blood set that you claimed?
No, I don't even think I was just saying I was a blood.
Okay. How many 5-point star tattoos do you have on your body?
I mean, on my body?
On your body.
I don't know how many on my body.
Do you have more than what's just depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Do you have some 5-point stars on like your stomach area?
Yes.
Do you have 5-point stars on your other arm?
Yes, man. 5-point stars is really like fill-in work. You just.
It was the 5-point stars significant to your affiliation with claiming the blood?
I mean, not all. I ain't gonna say all on. Some of them just really fill-in work just to make the tattoo look full.
What made you choose 5-point stars over something else?
I don't call.
Now, do you have any tattoos with stoner life?
Stoner life.
Yes.
No, ma'am.
What about any tattoos with successful life?
I mean, the one on my chest can stand for all of them. You don't say nothing in particular.
Do you have anything similar to your? Come a point in time where you would call yourself the original slime, or a group of you all to be the original slime?
Yes. Only thing I mean by original is day one before all this.
And we say day one before all this, what do you mean?
I mean, like before, like day one back. I mean, I was just saying like before the fame and stuff.
And have you had the opportunity to view a video from your Instagram account where you talk about the original slime?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 415 BB. Tell me if you recognize 415 BB.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 415 BB?
I signed and dated her.
Is that the video that we watched?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be did it appear to be any more additions or deletions from the post that she put on your page?
What you mean addition?
Did it appear to have anything more than what you put on your page?
No.
Did it have anything less than what you put on your page?
No, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 415 BB into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And before we play, what does the caption say on this IG post? God bless you.
Original slime shit.
And are there emojis?
Yes, it's heart, snake heart.
All right. And then who are some of the people that are tagged inside of the post?
Ocean Drive Slam, say no snitching, slimy grape, and Thugger.
Who is Ocean Drive Slim?
A friend of mine that was killed.
And Is that Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
All right. And then no snitching, is that, who, do you know who that is?
Nah, I forgot. That was 2017.
I can't hear you.
I think that was 2017. I don't remember.
Who is Slime the Great?
He in the video, he was also killed.
And then it's who is Thugger One?
Mr. Will. On Cleveland Avenue,
Where on Cleveland?
in some apartments.
Where are the apartments?
I think we're behind the checkers.
And is that behind the checkers that's near I-75 in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
You already know. You already know YSL, we dead and pale, bitch.
Murder game, bitch.
Yeah.
Slick.
Original. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that. Niggas always original shit, bitch.
And is that,
Yes.
and is Mr. McMiller in that video prior to his death?
He said price to his death.
Yes, that him in the video.
Yes.
All right. Is that him kind of behind Mr. Williams, behind the Y and the YSL?
Yes.
All right. And are you the one video recording the video?
Yes.
The young man the other young man who passed away, what was his name?
His name was Tay. I know his name was Tay.
And is he related at all to Quindarius Zanner?
Yes.
How? Now, Mr. Williams, what back in 2017, or even up to 2022, what did you call Mr. Williams?
Lil Joe.
Is that the only name that you reference him by?
I might say slime sometimes. We we use that like it's a universal word, like twin. Call everybody slime. I might say slime sometimes. I don't know, but I know how to say Lil Jeff.
What about Spider?
I ain't never called him Spider.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
2007, 2008.
And did you all grow up together in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Did y'all go to school together?
I don't think we went to school together, but we grew up in the same area.
Do you, yes or no, do you know Shannon Jackson, also known as Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
In number of years, how long have you known him?
I've been knowing Shannon 20, 25 years.
Yes or no, did you all grow up together?
I mean, off and on, like, I knew Shannon way before
Yes or no, do you consider Shannon as a part of the original slime crew?
Okay. 2000. Before I went to prison, I was on house arrest for 15 months, so I can't. I don't know who was outside. I'd be in the house at 7.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 414 BV. Do you recognize Exhibit 414 BV?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize 414 BV?
It's a picture with me in it.
Do you recognize people in that picture?
Yes.
And how do you
Person, I see me, Mr. Stillwell, and another guy
and where did y'all take that picture?
who was at Cleveland Avenue Park.
Does that appear to look like the people that you know inside that picture?
What's me?
Do they look like people that you know? The people that you took the picture with?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 414 BB.
Once you're done with it, I have no objection.
All right, it's submitted.
And while we're getting ready to publish that, do you know an individual by the name of Diamante Kendrick?
What's his nickname?
Yet Gotti.
Yes.
In a number of years, how long have you known Yet Gotti?
Probably about 3, 4 years, something like that, like 3, 2, 3.
Yes or no, or maybe, do you consider him a part of the original slime crew?
I mean, I think when I came home, he was signed to the label, so I mean, I can't remember from him being around back then.
Okay. Do you know Trontavia Stevens, Tick or Slug?
Yes,
Okay. And how long have you known Tick?
15, 20 years, something like that.
And is he,
Yes, he growed up with us.
do you consider him or Mr. Williams one of the founders of YSL?
What you mean by found? Like,
Who decided to start YSL?
yeah, Yeah, yes.
What about Walter Murphy or DK?
Yeah, DK was around too.
Would you consider yourself a founder?
A founder. I was around. I never looked at it like that. Like I never looked at it like that. I just know we was just hanging together and we were young. I can't even remember back that far. Like,
And we talked about Christian McMillan, Darius Ford. Did you know Darius?
yes,
And what was your relationship like with Darius?
a friend.
And how long have you known, when he was alive, how long did you know him?
I met him when I got out of prison. He died in 22, so like 4 or 5 years.
And then what about Demikion Garlington?
We just know each other through past.
Do you know individual?
I met Blow the day my mom died in prison. I was in prison. She passed away.
And when you left prison, did you maintain a relationship with him?
Yes, we talked.
How often would y'all talk?
I mean, when he called, I mean, I ain't talking to, not every day, but I'm saying we communicated.
Did y'all ever hang out?
Yeah, we hung out a couple times.
I want to take you back to April of 2022. Was Mr. Dorsey incarcerated in April of 2022? Mr. Dorsey reached robbery or a homicide?
He reached out the phone call thinking, he actually, I don't even remember the phone call, but
Let me ask, during that phone call, was he trying to set up a robbery of a person?
yes, I think he asked me something about it.
When you say you think he asked you something about it, what do you mean?
I mean, he asked me something about a robbery, but you know, I was just, like when you have people in that situation, sometimes you just tell them whatever, you just tell them whatever, just to.
What did he ask of you or tell you to do?
I think he asked me to go rob some. I think he asked me to go rob somebody.
And did he ask you to rob somebody with another individual?
I can't recall if it was another individual. I know he had me like.
Did he actually put you in touch with a person by the name of Boule?
What you mean?
On that phone call, did he want you and Boule to go rob somebody?
I remember he wanted me. I don't even remember Boule even being on the phone. I don't even remember. Like,
did he give you some information for the person that he wanted you to rob?
yes, he gave me information, but that's all it was. Like I definitely did that. Like when I hung up the phone, it was what it was. I never took the further step to do anything else. I never contacted or nothing.
Did he give you the phone number of the person?
Yes, he provided the phone number.
Did he discuss with you a plan on how to lure the victim to a location so that you could rob him?
I don't recall all that. I don't recall all that.
Did you agree to do it?
Yes, I agreed, but once I hung up the phone, it was over with. I was just having idle talk.
And as a part of the indictment in this case, did you plead to that charge?
Yes, I pled guilty.
Do you know someone by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And what do you call Christian Eppinger?
Call him, Big Bray.
Big what?
Big Breast.
Okay. How do you
To the B, yeah.
substitute the C for the B?
Yeah.
How long have you known Mr. Eppinger,
Including this year,
including this year?
probably about 3 years
Are you older or younger than him?
older.
Do you know about how much older you are?
No.
How did you meet him?
I met him when he got out of prison. I met him. I don't know. We hanging in the same area, probably gambled together. I don't know.
And we say hanging in the same area. Was that the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How often would you see him in the Cleveland Avenue area?
I mean, whenever I decide to come outside, whenever he decided to come outside, I ain't just coming outside looking for nobody. Like, if I seen him, I probably seen him. Then, you know what I'm saying?
Did you ever hang out with him?
Yeah, we probably hung out at the park.
Did he have your phone number?
Yes.
Did you have his phone number?
Oh, you talking about, did he have my phone number when he was incarcerated?
When he was incarcerated and when he was not incarcerated, did he have your phone number?
He probably did have my phone number. He probably did.
Now, we talked about the web. And you said it was on Brownsville Road across from the golf course?
Yes.
Okay. Who owned the web?
I don't know who owned the web.
Whose home was it?
What you mean, like who?
Whose childhood home was
Mr. William growed up in that house.
it? In 2021, did you spend time at that location?
Yes.
Who acquired it for you in 2021?
I think Mr. William had rented it for us.
And would people sell drugs outside of the web? Sell drugs at the web?
I mean, I sold drugs, but I don't know. I don't know if nobody was selling drugs. Like, I can't say nobody was just selling drugs outside the web. Like, I wasn't even selling drugs at the web. Like, I go to the store, but like he got that house for people who didn't have nowhere to go lay their heads, and like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if you get into it with your girl, you got somewhere to go. You want to have some extra company, you got somewhere to go.
Did he also provide the web so that you would stop selling drugs at the gas station?
From my understanding, he secured the spot so we can have somewhere safe to be, because they kept shooting up our store.
Who kept shooting up the store?
I mean, I don't know who wrote. Y'all didn't never go get them.
So I'm gonna ask you again, did you sell drugs out of the web?
I never really just sold drugs out of the web. I can honestly say that. Like, I never.
I didn't ask about you. I asked, well, did they sell drugs
You
out of?
actually just said you, so.
Oh,
You wanna ask a different
excuse
question?
me, did YSL members sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, they weren't doing business with me, man. I went in A-B. And I can't tell you what another grown man. I wasn't watching another grown man do. Like, it was just something I ain't into.
Do you remember taking a plea in December 2022 in this case?
Yes, I remember.
All right. And as a part of your plea agreement, do you remember going over certain factual acknowledgements?
Yes,
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at those factual acknowledgements prior to your testimony here today?
yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's in Market States Exhibit 420 VV. Do you recognize 420 VV?
The whole document?
Hmm?
20 VV, the whole document?
Yeah, you can flip through it to make sure
Oh.
it's the entirety of it.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And it's 420 VV, the plea agreement that you signed when you took a plea in this case.
Yes,
And does that appear to be the entire agreement with no additions or deletions?
yes,
Looking at 420 VV, first I want to go to number 14. Here, the house on Browns Mill Road, is that referred to as the what?
I said it.
All right. Looking at number 13, does that say YSL members sold drugs from their home at 2539 Browns Mill Road, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am,
And did you initial that right there?
I did.
And did you initial that as a factual acknowledgement in this case?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you again. Did YSL members sell drugs from their home?
Overruled.
Answer, you can answer.
Like, even though just, it wasn't just YSL member allowed there, like, it just, like, what, you saying, have I ever seen somebody sell drugs out of the web?
I just asked, did YSL members sell drugs from the web?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish what we just submitted.
Read
as-
it. Oh, the pictures?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
426 VV. And right. Is that the living room at the web?
Yes.
All right. And is that a security system inside that living room?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 427 VV. Is that the same, just a different angle of the web? Or the living room at the web?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with a home at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, I've been there before. I don't know who spot it was. I know I used to go there and play the game and gamble and stuff.
Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
I know somebody about Big Nick. I don't know Nicholas. I don't know Nick Carter.
And how do you know Big Nick?
Just from around the area.
Do you know him to stay at 2830 Waters Road?
Stay there.
Yes.
I know. I mean, I ain't frequent water road like that, so like I don't see him there, but I don't know if he I don't know if he stayed there.
You said that you would go there and play the game. What game are you talking about?
I'm gonna go play the PlayStation 5.
You said PlayStation 5?
Yes, young.
Did the other YSL members congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
They just like, I don't, yeah, I used to see some people like visit, some people come there, but spot like Jay.
Congregate at 2830 Waters Road.
Yes, we used to meet up before shows and before we go out and perform. Yes, I know. Yes, we don't.
Is 2830 Waters Road another location where drugs are sold out of?
Drawer probably sold out of drawer probably.
Drugs probably or drugs were?
Like, I mean, they probably were like, I'm not watching nobody like.
Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
I sold drawers out there.
Thank you for that. Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Did YSL member keep guns at 2830 Waters Road?
I don't know nothing about no guns. I don't know nothing about no gun.
Permission to approach.
You may. Go ahead.
Yes.
The witness or me?
No, I wanted to approach the witness, but I thought you
Yes,
were
you
asking
may. No.
412 BV. I'm sure you must know why the Stacy's giving me 412 BV. Do you recognize 412 BV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 412 BV?
It's a picture of me.
And is that a picture of you from your Instagram page?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 412 BV into evidence. Permission to publish.
Nay.
First, where is this picture taken?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
And the clothing that you're wearing, what is it? What does massa, does that say massa on your pants leg?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
I think Make America Slime Again.
And is that a snake on the right-hand side of the pants leg?
Like there's supposed to be a snake.
Okay. And then what is your caption?
Can't spell slime without me.
And then do you have a hashtag?
The beast.
All right. Now, with YSL, the YSL gang have a rivalry with the YFN gang.
I mean, a couple guys from both sides probably have some personal issue, but like as a whole, I don't. They probably have some personal issues, but As in whole, as a whole, I can't just say everybody got a problem with everybody. Like they probably they got personal issue, whatever they got going on, they got going on.
I'll ask again, is YFN a rival gang to YSL?
I mean, I mean, they, we don't been on to go back and forth, so like,
In that same factual acknowledgement, I'll show you again 420 BB. On page 2, what does number 3 say?
YFN is a rival gang to YSL.
And did you initial that with your initials on this
Yes.
document?
Yes.
All right. And did you also sign this document?
Yes.
So. How long has the rivalry been in existence?
I was in prison.
So did it start when you were in prison?
Yes.
Do you know what year it started?
No.
How long were you in prison?
52 months.
So when did you get out?
2017.
Did the rivalry start before you got out of prison in 2017?
I mean, I hadn't heard some stuff, but I guess, yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
How were you familiar with him?
He's a rapper.
Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
Personally?
A person?
I said personally?
Yes.
No.
Back in February of 2022, specifically February 9th, 2022, were you aware of him being stabbed in a Fulton County jail?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Jada Myrick?
No. Well, I heard about him when this case came about, but I don't know him. I don't know him at all.
I want to take you to February 22nd of 2022. Did you get a call from Christian Eppinger while he was in the Fulton County jail?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he reach out to you to get permission to harm Lucci, YFN Lucci?
Yes, he reached out to me.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that jail call in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 418 BB. Do you recognize 418 BB?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I mean, you showed it to me earlier.
Is that the jail call?
I mean, I thought you showed me 3 discs. I think yeah, you say jail call.
Have you heard the jail call?
Yes, earlier.
All right. Yeah, this time the state would like to tender and admit 418 VV into evidence.
All right, it's submitted without a question.
Permission to publish, you may.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that's why he can talk. Hold on. Oh, Yo, what's up, nigga? What's up? What's going on? What the hell you got going on, my brother? Shit, just popped out. You know I had party today, bro. Got down this morning. I ain't bring that shit up, bro. Bad act, no. I'm sending out some shit right now. Me, Ted, and Rose. Man, some shit up. They got some bad. You know what I mean? As soon as that shit go through, I'm gonna bless you, bro. Seen about 500 now. How much the phones is? You know, I'm in Rice Street, son. I know, nigga, they got a phone on them. Yeah, that shit upstairs though. Oh, it's upstairs. What's going on? They got me on PC with the boy Luch. Oh, they was on PC. Yeah, hey, find out what I can get for that, bro. Huh? Man, find out what I can get for that, bro. Get for what? You know what I'm talking about. I don't know what you can get for. I just told you why I'm at. Okay, so what you need me to do? Find out what I can get, man. I just told you who I'm in the going with. Who you in the going with? Lucha, nigga. Oh, you in the going? Yeah. No, I'm finna make a call right now. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know when you gonna make the call back. Man, I call back anytime, bro. I've been trying to call you, bro. Bro. I know if one nigga gonna make sure nigga straight up, Obama gonna do it, bro. Obama gonna make sure nigga do it. Man, yeah, you know that, but we got down. I'm finna just put some. I'm just finna put something in some folk ear and see. What, you know what I mean? What they gonna send to you? You got down. What you want? I need a lawyer, bro. I need a lawyer answer right. Yeah. You do, and that's a big fear right there. If you get that boy, so shit, I don't see it. I don't see nobody not fucking with you, bro. If you handle that business, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. I was trying to get Dollar number so I can holler at Slime, man. I know I was gonna holler at him about that shit on the phone, but he gonna catch a nigga drift just like you did caught my drift. I'm gonna pull up to the Yoda tonight. Bro. Boom, just pull it out. I'm gonna pull up to the Yoda tonight. That bitch ass supposed to be infinity something, bro. I'm gonna pull a shout to the side on some one-on-one shit and just ask him shout. Hey, yeah, bro. And tell him my situation too, bro. I already know he done heard about it. You know I'm gonna tell him, bro. You know I'm gonna tell him I got you, bro. Yeah. Who all right now? Me, Ted, Rose, Chill. Hey, look. Hey, say, tell Rose, get you on the phone. Who it is? Big red line, man, nigga. Man, stop playing on me, boy. What's going on, boy? What's up, nigga? What you doing, man? You good? Yeah, just nigga trying to make it. I ain't complaining. I'm alive, man. I'm gonna get some for you. Give me like Monday. I got you. Hey, yeah. What are they going? I'm gonna get it too.
If you can cash up, you can cash up to my baby mama. But goddamn, if you want to like drop it off, it's my girl staying Lakewood. All right. Obama got the number. Yeah. All right, my phone there. I'm gonna get my Obama. I got you. Hey, yeah, man. Yeah, hold your head, nigga. Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. Huh? You talk nine? Nah, they got me on PC with the op boy. On PC? Yeah, they got me right here with Lucci. No. Tell me give you something now. Huh? Tell me give you something now. Man, I'm trying to holler at slime, man. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yo. Yeah. Hey, Obama. Yo. Yeah, though, man. Just make sure you do that, though. I know you're gonna got that make sure they good, but I mean, you got down. Cause I already know, bro. I already know the situation, bro. But yeah. Like, if I busted some of these folks, know what I mean? Let you handle their business. If the folks want you to handle their business, they ain't got down. All right. Yeah. You know, hey, when you get a chance, call me back, bro. So I can talk to you one-on-one. I got a lot of ears around. All right, got down. Yeah, that's so. Hey, who right there with a cash up, man? One of y'all they got cash up. I got cash up. I ain't got nothing on them right now, baby, bro. Oh, man. Yeah. It's a girl. Tell her to lock me in. As soon as I get some more cash up, I see some. All right, so. All right, bro. Love y'all. I love you back, bro.
And we'll stop playing at 11:18 into the call. My first, do you know why Mr. Eppinger was in jail?
Allegedly.
Were you aware of a shooting of a police officer on Cleveland Avenue in February of 2022?
Yes, I heard about it.
And did you have any knowledge if Mr. Eppinger was a part of that shooting?
I know he was arrested for it.
Now, on that call, Mr. Eppinger reached out to you to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, yeah, he called me. Yes, he called me.
Do you know why he would have to call to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, that's another conversation. They still to reach out to nobody to try to hurt nobody. Just idle conversation out there talking to be talking. I didn't.
I understand. My question is though, do you know why he would have to get permission to go stab Lucci?
He ain't got to get permission. He a grown man. He can do what he want to do.
So why was he calling you to get permission?
Sustained.
When he was asking for permission, who did he want you to reach out to?
I don't know. I said I put some in. I know. I just replied like I put some in a couple people's ears. So
Who were the couple people's ears that you were going to put something into?
nobody.
When he says that I've been trying to get Dolly so I could talk to Slime, who's Dolly?
Mr. William have a sister named Dolly.
And then who is Slime?
To my in the car, I guess he referring when he said. I guess he put Slime and Dolly in the same sentence, so I just assumed he was talking about Mr. Williams.
Going back to your plea agreement, Did you tell us who Slime was in that call when you took your plea?
Can I see the plea?
So you again, page 420 VV. I'm gonna direct you to page 3 of 6, and you can just read this to yourself first. We're gonna look at number 11. You said probably, I assume. I'm asking you, who was it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said at first.
What did he say? I didn't hear it either. I think he said, like, I just told you that or something. Did you get it,
I
Madam?
said I
Clerk?
just told you. I mean, I
Yeah,
just told her who.
Did you say you assumed who it was, or was it Slime?
I just, like, from the conversation, I just put 2 and 2 together. He put Slime and Dolly in the same sentence, so I just figured he was talking about me with, Mr. William. I never.
When you said you were gonna pull up to the yo, what were you referring to?
I was talking about the studio, but I was lying.
And when you were lying, what were you telling him you were gonna pull up to the studio and do?
I probably was saying to yo just to make him think that I was gonna pull up on Mr. William, but I never really gonna pull up on Mr. William. I never gonna go ask him that like that. I don't even know if they know each other, so I know I wasn't gonna go ask him that like that.
Did you tell him, or did he tell you that he just needed a lawyer for that?
Yes, he said that in the car.
And did you tell him that would be a big fee if you get that?
I was just talking, man. I was just.
Now, in that call, did you also say that Funk just pulled off?
Yes, I think I said that in the car.
Who is Funk?
Who is Funk?
Yes.
Funk.
Okay. And is Funk also Mr. Williams' brother?
Yes.
Now, back
What's why I said that on the before? I mean, I had a problem with them.
what was your problem with YSL?
They had them just killed my friend. I mean, I ain't saying that, but I don't know, but people were trolling like they killed one of my friends. So like, it's just something I took personal. I can't say how everybody else felt.
And is that, are you referencing Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Now, do you know someone by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
And does he have a nickname?
LaWood.
And do you know someone by the name of Zay?
Zay.
Yes.
Yes.
And have you been in conversations with Zay because of his status with YSL?
Yes, I heard the phone call earlier.
And have you had an opportunity to that phone call?
Yes.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as 422 VV. Do you recognize your initials on 422 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I signed it.
And is that the call that we were just referencing with you and Zay?
Yes.
Around this time, the state would like to admit 422 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And while that is getting loaded, were you arrested for the charges in this indictment, 22 SC 183572?
Yes.
All right. And where were you arrested at? Not an address, but a location.
In the cab.
Was it a house, an apartment, or something else?
A house.
And when you were arrested, did the officers who came arrest you, did they take pictures inside of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And did they find a bandana and a gun inside the house?
Yes, that's what they found.
Did they find the gun underneath a bed or a mattress in the room that you were staying in?
I mean, I had Jake came to the house, so yes, I guess they did.
And was that a picture of the bandana and the gun that was found when they arrested you?
Yes, but that's what they found. I'm wrong. I ain't wearing no bandana. I'm not having no bandana.
Was the bandana found in the room that you were in?
The room that they said I was sleeping in, yes.
Is that the bandana and the gun that was found in the room that they say that you were sleeping in?
Yes.
You're at this time of state, we would like to admit 416 BB and 417 BB.
Is your admitted? All right, admitted.
Yo, gang. Yo. Well, I miss you, bitch. I hear. I been dog. I know. I know. Listen, man. I just got a phone with the boy Woody, right? Yeah. Woody just caught me down the road, right? So boom, they did jump on me. They did that. But he was like, they tried to put him on the door and all that. But he said the game tag boy came and talked to him and all that shit. So he thug right here, man. And long story short, he based on some, bro. That YSL shit over with, bro. Nigga got started a whole new name. Like, that how he coming at me, like, bro, that shit so fucking hot right now, bro. He like, bro, you gonna go to jail, bro. Niggas going to jail, bro. Them folks trying to lock nigga ass up, boy. This shit, he's in jail no more than us because we on the street. Yeah. Freelancing. They know because them folks putting up on them folks. You feel what I'm saying? So, man, right. Bro, nigga really got to backstage this shit for a little bit. Like, really not even, like, not I'm not giving up on game, period. It's just like, it's so much going on, this shit, bro. Like, bro, it's so much going on, bro. Like, yeah, it's a lot going on with that shit, boy. Yeah, I think they got file back. They got to kind of file back because there's so much going on. Like, I talked to Woody, he called me because he was like, bro, he was like, vape, bro, about 3 niggas done push up on me, talking about your name. Talking about, boy, I'm on the vape, Woody, them folks pushing up on Woody, them folks trying to get some screaming down there about y'all, you feel me? Because I heard you got jumped on, I sent word down there, like, bro, y'all need to eat anything that's up, you feel me? Yeah. Them folks pushing up on Woody, so Woody finally called like, vape, boy, you hell, boy, he like, boy, I'm proud of you, boy. I'm like, what? He was like, boy, hey, man, you standing on business, you feel me? So I go and tell him about you. I'm like, man, I'm standing on business too, you feel me? He was like, oh, yeah, shout out the one. I'm like, yeah, that's my man, you feel me? Yeah. Yeah, though, but I was just telling him how niggas put up, niggas ain't outside. He was like, man, he said, babe, bro, I know that, bro. He like, bro, niggas ain't, everybody ain't like that, bro. You give me the rundown, like, you know, Woody one of the niggas who I really just sit down and listen to. Shout out really smart. Yeah. Shout out very intelligent, like, and he knowing something like, he like, bro, that shit hot right now, babe. Just chill, bro. Like, just chill, bro. Like, I know he's basically like, bad y'all nigga want to go do something, but you can't right now. He said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. He said, yeah, they gonna end up in jail too. He said because they watching. When you think they ain't watching, he said they own nigga ass, bro. Yeah. So you gotta chill, bro. Just tell Gang or tell Rose them to chill. You feel me? Tell Chad them to chill for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They tell nigga backstage, bro. Like just chill and just lay low. You feel me? Until it's time. You know what I'm saying? Time for everything. Yeah, they why they lay low. Lead about end of June. Well, I'm finna say beginning of June, but shit, June about 30 days away. Yeah, June about 30 days.
30 days, we'll be all right. About get about 2 months. I get 2 months because when that's why I said. That's why I said I was finna say June, but June just 30 days. No, listen. I'm still coming around. I ain't just me too. I'm just finna listen. I'm finna go listen. I'm finna stop. Niggas just gotta move. Niggas just gotta move better, bro. And start posting just like miscellaneous stuff. Nigga gotta stop posting that YSL shit. Nigga can't post that YSL and shit like that. Yeah, but nigga know what's up. Everybody know what's up. I'm finna so I'm finna stop right here and grab this food stamp card and I'm finna ride to my house. Then I'm gonna pull up on your spot, bro. I'm pull up on you, bro. All right, say no more. All right, bro. If you come straight here, bro, I'm bringing your ID today. That's why I told you I'm finna go to the house and get your ID and come straight to you. All right.
And did you ultimately take a plea in this case, Mr. Sumlin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 421 BV. You recognize Exhibit 421 BV?
Yes.
And is that copy of your
Copy of the indictment on my plea.
the indictment?
The copy of the indictment.
And do you see your?
Yes, my charge.
Charges in your signature.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would like to amendment 421 BV as a self-authenticated document, but Mr. Sumlin has recognized 421 BV as a certified copy of his conviction.
All right.
In 22 SC 183-572.
All right, it is admitted. And ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to remind you that you've now just heard evidence that Mr. Sumlin pled guilty to some charge or charges in this indictment. And I'm going to caution you that the co-defendant Sumlin's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal act or acts to which he pled. You're not to consider this defendant's guilty plea is evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. And again, as I've told you before, each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of any of the charges with which either of these defendants is currently accused.
And I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there cross for this witness?
There is, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sumlin. My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. I believe you said earlier you know him as Yak Gotti, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to refer to him as Yak Gotti when I talk about him.
Yes.
Okay. There was some discussion earlier about a phone call between you and Polo, Mr. Dorsey. You remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that you just kind of say, when someone asks you to do something about this particular issue, you just say yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Why do you just say yes, yes, yes?
I mean,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I was just having idle conversation. Like I never took the next step there.
So sometimes when you're having a phone call
Yes.
between someone in jail, someone not in the jail,
Yes.
you'll just say whatever, yes, 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 just to get off the phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Just to have idle conversation and move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about this plea that you took for a minute. That plea that you took, it required you to stay away from the other defendants in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you can't have contact with any other defendants that were in the same indictment as you, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're accused in this indictment of trying to harm Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also accused of this indictment of trying to harm Harold Clements, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you required to stay away from them in this plea deal that you took?
Sustained.
All right, I've got no further questions for you.
All right, Mr. Shardy, questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sumlin,
Hi,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We've never spoken before, have we?
Never.
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 Okay. Well, my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. And the first thing that interested me, you said that you have known Shannon for 20 to 25 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Avenue, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's
In the Thomasville season area with my cousin.
okay. So you went to school in Thomasville in Four Seasons.
Yes, I went to Thomasville Elementary and I went to Price Elementary. I mean, Price Middle.
Okay. In Thomasville, that's it. Those are in the Thomasville Heights community, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's where you met Shannon.
Yes, sir.
Through going to school. And we're talking about elementary school. Right?
Yes, yes, sir.
You met him in elementary school in the Thomasville Heights neighborhood, which is separate from Cleveland Avenue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've known Shannon for some time.
Yes, sir.
Do you know Shannon's grandmother, Miss Betty?
No, I can't say I know his.
Okay. Did you know him to be raised by his grandmother? Do you know that?
I didn't have personal. I never, we just see each other outside like little kids. Like I never asked them about.
Okay, fair enough. So you never knew.
Yeah, I just know.
Okay. Have you ever tried to rap?
Middle school.
Okay. And as growing up, as part of your friendship with Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Friendship with. Do you have a friendship with Mr. Kendrick? Is that fair to say?
I mean, we cordial. We speak.
Okay. Do you know other hip hop artists besides those two?
Somebody from the area or just
In Atlanta. Do you know Wooney
Um,
Lee?
What's his real name?
Who
I mean,
is
what's
it?
his slime? I mean, what's his?
Slime Life Shorty.
Yeah.
So you know him as Slime Life Shorty?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been to studios before?
Yes.
Have you seen people making music?
Yes.
Do you follow music?
Yes.
Do you listen avidly to hip hop?
Yes.
Rap?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know about drill music?
Yes.
Okay. Is drill music present in Atlanta?
Now?
Yes.
Yes, right now. That's what I was saying. Now it is.
Now it is. It's popular in Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Drill music is very violent.
Yes.
Common threads of drill music. Ops. People talk about ops a lot.
Yes.
That's the opposition.
Yes.
Now, when I say people talk about ops a lot, I'm not talking about YSL or YFN. Okay, I'm talking about drill music throughout the country and throughout Atlanta and throughout the country.
Yes.
They all talk about ops, don't they?
Yes.
Okay, red lights. Red lights. Stopping at red lights.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a common theme of drill music
Yes.
throughout the country, not just in Atlanta?
Yes.
Not just YSL?
No.
Not just YSL.
No.
Okay. What about glizzy? Common theme, a common term used in drill music.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not just YSL.
No.
Not just Atlanta.
No.
Not just YFN.
No.
How many people that you grew up with, would you say very few or a whole lot want to make it, want to become rappers?
A lot. A lot.
Okay. How many people actually make it to the point that they're making money?
Only a handful.
A very small percentage?
Yes.
Okay, but that doesn't stop people from trying, does it?
Oh, sir.
Okay, and when you've seen your friends, say Slime Like Shorty, you know Shannon to rap, don't you?
Yes.
You know him to try to make it.
Yes.
You know him to make songs that have ops in it, correct? If you don't know, you don't know. Okay. You know Shannon been trying to make it in rap.
Yes.
Going to the studio, working on his craft, promoting himself, correct?
Yes.
Putting songs on YouTube.
Yes.
Much like many other people that you've seen growing up. Okay. In your observation, all these people that are trying to make it for these very few spots at the top, is there a competition?
What you mean by that? Like, what you mean? Like, if somebody trying to be better than them?
Yeah.
That's I can say it's a competition.
In these songs, is there a competition about who's the baddest, the
Yes.
toughest, the most violent?
Yes.
Who does the most on the street?
Yes.
Who's to be feared?
Yes.
Who has the biggest guns?
Yes.
Who's got the most bodies? You've heard that in songs, right?
Yes.
Okay, not just in Atlanta.
Worldwide.
not just- worldwide. Even in London, right?
Okay. I can't.
Okay.
say that.
You're not familiar with drill music in London. Okay. All right. So these are common themes, and that's part of the competition, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've witnessed that firsthand
Yes.
with people you grew up with.
Yes, sir.
Okay. From observing the people that you grew up with make these boasts in their songs, are those boasts, the things that people claim they did, are those always true to your knowledge?
Sustained.
If people killed as much as they claim they do in songs, would the streets of Atlanta, the streets of this world, just be depleting of population at this point? Would there be dead bodies everywhere if everyone was really doing what they were saying? I'll move on. Let's talk about your involvement in this case, Mr. Sumlin. You're out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're happy to be out?
Yes.
Okay. 40. Originally, you were charged with 2 conspiracies, one to murder Harold Clements with Cordarius Dorsey, one to murder, or to murder Rashawn Bennett, and you're allegedly conspired with Christian Appinger, and then you're charged with gang activity based on the conspiracy with Christian Appinger, and you were charged to commit murder with Mr. Dorsey, and in a RICO case.
Yes.
RICO count. And I was very inartful there, but it's 4 counts. RICO, 2 conspiracies, and a gang count, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what day you were arrested on this case, on this indictment?
May the 11th.
Okay. On May 11th of 2022.
22.
Okay, May 11th, 2022. And that's when they came to the house and took those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you were able to, you were represented by an attorney.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you and your attorney moved for bond.
Yes.
All right. And bond is when, after you're arrested, you're able to pay money and be released while the case moved for bond. That was, the bond hearing was heard by Judge Glanville, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And at that bond hearing, the prosecutors were at their table, correct?
Yes.
And at that bond hearing,
Well, I'm going to object to this line of questioning being relevant to the file.
I'm inclined to sustain that. If you want to approach and
I
discuss
can-
this,
I
we
can
can do
approach.
that. Why don't we take our afternoon break anyway? And Mr. Sumlin, you are free to step out if you want to.
All right, Gary.
Oh, maybe. We'll see what we can do.
is this? It's just here.
John, actually do it at the bench or just do it here? No, the jury's up. Go ahead.
So, Your Honor, I believe this is relevant because when this gentleman,
Kind of let me know where you're intending to go with it.
I'm going into his plea when he pled to an agreed probationary sentence only after he signed the state's factual
What's that
acknowledgments.
have to do with bond?
Well, because the state is fighting against bond. He's not given bond. He's stuck in jail. Those are all factors, being stuck in jail, not
Okay.
given bond, are
I
all
mean,
factors.
If you want to just ask, was bond denied? And
Well,
I would say, yep, I was stuck in jail, that's fine.
I appreciate that, and I will ask that if the court limits me, what I'd like to ask is about the state objecting to bond. Then release him on probation. And I think that's relevant. And right now, I think it's relevant for the jurors to know that they have this document in front of him. And it might explain his demeanor. It might explain.
Okay, so, I mean, are you going to ask, did the state oppose bond? Yes, they did. And you ultimately, bond got denied. You had to stay in jail. Is that the gist of it? I mean, we're not going to go into a whole lot of, they said this.
No.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Need any clarification or want to voice any other objections?
Your Honor, the state still believes that it's hearsay what happened at this bond hearing and effectively a full bond, but we understand the court instruction.
Okay, all right. We'll take our break as well.
Thank you. Mr. Sumlin, a couple more questions. On direct, you talked phone calls you had with Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Eppinger. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about the phone call with Mr. Dorsey first. How long have you known Mr. Dorsey? Since 2017
It's February 15th.
of 2017.
Yes.
Sir, of 2017.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And you and Mr. Dorsey were in custody on that day when
Yes,
you
sir.
met him, correct?
Yes, it was in prison.
So that call, Mr. Dorsey called you. You did not call Mr. Dorsey.
Right.
And Mr. Dorsey was in jail and you were not in jail.
Right.
Okay. Okay. And he called you about bringing some harm to a person. Did you have any problem with Harold Clements?
I didn't even know Harold Clemens.
Could you speak up just?
I didn't.
Did you said that Mr. Dorsey gave you some instructions?
Right.
And is it fair to say, is this fair recapping your testimony that you hung up the phone and moved on with your life?
Right.
Okay, you did not act on what Mr. Dorsey was
No.
asking you to do.
Right.
Okay. And then you had another call from Mr. Eppinger.
Right.
Mr. Eppinger was calling about, this permission. Wasn't Mr. Eppinger really looking for payment? Isn't that what it was? It wasn't permission, it was payment. Alleged, we'll say alleged, but he was accused of doing something really crazy and idiotic. He was accused of shooting an officer
Yes.
who was trying to arrest him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of, and this officer, to your knowledge, if you know, this officer was trying to arrest him on a separate warrant, and that's when Mr. Eppinger shot the officer.
I think that was the situation.
Okay. And then Mr. Eppinger, after long before he got arrested.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of anyone in this case, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, anyone on the indictment other than Mr. Eppinger? Did you ever hear of anyone encouraging Mr. Eppinger to shoot that officer?
No, sir.
So Mr. Eppinger calls you, and he's in jail now for shooting the officer and for the case that.
Yes.
And then he starts asking you how much money he could get because he needed to hire a lawyer.
Yes.
Is that what he said to you?
Yes, I think he said. Yes, I think he said it in the call.
Okay, and from the call, he told you that he was locked up with Lucci, right?
Yes.
And at first, when he gave you that information, you didn't even put two and two together why he was even telling you that.
No. No.
Okay. And you said, for what? Was that on the call?
Yes.
And then you asked him, what do you need me to do?
Right.
The truth is, you look like got himself into a very bad situation.
Correct.
His own doing.
No.
And you hung up that phone and you didn't act on it anymore.
No.
Okay. So on December 22nd of 2000, 2022, you pled guilty.
Yes.
Okay. And before pleading guilty, you were still in jail. You pled guilty from jail, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. The plea took place in the courthouse, but you were brought over from the jail. You were not free on December 22nd of 2022, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And part of sign this form, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you did not write this form.
No, sir.
You were given an opportunity. Were you given an opportunity to review this form with your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you did not write this form.
No, sir.
And the letterhead on it is the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
After agreeing to what was written on this form and entering your guilty plea on December 22nd, 2022, you were allowed to go home, correct?
I went to Clayton County.
Oh, you had a hold in Clayton County. You were released on this case, and
Right.
then you were transferred to Clayton County.
Yes.
And then since you've resolved your situation in Clayton County.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Ms. Weinstein, anything? Redirect? Okay.
I think so on direct examination that there were people claiming to have killed your friends, Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I said they were trolling on Instagram.
Trolling. Do you know if Lucci was affiliated with the people who were trolling on Instagram?
My personal knowledge, no, like my personal knowledge, like like when you ask that, what you mean? Like what you?
The individuals who were trolling, were they associated with YFN?
Yes.
And is Lucci associated with YFN?
Yes.
Have you ever heard the term dry snitching?
Dry snitch. Yeah, I heard it.
How have you heard that term?
I mean, I heard the term before. I can't explain how I heard it. I can't.
What is your understanding of what the term means?
I can't say what dry. I heard the term before, but I can't just say what it means.
Okay. Back in 2022, after you were arrested on this case, did you learn that your phone number, there was a search warrant for your phone number and there was a wire on your phone, a wiretap on your phone number?
Yes, man, I learned that yes.
And at the time, did your phone number end in 8711?
Probably did. 2022.
Court's indulgence.
Sir, you were just asked about people trolling on Instagram after the Christian McMillan, Darius Ford double homicide.
Right.
Okay. And that was in March of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was locked up.
All right. The truth is, there were a whole lot of people trolling about that death, correct?
Right.
There was a whole lot of people claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford's bodies, correct?
Yes, sir, it were.
People from claiming responsibility, correct?
Yes.
People from PFK were on Instagram claiming responsibility for those same killings, correct?
Yes.
Members of the Henchmen.
Yes.
Henchmen is another rap collective
Yes,
on the
sir.
east side of Atlanta, correct?
Yes, sir.
People that were members of the henchmen were also claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan's and Mr. Ford's deaths, correct?
Yeah, it was a lot of people trolling about they death.
Okay, so there was at least 3 different groups and multiple people within these groups who were all claiming responsibility for the same deaths, correct?
Yes.
And they were doing it publicly, right?
Yes.
So the world could see.
Yes.
And all 3 of these groups are involved with rap music, correct?
Yes.
With drill music,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Sumlin, you are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Gerald Walsh to the stand.
Gerald Walsh, Gerald, Walsh, Walsh.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Mr. Walsh?
I'm doing well.
Can you tell the jury where you currently are employed?
The Department of Defense, Cyber.
And how long have you done that?
Since September, mid-September.
Of last year?
This year.
This year? So where did you work before then?
Here at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And how long did you work with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Over 7 years.
Now, can you describe for the jury before you left, what was your last position?
I was Assistant Chief Investigator over the technology unit.
And in a general sense, can you briefly summarize what?
Meaning that I sought to obtain digital evidence off of different devices so that they could be used for the prosecution of crimes that occurred. And then also I was a wire room administrator, which we're going to get more into.
Because you just brought it up, can you explain what is a wire room administrator?
So a wire room administrator just makes sure that, you know, the wire room is where we do a lawful interception of a communication. And in that wire room, we have to have everything set up, all the computers set up correctly, all the users set up to use the software and just all these different things. Kind of like IT, but more specialized for that law enforcement purpose.
And let me ask you this, is part of, or did you have some involvement with wiretap related to this case?
Yes, I did.
And is that what you're here to testify about?
Yes.
Now, before
I started my law enforcement career in 1990 with the Leon County Sheriff's Department, Tallahassee, Florida. Then I went on to the Seminole Department of Law Enforcement at Indian Reservation. I was a tribal police officer. Central and South Florida. Then went to West Virginia State Police, where I left there as a trooper first class. after over 7 years. And then I came down here to Alpharetta Police Department, where I was a patrol officer, and went back to West Virginia. All these moves had to do with different family reasons. I know there's a lot of them, kind of nomadic. At any rate, in West Virginia, I was with the West Virginia Medicaid Fraud Control Unit as an investigator and initiated a digital forensics unit there after completing a degree in computer forensics from Marshall University when I was living there. And then came back down here to the DA's office.
Now, I wanted to ask you about, in general, can you describe for this jury a wiretap and what that involves?
So a wiretap is a lawful intercept of communications. Lawful intercept and explain the circumstances that got you there.
Your Honor, I can ask a couple other questions.
All right, go ahead.
So, can you describe when a wiretap comes up, are you able to get voice calls that are made?
Yes.
Are you able to get text messages?
Yes.
Are you able, in some circumstances, to, or let me ask you this, with calls and messages, do you know the date and time the call is made?
Yes.
Do you know the number that is receiving or making the calls?
Yes.
Do you know if it's outgoing or ingoing, or incoming, excuse me?
Yes.
Now, and let me ask you this, what was your title or position as it relates to the wiretaps in this case?
Technical case agent.
And can you describe for the jury what wiretaps were obtained in this case in terms of who was the subject of the wiretap or the phone number that was?
I believe it was D'Amico Garlington, and I remember the last name, someone.
D'Amico Garlington and Antonio Sumlin. Is that?
Yes.
Now, and when you had this up, is there?
It is not made public due to operational security reasons.
And is there a process called minimization that you can explain to the jury?
Yes. So every wiretap court order involves minimization or deputy district attorneys within the district attorney's office that monitors the lawful interception. And these rules are given to anybody that's involved in monitoring the wiretap, and really anybody that's connected to that particular investigation. But it's usually a short list of people, meaning that it's not discussed what's going on with anyone else and any of the agencies involved.
And let me ask you this, without getting into specifics, is there occasions where a wiretap call, the sound would go in or out in terms of that call would be minimized?
Yes. So a minimization rule, which can be different for each case, depending on whatever the rules call for. But as a standard rule, whenever you listen to a particular target phone call, if you're looking for information about a particular crime or subject and that is not happening, then after a period of time, you must minimize that call, meaning that you stop the recording. And when you stop the recording as a monitor, you cannot hear anything that is being said on that particular phone call. And there's no way to go back later and get that. Once you turn it off, it's off. You can't hear it, make any record of it.
Now, I wanted to show you, and Your Honor, I'm not going to publish these documents, but for efficiency's sake, I'm going to utilize these, and I can show Mr. Sharp quite briefly. I was going to, let me ask you this, Mr. Walsh, would some of the paperwork that you filled out and submitted to the various cell phone providers for these wiretaps, does that contain some data that's helpful in terms of phone numbers or dates as it pertains to the wiretaps you were involved with?
Yes.
And would looking at those documents help aid in testifying about phone numbers and data that you may not have on your memory as you sit here today?
To refresh my memory, yes.
Your Honor, I am going to approach the witness, and I will mark these before we conclude today.
All right.
One brief moment, Mr. Walsh. Now, in this specific case, was there in total, or let me ask you this, looking at those documents, if they would refresh your memory, can you say the last four of the phone number associated with Mr. Sumlin that you had mentioned a wiretap for?
I believe it was 7355.
Well, I'll ask you about for Demekion Garlington. Did you ever have two numbers or two wiretaps that had to get obtained?
Yes.
Can you?
So if communication on one line or turns off the phone and stops using it and communication ceases, then the inference is that target may be using a different phone number. So if you find that other phone number out, then you can, with the same probable cause, go up on that different phone number.
Understood. Now, with looking at, and did that end up happening in this case?
That did end up happening on this case. And I will say for the record, when I'm looking at these are face sheets that have a lot of data on them, and they talk about target numbers and types of data that are going to the carriers themselves so that they can use them for programming the back end of the connection, so to speak. So it doesn't necessarily say this number goes with this person. It's more about the technical data on these face sheets.
Is there a phone number that ends in 7355?
Yes.
And is there one of those documents a phone number that ends in 8711?
Yes.
And was there initially one of those documents that ends in 3244?
Correct.
Let me ask you, before testifying here today, were you able blessed to review a medium that has some of the data from these wiretaps?
Yes,
And is, once the wiretap is complete, is someone, for example, defense counsel, a prosecutor, or law enforcement, whoever, that after something's complete to the calls that are not minimized?
yes,
And does this medium contain that data, so to speak, that someone could use to review a wiretap after it's complete?
correct.
And it pertains to the wiretaps that were conducted for Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sumlin?
Correct.
And were you able to mark that medium after you reviewed it? I'm approaching the witness with what's marked as 437 Victor Victor. And is that a USB drive, Mr. Walsh?
Yes,
And is that the USB drive that you initialed?
it is.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the wiretap information for Mr. Sumlin and Mr. Garlington that you obtained?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender or move to admit 437 Victor Victor at this time.
It's admitted.
Before we admit it, could it be conditionally admitted? I'm just reiterating the prior objections and prior regarding the contents of that.
I'm not litigated. Any objection you have that was overruled is reserved.
Okay.
Do you mean something beyond that?
No, that's
Okay.
what I'm hoping to do. Thank you.
Admitted over objection, your objections are reserved.
And let me ask you, Mr. Walsh, in general, was the beginning of these wiretaps in March of 2022?
yes,
And was the ending of these wiretaps sometime in early May 2022?
yes,
And were both of these wiretaps active at the same time, so to speak, in that window of time?
they were.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Do you know, when you worked this wiretap, did Investigator Viverito have any role or assigned title as related to this?
Yes, she was the case agent, which is different from the technical case agent.
And in a brief nutshell, what would your role be as the technical case agent?
As a technical case agent, my job was to get the connections made in between the cell carriers, the intermediary computer company that would control the collection data and servers, and connect it with the server in the wire room.
In general, the case agent for wiretaps, what in general is their main role or function in this process?
Their job is to review all of the collections and to make sure that the minimization rules are followed, and or if they need to be changed for whatever reason.
Mr. Walsh, no further questions, Your Honor, from the state.
And Cross? All right, thank you for your time. You may step down and call your next witness.
Call Special Agent Bernie to the stand.
He's a return witness, right? Is he a returning? Okay, that's good. Good afternoon, Mr. Bernie, or Special Agent Bernie. I'm sorry. I'll just remind you that you're still under oath. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome back. How are you doing? Cell phone records related to or cell tower location related to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Dranks.
I did.
Now, I wanted to ask you, as it relates to that, did you generate a report as you completed the last time you testified?
I did.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what is marked as State's Exhibit 395, Victor Victor, and ask you if you recognize it.
I do.
And is that the report you generated for this case?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 395 Victor Victor. Now, how did you initially?
Just hang on.
Yes, Your Honor.
I was,
I believe there may be some extraneous.
okay.
May I just see in full? What you're speaking.
I'm going to use this center podium, Agent Bernie. I tried to make it work over there, but I got a lot of documents. So I wanted to ask you, did you get cell phone records for how many cell phone records did you review for the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Dranks?
5 separate numbers.
Now, when you got involved with this, were those provided to you?
They were.
Now, I want to, in Your Honor, this is pursuant to the certified business record exception. This is 391 through 394, Victor, Victor, Alpha, and Bravo. And the Alpha is the business record cert, and the Bravo is the subscriber information. And then there's DISC with the CDR records for these.
All right, so is it VV and then VVA and VVB for each of those numbers?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. So there'll be
All right,
three. There'll
for
be,
each. I
yes, Your
understand.
Honor.
Okay, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Agent Bernie, I'm going to hand you, or put up here what has just been admitted and ask you a couple questions about it. I am going to publish 391 Victor, Victor, Bravo. And while that comes up, Agent Bernie, did you have some cell phone records related to Shannon Jackson?
I did.
And did you have more than one phone number that was associated with Shannon Jackson that you analyzed?
That's correct.
Were they both Verizon cell phones?
They were.
And was the last four of one of them 8694?
It was.
And was the last four of another one 1103?
It was.
Now, I'm going to zoom in on this document and ask you a couple questions. Do you see this search and start date and search end date in the Excel spreadsheet before us?
I do.
What is that time frame pertain to in these Verizon records?
Yeah, that is the start and end date is when the records were reviewed for the information.
And is this top column the phone number ending in 1103?
It is.
And is the second column the phone number ending in 8694?
It is.
Scrolling to the right, I wanted to ask you about, as we keep going a little bit further, at the top when it says please forward to reseller track phone. Previously, you had testified about a track phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what this column indicates with that data?
Yeah, that just means that track phone was the provider that was actually collecting the bill, but track phone doesn't have its own cell phone network. They use or rent another network. And in this case, in the Atlanta area, that's going to be Verizon. So if you go buy a track phone from Walmart or wherever, Target, you buy a track phone and activate it, it's actually running on Verizon's network.
And if we scroll a little bit more to the right, you will see we will keep going a little bit further. Where it says disconnect type. And I'm going to expand that alpha column because sometimes Excel won't show it, and ask you, what does that MTN effective date mean?
That's the mobile number effective date, meaning that that phone number for the top row, which I believe was the 1103 number, the subscription or service for that number started on March 15th of 2022. So the effective date is when the service started for each of those numbers.
And I'm going to ask or see if it's up there. Do you see a laser pointer that looks like a flashlight by chance?
No. Oh, I do not.
Thank you. So that is a laser pointer. It's color green. So can you use that to help orient the jury when we're talking about some of these items, if you don't mind, sir? So the top one is the Verizon cell phone associated with Shannon Jackson that ends in 1103. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the effective date of that cell phone?
You can see the effective date here is listed as 2022.
And the phone number beneath it is the 8694 number.
Yes, sir.
And what is the effective date of that phone?
You can see the effective date listed here as March 7th of 2022.
So if you plotted any records related to these on the March 14th, you would only have data available to plot related to the 8694 number.
That's correct.
And then finally at that type, what does that column, which is XL Alpha Charlie, reseller and prepaid, indicate?
Yeah, that last column here just shows, hey, that this is a reseller number, meaning the person who is actually paid the bill is track phone, as we saw previously. And then the second number is actually a prepaid Verizon number. So Verizon's collecting the bill, but it's prepaid, meaning through like minutes or through cards that you would put on there to resupply your minutes and those kinds of things. It's not a what we would call postpaid account, which is every month someone pays the bill on a credit card or out of a debit card.
Now, Agent Bernie, what's going to populate for yourself and the jury, I'm going to publish 392 Victor Victor Bravo, and you may be able to get a jump start with the hard copy there before you. And I'm going to ask you a couple questions. Why?
It was.
And was that number associated with a Quarmavius Nichols?
It was.
The phone number associated with Mr. Nichols what was the provider? Was it Verizon, AT&T,
T-Mobile?
T-Mobile. And who requested the records for Mr. Nichols' phone?
Those were done previous to me coming in, so probably Atlanta Police Department.
Now, this is going to populate momentarily. Now, at the very top of this, do you see the requester from these records?
I do.
And we're going to zoom in a little bit. Who is the requesting party?
Yeah, you can see it listed right there. It says Alfred Hogan.
And what was the date that they were provided on?
You can see the date listed there is March 22nd of 2022.
And what
Oya, China.
and not the full address, but just was the subscriber address a 50 Mount Zion Road?
It is.
I'm going to, was there a phone number ending in 7355 associated with Demikion Garlington that you reviewed?
There was.
Was that also a T-Mobile phone?
It is.
And as that's coming up, 393 Victor Bravo, what was the activation date on that 7355 number with Mr. Garlington or associated with Mr. Garlington?
It looks like in the records here, I'll pull these up. Were you asking the effective date of the account?
Correct.
Okay. Was March 2nd of 2022.
And when was that account associated with Mr. Garlington canceled?
December 1st of 2022.
And was this a prepaid account?
It is.
So is there no, at least within the records, associated name or address?
Correct. If you scroll down some more, you'll see that it says prepaid unlimited account with T-Mobile. It's right there, listed right there. So no subscriber information is required if you do a prepaid card.
So I wanted to, thus far, we have 2 Verizon numbers associated with Mr. Shannon Jackson, a T-Mobile that is associated with Mr. Nichols and Mr. Garlington. Was there one last phone record that you were requested to review?
There was.
What was the last 4 of that number?
8940.
And was that associated with a Miles Farley?
It was.
Now I'm going to publish 394 Victor Bravo. And while that's coming up, I wanted to ask you who the subscriber name on that 8940 number was.
Yeah, you can see it on this report listed right here. Billing address and billing name is Miles Farley.
Now I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 395 Victor, which is your report. And I'm going to specifically publish slide 7. And it should come up here on the screen in a few moments. And as it relates to the phone records that you plotted for March 14th, were you requested or asked to focus on around the time of 10 p.m.?
I was.
Now, just zooming in briefly, are these the numbers and phone numbers that we just discussed that you analyzed related to this case?
They are.
Now, one brief moment, Agent Brennan. Now, just can you give the jury a brief refresher? We're going to publish page 6 to orient them to the data that they will be seeing in these slides.
Yeah, so if, in my previous testimony, I talked about, how a cell phone works. And in the records, we can see the cell phone tower and the sector that's used for each, call, text, or data session, depending upon the records that were obtained. And then for each tower shown, there's going to be a box. It looks like this. We call it like a call out box. And that box contains information relevant and information obtained from the call detail records. The old school phone bill, right, that had our who we called, what date and time, duration, but also the cell phone towers and sectors or side of the towers that were used. So on this call out box, again, it has the unique cell phone number and sector, has the date that we're looking at the records. It'll have the phone number whose records we're looking at. In this case, it's the blue number ending in 8905. And then again, a time period will be in local time. And then it'll say the type of activity, whether it was an outgoing or incoming call. And then this number right here is going to be the number of degrees out of 360 degrees that the middle of this sector is pointing. So in this specific example, this sector points toward 122 degrees, which is south and east. And then the last phone number listed there is the other side of the call, whoever, in this case, placed an incoming call to our number.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 8. And again, is this orient the jury to 10 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
It does.
All right. Now, I'm going to publish slide 9 and ask you, is this the 8694 associated with Shannon Jackson?
It is.
And can you orient the jury? Is this just capture a single call on March 14th, 2022?
It does. And we see that, again, it's on March 14th. We see the time period at the top. Again, the phone number whose activity is mapped will be on the left-hand side. It says that here. On the right side will be any key locations. And then also one thing to remember is each of these red dots on here are other towers. So in this case, these are all other Verizon cell phone towers. So here we can see at 316, the red phone used this tower, specifically this sector, again, putting that device in this general area here.
And do you see the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport on this map?
I do.
And can you just, is it to the right, northeast, so to speak, of that tower?
Yep, it's located right here.
And the time of this call is 3:16 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
It is.
Now, I'm going to move to slide 12, or excuse me, slide 10. Is this from the time frame of 9:40 p.m. to 10:20 p.m.?
It is.
And we're going to zoom in a little bit, but that red CS icon, can you describe for the jury what that address is?
Yeah, we see the address listed up here. It's 400 Windsor Street Southwest in Atlanta.
We're going to go back one slide. And what is the first call that you see on this slide?
Yeah, so again, the first call we see is at 9:50, and we see that listed here, 9:50 p.m. And we see the tower and the sector again that was used by this device.
Now, is the 950 call in the vicinity of the crime scene, the tower location, I should say.
It is. Both the 950 and the subsequent call at 957 both use the tower that's closest to the crime scene and the sector that would cover the crime scene, as we can see here.
Now, after that 957 call on March 14th, when is the next call?
So after the 957, again, that uses this tower and sector here, the next activity is over in this general area here, and that's at 10:14 p.m.
How much time passes between 957 and 10:14 p.m.?
Approximately 17 minutes.
And do you see between those two locations, is there a major highway between them?
There is.
What is that highway?
Yeah, you can see I-20 right here in between the tower used on this side and then the tower eventually used on this side 17 minutes later.
And is that tower on the left, do you see the intersection of Highway 70 and I-20?
I do.
Can you orient that for the jury?
Yeah, so here again is I-20 this way, and that Highway 70 is this yellow road that kind of goes right through the middle of that sector.
And is that blue icon above just an icon for a local airport?
It is.
Now, I'm going to publish, and let me ask you this. Is there 3 calls at 10:14, 10:15, and 10:19, all using that same tower and sector location on the far left of this slide?
There are.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 11 and ask you, in addition to March 14th around 10 p.m., were you also requested to plot some location data around a 2830 Waters Road?
I was.
Now, can you orient the jury? What is the time frame for this slide?
Yeah, you can see it at the top, March 15th of 2022, around 11:03 p.m. until the next morning, March 16th, 2022, around 10:35 p.m.
Now, is this slide, is it capture data, phone calls? What does this slide indicate?
Yeah, so again, I was asked just to review activity of the device as it was close to this address here. So again, this doesn't show all of the activity of this device throughout the entire period listed at the top, just the ones that were close to the Waters Road address.
And does this slide have both the 8694 and the 1103 Verizon phones associated with Shannon Jackson?
It does, yes. So you can see it might be hard for them to see this far away, but there's some 864s. This is an 864 activity. I think the top one here is an 864 activity, and the rest of them are all on the 1103 device.
And can you describe for the jury, do these 2 towers or phones, is there any relationship between them in terms of the tower locations?
I mean, yeah, again, you can see tower here provides coverage in this area. Tower here provides coverage in this area. There's going to be some overlap between towers. Again, you know, one tower doesn't start and the other one start at the same end and then start close, right? They're going to overlap those towers. So there's going to be some overlap between these 2 sectors. Again, probably in this vicinity over here near the Waters Road address.
Now, Agent Bernie, I'm going to briefly publish what's already been admitted as 3 Victor Victor. It will come up for you on the screen momentarily. And Agent Bernie, I'm going to ask you, what is the date on this admitted document? 3 Victor Victor.
The incident date?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you can see the incident date listed here is March 16th of 2022.
And what is the address?
The address is listed further down right there. 2830 Waters Road, Southwest.
And
in
under
Atlanta.
incident times, what is the time that the dispatch on this document received the call, as where it says dispatch received?
Yeah, you can see the under this column here, incident times. Here's the dispatch received at 8 minutes after midnight, 8 minutes and 39 seconds after midnight on the 16th.
Thank you, Agent Bernie. I'm going to republish slide 11. And ask you, when that comes up, what is the first time on slide 11 that you mapped?
Yes, so the first time that's mapped on here is this one here at 11:03 using this tower and sector. And then this one's 11:18, and then all of the other ones starting at 12:03, again, using this tower and sector here.
And is there a call at 12:03 a.m. and 12:17 a.m.?
Yeah, there's some phone activity at 12:03, 12:17, and 12:25 a.m.
And is there also phone activity at 12:25 a.m.?
There is.
Now, I am going to publish slide 12. And I wanted to ask you, is this the slide pertaining to the data related to, or the phone associated with Cornelius Nichols?
It is.
Now, with this particular slide, can you describe for the jury what this data indicates as we zoom in?
Yeah, so for this phone, some additional data was provided by the phone companies. So on the previous records, what we would see is a tower in a sector or side of the tower on a call detail records. Well, this phone, T-Mobile was able to provide what's called timing advance records. And timing advance records, in addition to the tower and the sector, also provides us a distance that the phone is away from the tower at a specific time that the device checked in. So here we can see there's an arc. We see it here kind of at the top here for an example. So the device checks in with the network, and a distance is determined based on a signal sent between the phone and the tower and returned back. You multiply that times the speed of light, and that gives us the distance that the device is away from the tower when it checked in. And so these are additional records that allow us to be a little bit more precise about where a device is at a specific date and time.
Now, what is the first time that there's data on this slide?
So again, we see data. This was reviewed between 9:40 and 10:36. And first activity here is at 10:03. There's a timing advance data report of 0.19 miles away. And that puts the device on this side up here.
And let me ask you, would time in advance with data, if you don't have any time in advance information, what does that tell you?
So to explain timing advance, it's always occurring on your phone. So if your phone is turned on, it's trying to check in with the network to determine what's the strongest tower, other kinds of things, network interactions. So if the device does not have timing advance, the device is either turned off or it's in an area that has no service.
Now, I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to show you, did you have opportunity to review the data sessions for the phone associated with Mr. Nichols on this time?
Yeah, the timing advance records, yes.
And is the time and advance records come up in a large Excel spreadsheet?
They do.
And if I were to show you a snippet of the time and advance records from that spreadsheet, would you be able to answer some questions if time and advance records were being shown at certain times, or provided, I should say?
Yes.
I am approaching you, Agent Bernie, with a snapshot from what's already admitted as State's Exhibit 392 Victor, which is the call detail records. I wanted to ask you on that. Do you see this 10:03 p.m. entry point?
I do. So again, we're reviewing data sessions report, and I see the one in question. There is a data session that starts at 10:03.
And I'm going to zoom in for right now. And on this slide, what you first have is this 10:03. Do you see that on the screen?
I do.
So with the Excel spreadsheet with the data sessions that you have before you, do you see that same 10:03 p.m. data point?
So that data point at 10:03, 22 seconds listed there is off the timing advance report. And what we have here is a slightly different. It's the data sessions report at 10:03 and 23 seconds.
And with data sessions, what is the previous data session before, or do you have a data session around 10 o'clock on March 14th, 2022?
Yeah, there's one on the records. So the one thing to remember about T-Mobile records, they're kept in UTC time. So again, this record shows 2:03 a.m., but when you transition it from UTC time to Eastern time, that would be 10:03 p.m.
And what is the data session before that time?
Listed on this report in UTC time as 14:33. And then when you convert it, that's going to be 10:33 a.m.
And is there any data sessions before 10:03 p.m. on March 14th?
There's a series of data sessions. Again, the last one, the one we have, there's a 10:03 p.m. Previous to that is a 10:33 a.m. and then a 10:18 a.m. and then a 10:03 a.m. So a series of data sessions.
And that goes from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Correct.
And so during the day of March 14th, with the data sessions of that phone, is there any data before 10:03 p.m. in that 12-hour window, roughly?
There is not.
Now, I also wanted to ask you, you see how it has this RTD and it says 0.19, 0.10, 0.15?
I do.
Is that where, can you describe for the jury briefly, now that they can see it, what that indicates?
Yeah, so again, that comes from the timing advance report. What that stands for is range to device, RTD. So again, what's happening is the phone is on, checking in with the network. a signal is sent from the tower to the phone and then back to the tower. However long that takes in milliseconds, they multiply that times the speed of that light, and that lets the network know that that device is a certain distance away. So in this case, listed on the report, the phone checked in at 0.19 miles away at 10:03 and 22 seconds. At 10:03 and 25 seconds, it checked in on a different side of the tower at 0.1 miles away.
And roughly, Agent Bernie, what is the scale of this from the red crime scene icon to the green highlighted tower for this phone?
Yeah, so if you, oh, there you go, zoomed out a little, you can see the scale on the bottom. You know, a general distance would probably be, you know, like 2 miles, a little bit over 2 miles in between the crime scene and the tower represented in green up here.
Now, did you also, I'm going to publish slide 13. Did you also plot cell phone records for 8940, the phone associated with Miles Farley?
I did.
And on this specific slide, I wanted to ask you, does this show at 9:42 p.m. Miles Farley's phone?
It does.
And what is that blue W icon that we see on the screen?
Yeah, again, that W icon is the 2830 Waters Road Southwest.
And does the phone associated with Miles Farley appear to be at that 2830 Waters Road address when this 9:42 p.m. call is made?
It's in the vicinity. Obviously, it uses this tower in this sector. That tower and sector would provide coverage to the Waters Street. So that device, again, could be at the Water Street, yes.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 14. Is this capture the next call data related to the phone associated with Miles Farley?
It does.
And after that 9:42 p.m. call, when are the next calls for this phone?
Yeah, you see those listed using the tower and sector here. 9:55 is the first one listed.
And when that 9:55 call is made, do you see this tower in relation to the crime scene?
I do. You can see the tower and sector used. It's hard to see the tower there. It's right underneath the crime scene icon there. It's the closest, again, the closest tower to the crime scene.
And is there a series of calls at 9:57, 9:58, and 9:59?
Yes, all using the same tower and sector.
And at that 9:59 p.m. call, it's in the vicinity of the crime scene. Is that correct?
Correct. It's using the tower and sector that would provide coverage to the crime scene. But again, you know, I can't say if it's on this side or down in here, but it is in that sector that's covered, also covers the crime scene.
And on the records you have for Farley's phone, is the next call after this 9:59 call? What time is that last call captured on this slide?
Yeah, the next one here, we can see the device has traveled north and westbound, and that phone activity is at 10:53, and it's an outgoing call.
And do you see the intersection of I-20 and Highway 70 on this slide?
I do.
Can you show the jury where that is?
Again, there's your I-20 right there. 70 is this road right here.
And do you see that blue icon for the Fulton County Airport Brownfield as it reads on the screen?
I do.
Now, and there is on this slide a gap of roughly 54 minutes between those two calls. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to republish slide 10. And this slide is the 8694 associated with Shannon Jackson around this time frame. Is that fair?
It is.
And do the cell tower locations between Farley, the phone associated with Farley and the phone associated with Jackson have any similar movement patterns?
They do. Obviously, both of which have phone activity here at 9:50. This one's 9:50 and 9:57. The green device, or correction, the purple device for Farley we looked at was 9:55, 9:57, 9:58, 9:59, and then both of which have activity in relatively the same area here. This one, the first one's at 10:14, 10:15, and 10:19, and the Farley device is at 10:53. Now they obviously use different towers because one's a Verizon phone and one's a T-Mobile phone, so they're not going to use the same tower.
Now I'm going to go to slide 15. Did you also plot the phone records with the phone associated with Demekion Garlington on this time frame?
I did.
Looking at this slide, is this phone activity between is it essentially two calls on 9:34 p.m. and 9:35 p.m. from the phone number associated with Demekion Garlington?
It is.
And can you orient the jury to, is this the same 2830s Waters Road address we had just discussed?
Yeah, that W here is the same address.
And for these phone calls, is the tower utilized by the phone associated with Mr. Garlington in the general vicinity of that 2830 Waters Road?
It is.
And the last call for this was 9:35, is that correct?
That's correct.
Going back to slide 13, this call was at 9:42 p.m. from the phone associated with Miles Farley?
It is.
And is this also in the vicinity, is Farley's phone and Garlington's phone within that roughly 10-minute time, give or take, within the general area of the 2830 Waters Road on March 14, 2022?
They are. The phone we just looked at, Blue Phone, uses this tower here at 9:34 and 9:35, the sector that would cover the Waters Road area as well.
Now I'm going to go back to slide 15. After this 9:35 outgoing call from the phone number associated with Garlington, did you plot additional towers for him?
I did.
Publishing slide 16, can you describe for the jury what this slide indicates?
Yeah, so this is a continuation of that 7355 phone, the Blue Phone here. We can see between 9:48 and that's 10:59. And then we can see the towers and sectors used. So the first is at 9:48 using this tower and sector here, 9:48, 9:49, and 9:56. Again, putting that device in this general area here. And then the next tower that's used is at 9:59. There's 3 separate incoming calls, all using this tower and sector here.
Now, those 3 incoming calls at 9:59, do you see that on this slide for the phone associated with Garlington?
I do.
I'm going to publish these records for the phone associated with Farley. Do you see a 9:59 call on March 14, 2024 for the phone associated with Miles Farley?
I do.
And is that phone at that same time also in the general vicinity of the crime scene?
Yes, it is. That's actually using the exact same tower, just a different antenna.
And if I go back to slide 10, for the phone number associated with Shannon Jackson, is there a 9:57 p.m. call that you see on this slide?
There is.
And is that also using, or not using, but using a tower in the general vicinity of that same crime scene location?
It is.
I am going to go back to slide 16. And this slide itself captures phone activity from 9:48 p.m. to 9:59 for the phone associated with Garlington. Is that correct?
It does.
Now, publishing slide 17, where does the phone associated with Garlington travel after that 9:59 call near the vicinity of the crime scene?
Yes, so you see that device. Again, we're still looking at the blue device, 10:06 to 10:54. We see that device has phone activity, and that activity moves westbound, starting at 10:06 and 30 seconds, an incoming call in this general area here. And then we see the next one is at 10:06, 55 seconds, 10:07, 10:08. And then eventually on this slide, the last ones are at 10:45 and 10:50.
Now, going back to slide, or let me ask you this. Do you see that same highway, I-70, highway I-20 on this slide that we have discussed before?
I do.
Can you orient the jury where that is?
Yep, here is I-20 this way, and this is 70 that comes in right here.
And is that the blue Fulton County Airport icon we had discussed before?
It is.
Is the general travel patterns for the phone associated with Shannon Jackson, Demekion Garlington, and Miles Farley, absent the timing of the movement for Mr. Farley, a similar pattern?
They are.
And is the all of that movement essentially westbound, the tower movement, I mean, westbound down I-20 from 400 Windsor Street to this area near Highway 70 and I-20 intersection?
That's correct, yes.
Brief moment, Your Honor. Agent Bernie, are you familiar with Fulton Industrial Boulevard?
Not exactly the location, no.
Understood. Thank you, Agent Bernie. No further questions from the state, Your Honor, at this time.
Is there a cross for this witness?
No questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused and I believe at this point released? Yes, okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, could we get a brief break?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yes, yeah, let's.
Folder I should be looking at? What?
Yes, Your Honor, this is same, Dropbox folder.
Oh, I didn't know you were attached to
Yeah. Yeah, no, I got the one this morning. Is there something different? Or is that the one?
Same one.
Okay. That should be re-forwarded to you or you get it?
What would it have been this morning?
It would have been the email from Ms. Hilton that I forwarded you with the updated Dropbox.
Oh, okay. Now I can just find that in my now deleted items.
Send it to you again.
Did you send it this morning?
Should have. I thought I did.
And will it have issues for tomorrow, actually today? Is it that one? Okay. All right. Okay, and so it'll be the link that Ms. Hilton sent?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Let me know which ones to click on.
I just opened the first one. For me, it just, the arrow keys just goes one to the next, you don't have to back out.
Yeah, so my first one is 3282.
Yes.
Okay.
And I am objecting to this, I believe this is Mr. Kelvin Watts. The caption says, "Any be of war, but tell me why I feel so safe. It's my shelter." And then hashtags. I am objecting under hearsay rights. Mr. Watts is not testifying.
He's clearly not a co-conspirator. What's the state's response?
Your Honor. Pulling up my computer, Your Honor, but
Okay.
the only thing that I think in this post that has anything that can have any truth asserted is we're at war. I mean, I don't know what the true meaning of conch shells are or bird emojis or numbers. I mean, I don't think they can have truth of the matter asserted under the legal rules of hearsay. But specifically with this, it is, this post has, and primarily these posts that the state intends to include have non-hearsay purpose in terms of this is a public declaration that we're at war, but tell me how I feel so safe. And then hashtag nutlife, hashtag a number of different things that publicly saying we're at war is letting you know what, at least according to this public Instagram post, what the poster of this is in their mind. And the state's theory, of course, is no secret that Shellkel and members of YSL have had a long-running feud since 2015, as seen by the multitude of interviews of Kenneth Copeland, Quindarius Zachary, and testifying. And this is now March 2022. The specific post is August of 2022, but and of course, no one can be in the poster's mind, but it's the public declaration of this. And when you have the hashtag of nutlife, that is in direct reference to the murder of Donovan Thomas, and then it becomes nutlife ×2 after Shamel Drinks is murdered. And so the after March 14, 2022, despite for 7 years only posting hashtag nutlife, they start saying nutlife ×2 because his nickname was also Peanut, coincidentally.
He who?
Shamel Drinks, who was murdered on March 14th.
Okay, but this is in August.
Correct, Your
after
Honor.
He's already been killed, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is
What is this showing
It's
as
antagonist.
to these two defendants?
Your Honor, it's the RICO enterprise that the state is intending to show this. He didn't directly at defendant Kendrick's or at defendant Stillwell's personal Instagram handles. And I don't have any indication of evidence that he directly DM'd this message, but it's the public declaration that we're at war. Tell me how I feel safe. And he says, hashtag nutlife, hashtag shell one, and then free his friends.
I don't even frankly see how it's relevant to any of the counts in this indictment if this is posted at least 5 months, maybe longer, after the last alleged act in this indictment.
That is true, Your Honor. I mean, the gang war to the states has not.
All right, it's
Yes, Your Honor. Understood.
Sustained.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next.
Number 2, December 1st, 2018. Let me just say, I have a problem with the words, the assertions by the author, who I believe to be Kelvin Watson, didn't testify. I don't have a problem per se with the picture.
Uh-huh.
It's the commentary, and again, the relevance to any commentary is December 1st, 2018, which is basically 4 months separated from either homicides. 4 years separated from 2 homicides.
Right.
Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
There's multiple acts that are not just in 2015 and 2022 in this indictment, to include when the vehicle that it was believed that Wife and Lucci's vehicle itself, that someone else just happened to be driving, was shot up by Javon Fleetwood. And so that was in 2019. But specifically, this is Rayshawn Bennett, who the court has heard multiple testimony about, and Shell Kell, who the court has heard and the jury has heard. I don't know what the truth of the matter asserted of long live nut is. The state is not intending to say, I mean, that is a memorial. It is a state of mind associating Shell Kell, who posted this, who's Kelvin Watts, Rayshawn Bennett, and a post showing them associated with one another. And I believe from evidence admitted in this trial that is Trestle Tree, from just the way that is designed with the front porch, because we've had, and I'm not 100% on that, but it looks quite like the.
All right, what's the specific objection? Relevance and what else?
Relevance and hearsay to the right. Picture I don't have.
Okay. Is all of it, all of the language hearsay?
Oh, well, the long live nut is what I have a problem with.
The hashtag long live nut?
Yes. I just don't, I don't even know what, unless the state knows something that I don't know about the hashtag free me, which I don't know the relevance of that, but it doesn't really.
All right. I will permit it with, the picture to show the association, and then it's Shell Kell Nut Life anyway. Redact the 2 hashtags, long live nut, free me. And does that satisfy?
Yes.
Okay.
And just the hashtag?
Yeah. I mean, unless there's some objection to the rest of it. I mean, I don't know what the UNs don't know the half is really relevant to. So we could redact that as well. All right, next.
Number 3.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the picture. I don't have a problem.
All right.
I don't have a problem. I'm assuming real one space FR is Mr. Ford's.
Yes.
Is that correct?
All right. Any issue with the next one?
No.
All right, are y'all's like 4 in a row and then you go down to the next line?
When I just hit the side arrow, it just keeps going
Oh, okay. Mine's not set up like that, but. Oh, okay. It goes, oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. All right, any issues with number 5?
At some point, it's just becoming cumulative. If the point is to, well, I guess this is that name, so I don't have an issue with that.
Okay, moving on. 6,
Well, I haven't, no, I'm sorry.
moving back.
Number 5, I have an issue with the commentary, the post. I don't have a problem with the picture.
I don't
Sadly,
see it. Oh, the snake and the sword and the 4L?
I don't know.
What's the purpose of this picture? Don't we have Ocean Drive Slim's posts with?
We
various
do.
people
The
already?
the state believes, I mean, there are obviously 3 emojis, that the snake is for YSL, the sword is a common thing that comes up in PDE 21 slaughter gang type street gangs, which is allied with YSL, which comes up because of investigator Viv Rita will discuss that, and talking about DeMarco Boyer, who was the one who got on FaceTime and said, get on FaceTime real quick. And the state believes that was minutes before Shamel Drinks was murdered. And then they pull out of the gas station and follow him. And so this specific post is showing Christian McMiller, Jeffrey Williams, and it's highlighting the, I mean, he posted that snake emoji, the knife, and the 4L.
And what, Viverita is going to give her theory about what each of those emojis means?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the video that Wooney Lee, where he said, shh, we put that, you know what, on your gravestone, was that video vlog was titled A Night with YSL and 4L, which that's why this snake emoji, the knife, and the 4L, it is connected.
All right.
these are statements by someone sadly who can't testify.
Right.
I just, unless it's in furtherance of a conspiracy, I don't, to me, there's no legal mechanism for them to be convicted. Because they are assertions.
They're definitely, yes, they are.
But they are assertions.
So is the argument that they are co-conspirator exception? And this is all the fostering of the gang cohesion concept?
Well, I mean, this can be, yes, a public pronouncement of an ally between 2 gangs with the way that these emojis are stated. But there's a difference between an assertion and something offered for a non-hearsay purpose.
But I don't hear you saying I'm offering the snake, the sword, and the 4L for a non-hearsay purpose.
Well, I guess the non-hearsay purpose would be publicly connecting and tethering these 2 groups together by his posting of this. Yeah, I mean, the truth of the matter asserted would be, yes, I'm a YSL street gang member and I'm allied with this other group. It's like if someone posted heart emojis next to a sports team. They may genuinely love that sport team or hate them, but if they publicly said that, it's like, oh, they must be a fan of, that they're showing fan allegiance to XYZ. It's similar here. I don't know what the truth of the matter of 3 emojis can actually be, legally speaking. I know what a
We're
gang.
going to have an expert say exactly what you just said. And so that seems to be for a hearsay purpose, not a non-hearsay purpose. You would like everybody to believe that, right?
Ultimately, but she could say, you know, have you seen the snake emoji? Have you seen the knife emoji? Have you seen what is 4L? And then the jury can piece together that information and disregard her testimony or accept it. But the state views this post.
Okay, so circling back then on the hearsay, it is a co-conspirator exception.
I believe it's both, Your Honor. Yes. Yes.
Okay, then it is admitted under that exception. Okay, number 6.
Number 6, I do not have an objection.
All right. 7.
I do not. 7, I do not have an objection.
All right. Why don't you tell me the next one you have an objection to?
Um, 9.
All right. And what's your objection?
Hearsay.
Who's our,
Demetrius Garlington, who's not testifying.
all right.
Your Honor. By my understanding of what, this is a non-hearsay purpose of, he is mourning the death of his friend.
When is this post made?
March 11th, 2022 at,
Oh, sorry.
yes, Your Honor.
It's not on the post itself. It's just, you're going
Because
to be able to establish.
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Viverito, when it has the date and time, is when she screenshotted it to show when it was posted.
Post the death of Ford and McMiller. Is that his name?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, because that was before this post, which is why, I mean, it's
Right.
why he's posting the,
That had just occurred at the time this post was made.
yes, Your Honor, but before.
Right. I mean, the same day, but it preceded this post.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so this is an assertion by Demetrius Garlington that he is hurt, he has a broken heart over the death of
Right.
Mr. McMillan.
Okay. And y'all are saying what with regard to why it's not hearsay or why it comes in under an exception?
It is his present emotional state of mind. It's his
Present sense impression.
present sense impression, Your Honor, in terms of he is whether he's actually in physical pain, emotional pain, mental pain, he is publicly stating on God, this one hurt. And the state, the state's theory is that getting revenge for the death is what is the motive behind the murder of Shamel Drinks.
All right, here's the deal with present sense impression when it came up previously, we all learned that the present sense has to be really, really close in time to when he learned of the death. So can you establish that?
And Your Honor, I believe I said present sense impression. I meant to say existing mental state of mind.
Okay. All right. That seems like a legitimate exception. It is there in the statute. Okay. Next.
Number 10.
Okay.
I believe this is a post by Mr. Tobin Treadwell. Is it not?
Bentley Boys for Life.
Christian Eppinger's post, Your Honor. I think,
Is that also on March 11th?
yes, this is on March 11th, 2022. And it would be the same, Your Honor, another YSL member posting of these two YSL members right after they passed away.
Okay, but I mean, the other one was clearly a then existing mental and emotional state. What is this? I love y'all boys, y'all taught me a lot is not that. Maybe I'll never be the same.
And Your Honor, we have no objection to omitting the I love y'all boys, y'all taught me a lot, and keeping I'll never be the same. But again, it's YSL members posting right after the death. And again, this is hours after the homicide. And we believe that these posts show how members were feeling, their existing mental state, and what subsequently happens as you progress through the these photos. You'll see the evolution of what happened.
All right, I guess the I love y'all boys is an existing emotional condition. So can y'all just redact the y'all taught me a lot? You can leave the broken heart.
If it's coming in, Your Honor, and I respect
Okay. Appreciate it. And what's our next one?
I have no objection. Okay, so no objection to 11. Although, okay.
11 is
May I
somebody
ask,
bowling?
before number 11 is someone bowling, but real 1FR is Mr. Ford's. That's correct.
Yes, and we believe that this picture was taken 21 hours before his death
And it shows him bowling. Why is that relevant?
because of who he's with. So in the right behind him is Mr. Williams. To the left of him is Mr. Duke Martinez Arnold. He's the individual in the blue. So again, just
Okay, so it shows
Associ-
Mr. Ford's connection to some of the other people in this case. And do we have that already?
not with Mr. Arnold.
Okay. All right.
Number 12, I don't know who the author is. I don't know. So I have an authentication issue. I have a hearsay issue.
That doesn't seem to be anything other than hearsay. Sustained.
Number 13, I do not have a problem.
Okay.
Number 14 is, well, it would, I believe this would be Mr. Sledges. Is that what Mr. Guerrero said? I mean, this would fall under the other ones of, I acknowledge it's close in time, I'm objecting, but it would fall under 9 and 10. Because it's another person expressing being upset.
All right.
March 11th and 1.
Okay. Okay, so then are you saying you acknowledge that there's a legitimate exception?
I'm objecting, but for the purposes of just open candor, I think it would fall under the, if those other ones were.
Yeah. Okay.
Under the hearsay exception, what's hearsay exception?
Then existing mental emotional condition. All right. Okay.
Number 15, I don't mean to keep saying the same thing. Investigator Riverito wrote no reports for this. I have no idea who Edward James is to even address it. I'd like to know a little bit about it.
So, Your Honor, we believe that this post, Edgewood_James, is a post associated with individuals with YFN. This is some of the taunting posts that both Mr. Sumlin talked about, as well as Investigator Vivarito will talk about, that this Instagram handle posted a number of disrespectful, I would say, messages after the death of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. And so these are some of the the examples of those posts that were posted. So we're not offering it for the truth in the matter asserted, but these are some of the trolling posts that Mr. Sumlin was talking about, and Investigator Vivarito will discuss further, and you'll see more examples of the trolling.
I'm not objecting to the admission. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. We have an actual individual that's identified.
I don't believe there's an actual individual. Like, I don't know if Edgewood_James is an individual, but the posts are all directed at the death of Mr. McMiller.
Well, we don't know that if we don't know who the poster was.
But you can tell from the content of the post. So when
Who OPPAC just came in could mean any number of things.
But if you can, the posts are in very short order. So if you continue to go through his post, he's specific.
This same person is going to have other posts. So that will give me context to understand what this one is. Okay, then I guess we.
I don't have any objection to 16 or 17.
Okay.
18. I don't relevance. I mean, we already have one post Arlington is posting reposting a previous post that's a picture of him and Mr. McMillan.
Your Honor, we'll choose between the two.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I object to hearsay.
We can omit the neighborhood, some of the neighborhood hero of the week.
Yes.
We can, omit the caption.
All right, there's floaties that say Scarface and 2 times Unk Funk. Those weren't in the original post, were they?
They're tags of the people who are in the post. So if you hover over the post and then when she screams.
All right, so she'll explain that. Okay. And this is showing the connection of everybody.
And I would object to, I am, oh, it's up there. I would object to her commentary as well.
All right, y'all gonna redact that? Okay.
Okay, no objection. 21, no objection. 22, no objection.
All right. I'm going to say, though, that in terms of cumulativeness, we do not need a post from every alleged member of YSL expressing that they are sad.
We don't. This is Mr. Stillwell, Your Honor, and it
Okay,
says just rest Mick.
That's fine, but, you know, that looks almost the same as a couple of ones before. So be reasonable
Yes.
about how many of the ones that are just to express that you use.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
24, I would object.
How about 23? Was,
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. 23, I object to hearsay, and also relevance.
So, Your Honor, this is the post that we believe was the reason for Shamel Drinks being murdered. So Shamel Drinks is the individual in the black jacket with the pants. Next to him is Jasper Walters. Next to him is Shell Kell. This post was reposted by Shell Kell, screen grabbed on March 12th, 2022. Your Honor, we believe that Investigator Viverito will talk about the emojis on here. There are 2 shells, which could indicate 2 bodies. Then there's a zipper lip and a black heart that one could interpret as they were the ones responsible for the death of McMiller and Ford, Your Honor. And so so Mr. Drinks posted the initial post, the post that says no love _ nut. And he posts Mr. Drinks posted, I'm with y'all 100 at Shell Kell _ nut life at Summerhill, Little Man, LL and Mafia. Then Shell Kell on March 12th reposted his post on his public Instagram page, Your Honor. And then 2 days later, Mr. Drinks is murdered. And so we believe, one, it is relevant for that purpose, that it was a public post.
It's definitely relevant.
And again, we're not offering for the truth of the matter, sir, about whether or not he's with them or not, but the fact that Shell Kell reposted it, and Shell Kell is the one who put the shells and the zipper lip and the heart, that could be considered an indication of they're taking responsibility for the murder of.
Okay. I mean, do you think that she is going to testify these 2 shells could mean 2 bodies?
Yes.
Is it typical within gang life to make a post of whatever your symbol is and have it mean a body?
Yes.
And she's going to be able to say that?
Yes. Because sometimes they'll use teardrops. So as opposed to using the teardrops to represent death, they sometimes use a shell Kel because he is shell Kel. So that's his thing. So she will testify that that could be.
That would seem like it would represent him. So unless,
No,
I mean, I
he's
may
taking
need to hear from her on the basis for which she can opine as an expert that two shells could mean two bodies, okay?
Yes.
So you need to make sure we do that before I permit that testimony. Yes, sir.
There's two aspects of hearsay here, in my mind, that are both assertions of fact. One, we have Mr. Drinks, who is saying, "I'm with you 100%." That is hearsay.
Well, the reason as I understand it, the state is not offering that for the truth. They're offering that to show the alleged reaction that it got.
There's no evidence whatsoever that anyone involved in this case ever looked at or downloaded or saw this tweet. So it's kind of like we're backdooring in the hearsay to prove something that we really has no foundation. There's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell, or Mr. Farley, or Mr. Nichols.
Okay. Yeah, that's what your job is as the defense attorney, to point that out.
I understand that, but the problem is, even if I win that argument and do my job, I still lose because the hearsay has come in under the, I'm with you 100%.
Okay, and the reason that your hearsay objection is not successful here is we all know it's only hearsay if it's being offered for the truth, and this is not being offered for the truth. Okay. Make sure you flag that one though, on the shell thing.
I'm just objecting this hearsay.
Are we on 24 now?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is Shell Kelly.
Your Honor, this is a day after. This was posted on March 4th. So this was initially posted on March 4th.
Okay, what part of it
So
was posted on March 4th? The shell Kel, the why you buy a watch, it's time to die?
Yes, this whole post was March 4th. So.
And are y'all alleging that something significant was happening around that time?
Yes, Your Honor, we do believe that on March 3rd is when the public was made aware of Mr. Rayshard Bennett being stabbed in the jail. So there was a bond hearing, a bond motion filed on March 3rd. And then, of course, the media picked that up on around March 3rd, around the same day. And then this is posted the day after that information came out. So we believe that because of what happened at the jail, which is what we think started the trickle down effect of what happened between February 9th and March 14th, that this was an indication of being prepared to retaliate for what happened to Mr. Bennett in the Fulton County Jail.
And then is it reposted or?
No, this is his post. So we just,
okay.
But he posted it himself on March 4th on his public page. And again, this is just showing the antagonizing that started happening. I know you don't like the word subliminal, but this is what the culture calls subliminal messaging, right? Because they are throwing
I just
shots.
got up on the lingo then. Okay.
They're throwing, well, let me not say throwing shots, but they're talking back and forth, but in coded language such that.
It's not very coded.
Yeah, right.
I'll also point out that the two shells are showing up on March 4th at the bottom before the double homicide.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'm gonna admit it over objection
25 and 26, I do not have any objection.
Okay.
I would like to know if the state knows who Joey Hurst 24 is.
Again, it's still these trolling fake pages, but again, these were fake pages by, we believe, YFN associated individuals.
What is that based on? If they're fake pages, why do we believe it's YFN associated people?
I think because of everything that was happening in the I'm not going to say the
Is there
only,
some
but the
other
biggest.
posts by Joey Hurst 24? You
So he
told me
does-
that first guy, there were other posts that gave context. Is
25 and 26. So 25 is them posting Mr. Ford saying smoke your pack. And then unfortunately, the harsher
That's-
one is
And
26.
And I don't
which
have
is super harsh.
I'm not objecting to 25 or 26. I'm just trying to, because again, there's no report. I'm just trying to understand what this is.
so any basis for believing that this is YFN? Is that what you're asking?
Our understanding is at this time, and I'll get more clarity, that there was no other opposition to YSL except YFN. And their associates, the people that they
you might need to
associated
look
with.
into that because Mr. Sumlin said all kind of people.
Well,
I
the-
think
the
one of y'all
henchmen-
even asked about whether all kind of people.
So the henchmen that he mentioned, and I think Mr. Shar asked the
Oh, Mr.
question.
Shar, yeah.
It was the henchmen, it was was PFK. They are all aligned. They are alliances together. So, and we believe that Investigator Viverito will be able to testify that YFN, PFK, and the henchmen are all aligned.
So you have no idea who this person is or what they might be affiliated with. You just think it must have been an op.
Definitely think it was an op given what the context of the post. Yes.
It's a really mean person, whoever it is, but whether it's a gang opposition, I mean, we're just like basically taking based on context that it must be an op, but those murders have yet to be solved. So I think this is a little dangerous if you have nothing more than this.
Well, I'm not objecting. You know,
Okay.
To 25 and 26. I
Okay.
just really want more information.
Well, then never mind.
27, my question is relevant.
Is that a strategic decision on your part, Mr. Sharp?
Yes.
Okay. You've thought through the benefits and drawbacks of that?
I'm starting to learn the strategery part.
Mm-hmm. Okay. 28.
I didn't understand the relevance of this when I saw it in this folder.
Yes, Your Honor. So on the night of March 11th, so Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford are murdered in the early morning hours. That evening, probably, I think around 11 o'clock, Stephen Harris, who is a YSL associate, went by 12 Atlanta, which is a YFN stronghold, and shot at that YFN stronghold, shooting an individual in the head. Once he then ended up, Mr. Harris driving to a wall at a location near 12 Atlanta.
Okay.
This picture was taken by one ABG. It says Big Nick, but he's known as Fat Nick, who is a YFN associate. And he posted this picture when Stephen Harris ran into the wall.
That's the actual picture of that person having hit the wall.
Yes, Your Honor. And then, of course, laughing about it.
Mm.
And so this, again, we believe was retaliation for Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford shooting. And I believe there's court's indulgence for a moment.
Here's the problem. There's been no mention of this incident at 12
didn't think
Atlanta
so.
with Stephen Harris. So for only way this would become relevant is if Investigator Viverito got on the stand and went into a big hearsay statement about what this is all about, which of course I would object to.
Yeah. I think that's a valid objection. This is sustained. All right, which
Okay.
one should we look at next?
30. I don't know the relevance. I don't know who the author is.
The author, Your Honor, is Javon Fleetwood, who is another YSL member, who's on this indictment as well. He is _TL World. And this was posted, I believe, 2 minutes before the actual caption. So this is posted on March 13th,
2
2000.
minutes before what?
When you look at the time next to his name, it says 2 minutes. So this is from an Instagram Instagram stories that are only posted in 24-hour increments. So where it says 2 minutes, he had posted
I
this.
didn't see anything that says 2 minutes on number 30.
So if you look at the top where it says Trey World.
Yep.
Do you see the two?
Thank you.
No problem.
Mhm. Sorry, I'm just old, y'all.
So
Okay.
when it was screen grabbed, it was on March 13th. And I believe we may have taken the other Trey World post out, but in context, he talked about Big, meaning Mr. Ford, I think like not paying attention to his surroundings. So that was the post right after, near in time to this, but we took that one out and
Okay.
only kept this one, which
And what does the 2 minutes have to do with anything?
just the time that it was posted. So you know that it was posted near March 13th, again, after McMiller and Ford. All this is in the days after McMiller and Mr. Ford had been murdered.
Okay, and this is allegedly a YSL member saying, don't worry about being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
Yes.
And what's the purpose of?
Because you're going after the ops next. So to me, this is all of them, not all of them, but this particular YSL member saying, and he's in
Saying
prison.
basically, let's go get them.
Yes.
Okay. What's the objection?
I don't have an objection now that I have some understanding of what
Okay.
it is.
Thank you. Moving on.
Can object to hearsay?
Is this 31?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, this is relevant. If you can recall, Mr. Shard asked both Nico Flores and I believe Investigator Hogan, when Mr. Drink, this is Mr. Drinks.
Okay.
When Mr. Drinks was murdered, you didn't know he was a part of YFN. And what the testimony will develop is they did not know that he was associated with YFN.
And yet he was, because
They
his
started
thing
seeing
says Shell Kill Nutlife.
and they started seeing multiple posts, and you'll see the next few posts, Your Honor, are YFN associates reposting him after his death. So this is posted on March 15th, 2022, after Mr. Drinks is murdered. And so
Okay, so this will
show how the
being offered, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. This is being offered to show that even if the gang people didn't know that he had a connection, he clearly had a connection. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. And this is how they became aware that he had
Well,
a
I mean,
connection.
I don't really care how they became aware. That's not really relevant to this trial, is it?
It is relevant because that's how we are determining that this was a gang motivated homicide.
How they determined it isn't relevant to the issues that this jury has to sort out. But I get that if you need something to establish that, in fact, he was connected, that one or a few of these might do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't know how many of them you have. How many of them do you have other than this one
I think
for that purpose?
Seems to be the same thing, except I don't know who no face.
L? I don't know.
It's different individuals, Your Honor. I have to get his name, but I know.
Okay, well, at least 31, whoever is posting it is Shell Kill Nutlife.
Yeah, we know that 31 is Shell Kel.
Okay, so that
32
one
is another YFN associate. 44 Stevo, which is 33, is his last name is escaping me, but his name is Steven.
What? When you turn away from the mic, I can't hear you.
I was just saying 44 Stevo is another YFN associate.
And y'all can establish that somehow. Okay, well then why don't you use 31 and 33 and I don't know, 32 if you can't establish. Well, what do you have to say about 32?
I believe we can establish his name. I just don't know it right now. Your
Okay,
Honor.
well, mark that one and you can potentially circle back to it. 34, any objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Hearsay.
And what is this that we're looking at? Why is it not
I don't
hearsay?
know, and relevance. I mean, I get that this is Medium Garlington's post, and it's on March 15th at approximately 5:30 p.m. But other than that, every post that he makes is irrelevant, so I don't understand what the relevance is.
What's the relevance to this?
So, Your Honor, and Your Honor, may I remain seated?
You may.
When
We all have been, so.
one of the emojis that comes up a lot in criminal street gangs is the tornado, which is a short rendition of spinning. If you spin the block, if I'm going to go spin them, I'm going to go shoot them. And so you'll see, and there's another post that will come up where when they're back at it spinning, this is the day after shooting by the state's theory and murdering Shamel Drinks. And so when that Demekion Garlington, we believe, was in the vehicle where the fatal shot was fired from. And so when he's saying, and this is at the studio, and we believe they went to a studio immediately after, which is the slides we just showed with Agent Bernie when they go to 600 Interchange. I don't know if this is that exact studio because I haven't been inside of it myself, but they go and make music. And when Demekion Garlington, we're going to get to one in a second, and we've already argued it and expressed to the court in the wiretap when he says, take that boy's name out the song before something happens to him. There's a song that Demekion Garlington makes with, I believe, DeMarco Boyer, but certainly Garlington, where he says, we're going to get shell Kel whacked. And so so the state wanted to include this because of it's the emojis in this piece of on the way, we're back at it with a black heart, green heart, and then a tornado emoji, which the state believes is talking about spinning, which is shooting. And I understand that, it could be he wants to go windsurfing or he wants to go somewhere where it's windy or something like that. I understand that we can make different arguments, but that's what the state believes it means when you're going to spin someone, you're going to shoot them and hopefully murder them.
I'm not interested in arguing in front of the jury how to interpret a tornado. What my objection is that these are assertions of fact given by Demekion Garlington.
He was not here testifying.
I will not be able to cross-examine him, so ultimately, we can argue about what it means, but the person who can really answer that question will never take it.
Okay.
It'll come under the co-conspirator exception.
All right.
It would be the state's theory that the two hearts would be for Ford and McMiller, and they went spinning to them, which is this was right after Mr. Drex was killed, who was one of the ops.
Well, then it's spilling beans. Like, how is this co-conspirator?
Well, it's not spilling beans because
It's
say we just killed for you.
saying we're back at it. We're gonna go do this, I guess, is the theory. I think that they've met the showing they need to make under the co-conspirator exception.
Well, I just want to make one thing clear, Your Honor. This is posted after, so this isn't we back at it, we're about to do it. This is posted after.
Oh, well, okay.
The drinks.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so this is after Mr. Drinks is murdered. So what y'all's His argument is, how is this anything other than spilling the beans?
So, Your Honor, I don't believe that, well, the state's position is this is the inverse of what we were just arguing about with it's the public dissing and claiming responsibility. I don't think they believe that the Atlanta Police Department or the state would be understanding these emojis, but fellow street gang members most certainly would. And so that's the whole point of this, is that regardless if Demikian Garland says we are back at it, and again, the state's allegation is it's talking about the street gang we. The state actually believes Demikian Garland was involved in the murder, but someone else could easily post it and say we're back at it, meaning my collective group is back spinning at y'all. And so be on the lookout, we're coming for you is essentially the message that this by the state's argument.
People are going to say that my client committed a heinous act. I want to be able to cross his name. And that's my problem. He's clearly, according to the state's interpretation, he's clearly saying, we're back at it. We just killed someone. We went spinning. And I'm never going to get across it.
Yeah, I mean, he's bragging, and he's bragging. I take it this is a public post. He's bragging to the world. So he's not really talking to a co-conspirator. I mean, he might be talking to a co-conspirator amongst many other people, but having a hard time.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's argument regarding that is that public displays of dominance or violence does further the gang because people won't mess with you. And so if you claim or assert, and that's why like these posts basically celebrating an opposition's death or asserting that you either will or just did enact violence sends a message. And so that message can protect you if people take the message at face value and don't shoot you or don't come bother you. So that's the state in terms of why that furthers the gang. Publicly claiming a murder or shooting does boost the gang's reputation for violence, which in the criminal street gang world is a benefit or a net positive, not a negative.
All right, so your argument is it's furthering the gang conspiracy by making the gang tough.
Yes, Your Honor. If the next two posts, which are also by Demikian Garlington, and the state is happy to choose amongst these, but these two, it is Christian McMiller and Darius Ford that he's posting on March 15th. And then he says, we got you boys. That's why the state is making these arguments, having looked at all of the social media of the spinning is not in a vacuum. And then he literally posts his friends who were murdered. And he says, we got you. And again, by the state's argument, to make it even, you have to have an eye for an eye. And so if you have them, you have to murder someone else.
All right, I'm going to admit those.
Mr. Atkins said the next two. 35. I don't know who that is.
Who's 35?
So, Your Honor, that's the same no face 5L. So we can once we get the foundation of who no face 5L is, we'll just choose one of the two. This is him reposting Mr. Drinks. This is Mr. Drinks. And so that individual again reposting him. So we'll choose between the first one, which was number 32, and this one and decide which one to put in.
Okay.
Number 36, I'm strongly objecting. That's Demikian Garlington spilling beans.
Your Honor, I may have clicked too quick. The two posts I was just mentioning about we got you boys was what's marked as 36 and 37.
Okay.
Which is Christian McMiller, Darius Ford, in two separate posts. We got you boys on March 15th, 2022.
36, Your Honor, the gentleman, the more thinner gentleman.
Uh-huh.
Mr. McMiller. 37, that's Darius Ford. Both times, this is Demikian Garlington, and again, he's not taking a stand, and this is a day after the killing
I understand.
He's also saying we.
And unfortunately, this is for your clients, it's a gang and a RICO case, and these are admissible.
All right, so I just want to make sure I put on the record my objection is hearsay, and I'm just gonna, with all of these, I can have a continuing objection.
Sure, of course, yes.
Your Honor, we're not using number 38.
All right. Is there an objection to 39?
I don't have enough information. I don't know who 127 Yale is. I believe that to be Mr. Drinks. I don't know what the relevance is.
State?
Again, Your Honor, this is another YFN individual hosting Mr. Drinks after his murder.
Uh-huh.
Who is it? Like, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but my concern has always been, right at the end of this trial, dumping all these things, we just don't have any information, there's no reports. And so I have no idea who 127.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I will get his information.
Okay, well, regardless, we don't, like I just said, we don't need multiple posts that establish the same thing.
Your Honor, I think when you have multiple posts, it shows that this is just not one person who is his friend.
Well, that's
You
why,
have multiple people from the same group posting him.
that's why I
There's-
said multiple.
Okay, well, this is,
I mean, do you know that this person,
we'll select, Your Honor, because there are a few more. I mean, we
this
haven't-
could just be a friend, it's true. I mean, if you don't have anything more than, oh, this is a post expressing heartbreak over somebody's death, you can express heartbreak over somebody's death and not be a gang member or a rival gang member.
You are, Your Honor, but I believe when investigator Viverito was screenshotting this, she was screenshotting it from accounts that are individuals who are members of YFN, not just random. It
I
wasn't just
don't-
his family
You
members.
find that out.
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'll say 40, 41, 42 we know that 42 is definitely Jasper Walters, who is a member of YFN.
So can we go back to 40 and 41 then?
40 is YFN Fats. I don't know his name offhand, but he is definitely a YFN member.
And this was posted,
On March 15th.
okay. And I know there are a lot of people named Nut in this case.
So this is, Mr. Drink's nickname was Peanut as well.
Yeah, seems like a bad nickname to choose. Okay, so this is another of the, all right, at the end of this, why don't y'all figure out and let me know how many of these immediately post-murder posts there are that are alleged YFN members saying, we're so sad?
Yes.
Which frankly, that's all that is saying is we're so sad. So if it's just to show he was in fact a gang member of YFN, get back to me on that.
Yes, Your Honor. And that would take us all the way up to 44.
Okay.
We don't know who YFN that is either.
I
Right.
don't know his name right now, but I know.
I mean, that's just, yeah, okay. So y'all, you get back with whatever you can and let us know. So we're on 44 now, and that's supposed to be the same concept?
I thought we were on 43.
Okay, I thought that she said that carried us through. That essentially all the way through 43 are the same concept. So does that include 44 also? All right, 44 is something new. Is there an objection to 44?
Yes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Woody testified. I believe this is Kenneth Copeland, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have a.
Okay, I'm not, what's the relevance of it? Is this that same bowling alley gathering? What's the relevance of this?
On 44, Your Honor, he's
Yeah.
in front of a plane.
Of a what?
The 44 that.
You're up 45. It's a bowling alley.
It's a bowling alley.
My 44 is a plane, I'm sorry.
Maybe you got rid of Woody at a bowling alley. I don't know.
I mean, 45 is,
Now, I'm asking about 44.
44 on ours is Mr. McMiller. It looks like sitting on the thing that returns the balls. And Woody does a crying.
So this is Woody expressing sadness over Mr. McMiller's death?
yes, Your Honor. We can withdraw it.
Okay. 45.
That's the same thing as 45.
It might be different. 44, we have Mr. Ford outside of a plane.
That's 40. Okay, that's our 45, but okay. What's 46? Is there objection to 46?
46 is a picture of Mr. Nichols. I don't know why that is relevant, that picture, but I don't, if I can be told why it's relevant, I don't object to it.
So, Your Honor, it's really 46 and 47 in conjunction with each other.
Okay.
So 46, just to show whose face it is, but 47, Mr. Nichols posted 2 days after the murder, Shamel drinks a song, and specifically the words are what you saying, I run with cold-blooded killers, blooded killers. And so that's why we posted.
All right.
And I am going to object as hearsay. Mr. Nichols is not, as far as I know, not taking a stand in this case. So my objection is hearsay.
And the response would be hearsay and
if they're going to say, and it's going to be, they're going to say, that's my stance.
I would say it's a co-conspirator statement. It's not spilling the beans, as explained earlier under Kemp v. State. It shows it's in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is the gang violence as it relates to the gang war and all of the things that we've mentioned.
okay, overruled. Yeah, that was kind of both of them together, 46 and 47.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
47, right, okay, 48.
Yeah.
I don't know. On the 19th of March, there's a tattoo, like 2 times.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Jasper Walters' post, and earlier we discussed how after Mr. Drink's murder, YFN Associates began saying nut lifetimes to represent both Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. as well as Mr. Shamel Drinks, Your Honor. So again, showing their support of those 2 individuals in the midst
So
of
much so that they tattooed it on their body.
bodies. Yes.
Do we need red flag pirate?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
And 49 is similar to the other ones. We'll just choose a select grouping of
Alrighty.
those reposts, Your Honor.
50.
50 is Mr. DeMarco Boyer, Your Honor. This is the individual that we believe was in the car with Quamarvius Nichols when the murder happened. We believe that he is the individual that says, get on FaceTime right now, right before the murder. And so to show a picture that this person is a real person and they exist.
Are y'all going to assert that he's not a real person? All right, you don't need that picture.
And that he's also, it shows that he's associated by throwing up the gang sign inside of the picture that he is posting on his public website or public Instagram page.
And what is, I know, right, I'm confused. What is this gang sign?
Yeah, it's, thank you. What is 51? Is there an objection to 51?
To the commentary, I don't object to the picture. That, I believe that to be, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe. Mr. Greer, is that correct?
Yes, that's Mr. Greer. Yes. We don't have any objection to the comment.
All right, y'all will redact the commentary?
Yes.
Okay. 52?
Relevance, cumulative.
I think you're right. We do have another one, so we'll choose between the two.
All right, and then once you've narrowed down, taken out what's been ruled out and narrowed down what you still want, you'll reshare with everybody? Okay. All right, 53? Any objection?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the picture, although I think it's cumulative at this point that I think we have several pictures of Mr. McMillan with Mr. Williams. So I think it's cumulative picture, but I definitely have an objection to the hearsay of two of the biggest snakes.
Response?
So, Your Honor, the state included this, of course, because of the two of the biggest snakes emojis. And so the only argument for its admissibility would be that would be promoting the gang for
All right,
two of the
I'm
biggest.
gonna exclude at least the language
Yes, Your
on
Honor.
that. That doesn't seem to be like making anybody.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. 54.
Are you planning on introducing that picture or?
Mr. Sharp.
Okay. 54.
Your Honor, that's relevant.
Is there an objection?
I would just ask that all the commentary be taken out. I don't have a problem with picture in and of itself, other than relevance. I'm interested in relevance.
Your Honor, that shows Mr. McMillan in front of the car that he was shot in multiple times on the highway.
Okay, this is not a trial of that case. So I'm going to exclude that. $55. Yes. Was there something else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
55 is a video.
And is there an objection to it?
I acknowledge that it is my client's account.
Do we need to watch the video?
Yes, Your Honor. And the caption actually has YFN Fat, who earlier we were talking about, not knowing YFN Fat was a part of the ops.
Uh-huh.
His tag says, check his score, Goofy, YFN Fat, you like, young LA, your career over, kid. And this is posted, we have the date, this is posted around March of 2022.
Now,
Well, I can't hear what it's, do I need to be able to hear what it's saying? I don't know. So then you won't play the video, you'll just show it as a still with the caption? I'm just asking. Young LA, Yo career, OVO kid. And who is YFN Fat?
Cluster, Your Honor, who is,
He's what?
he is a YFN, his gang member. His name is Sabian Cluster.
Okay.
He is close with Mr. Rayshawn Bennett.
And we don't know when exactly this is posted?
I know,
And this is,
I know it's screen grabbed and marked.
okay, and this is to show that, what? That Mr. Still, huh?
We don't need the entire. We don't need the entirety of it. We just need.
Okay. Just the screen grab picture, but we don't know when it was posted. Can you let me know when it was posted? And then we'll come back to this. Somebody writing down all the ones we need to come back to? Okay, all right, 56.
Again, I'd ask what the relevance is. If we could just play this as 15 seconds.
Yeah, we don't need.
They're withdrawing it.
All right.
You get some stuff done if you make people stay till after 6 p.m. in court, apparently.
57, I believe it's a group of young men driving down Cleveland Avenue and talking junk. I don't have any information that my client or anyone else has ever viewed it. I don't think it's relevant.
Do we know when it was posted?
Your Honor, we can ask
Are they like
the investigator
saying-
who pulled it. They are saying in the beginning they're in their car and they're just,
I mean, I see them driving. I don't have the audio on mine, probably because I don't have my speaker.
we can
turned
go
up,
to the
but-
to 54 seconds.
Lil D kill the killers. Got that chopper shooting bitch up like I'm Brian Nichols. These niggas playing both sides, you know you down with 'em. Heard his money on my head, I'm still outside.
His nickname is Little D. So Little D kills the killers. Then he says, I shoot this up like Brian Nichols, who obviously that's a reference to Brian Nichols' murder and shooting.
Okay,
So
it's an existing
Yes.
song, right? So this is more of the, does it mean, is it true or is it not?
And I don't know I do not know in this moment if that he makes some songs too. I don't know who made that song he's singing. It could very well be, but the point is
He's posting
everything-
it, he's
Yes, Your
posting
Honor.
himself singing it and then,
post a video of Christian McMiller shortly thereafter. So in this same clip. So if we keep playing,
Okay.
he goes from talking about Little D kills the killers and then shows his friend who was just murdered.
mm-hmm.
And so, and his nickname is Little D. And so when this video continues a little bit further, it just transitions into.
Treat me like the man, I was the side, nigga. Them boys, they still ain't got no smoke, they man that died, nigga. All my ops, they linking up. Nigga, fuck them all. Lil D know I bust them all. I don't trust it all. Smoke one for every time they fold on me. For these niggas, cause I know that they ain't on that. Bitches be hating, they be trading the ones they roll from. Fuck them all, cause I don't hold nothing. Yeah.
Any objection?
It seems cumulative to the other expressions. I don't know what the state's point this is because there's like two videos in one. I miss you, McNean and Darius Ford. I think we've already gotten.
We've already expressed that.
From Mr. Darlington. So I think that's cumulative, that part of the video. I don't know if there's significance or the state feels there's significance to the driving a car while wrapping a car.
Tethering together where
Yeah, so the theory is what I'm singing about, I actually mean, and here are these two people that,
correct, Your Honor. Because I mean, just imagine. I mean, take aside who I don't actually know because that song, whatever he's singing, it references Little D twice. It very well may be a song that Garlington made. I do not know, or it could be a popular song, but it's not. That's irrelevant to the state's argument. The argument is he's rapping Little D kills the killers. I'll shoot this up like Brian Nichols, and then 10 seconds or 20 seconds later, and he mentions the ops in that clip when he's driving, taking a selfie, and then he posts his, a picture about his friend who was murdered by the state believes and thinks.
and the juxtaposition of it, actually, you're saying that's the meaning behind it.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. It's relevant and it's a co-conspirator statement. All right, we've got two more. 59.
This starts, so a couple things. One, Demekion Garlington is Scarface. And he's on Instagram, he's playing a song by Slime Life Shorty, Wooney Lee. And he posts, this is Christian McMiller, leader of, Rock Gang or Rock Main Boo Gang, but it's a video. And the reason that the state includes this is it starts there and then, Mr. Abadi is going to play it. This is that wiretap where the state mentions Demekion Garlington calling people and basically talking about this song he just made that's awesome, but we got to take that guy's name out of the song because if he gets whacked, they're going to be on to us. That
Okay.
was a
Do
wire.
we have to actually hear the song?
Well, in the song, he says Shell Kel's going to get whacked. specifically says the name of Kelvin Watts in the post we've been going through that is this back and forth. So the state thinks, so we want to play this for the court briefly so that you could see, the song he's referencing on the wiretap aligns with when this video is made, where he's at the studio and the song, the people at the studio are singing along to his song where he says, I think the line is either Shell Kel's going to get whacked or we need to whack Shell Kel. And then he has a wiretap talking privately, right? Not knowing that the law enforcement's listening, where he says, this song is great, but we got to take his name out in case something happens to him. And then the song lyric is Shell Kel's going to get whacked. And so that has multiple relevant purposes, where the post that we believe was related to the murder of Shamel Drinks was the same Shell Kel. And so him posting in April of 2022 about this song and talking about it.
This is March 14th.
Well, the wiretap, he talks about this song for weeks because, once he makes the song, he keeps telling people, you got to hear my song. Have you heard my song? And so he has multiple wiretaps referencing this song where he's talking about killing Shell Kel, and he's got to figure out another word because there's, he's saying if Shell Kel gets murdered, and the state's theory is that they are trying to murder Shell Kel.
Okay, but all of that is coming in through what he says on the wiretap. Why do we need to hear the song?
To prove that the wiretap clip doesn't say Shell Kel's name. It just says we need to take that boy's name out the song in case something happens to him. Where the song itself, literally, there's no subliminal or it's overt. Shell Kel needs to get whacked.
I understand.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's good for you.
I understand, but we're kind of like.
Well, I would imagine that the counter argument is that, well, I'll let the state make the argument.
For the last one, Your Honor?
Yeah,
The back-to-backs. I apologize, Your Honor. I was talking
yes,
to
go ahead.
co-counsel when. So for this last one,
No, for 59.
What was Mr. Shart's rebuttal argument?
I was just pointing out that nothing's happened to Shell. I don't understand how the fact that Mikion is calling people and saying he needs to take Shell Kel's name out of the song. It seems like we're pretty far afield from everything at this point.
Your Honor, I respectfully disagree about. Kenneth Copeland, Quindarius Zachary, these interviews from 2015, right, related to Donovan Thomas's murder, have multiple mentions of YSL members fighting Shell Kel. Shell Kel is the one who punched Martinez Arnold in the club with when Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendricks get arrested in Trestle Tree after Shell Kel, the same person. That's 2015. Fast forward, you have the repeated back and forth. Shell Kel comes up multiple times on these wiretaps.
Yeah, we know that.
But this specifically saying that you're going to, I don't have anything else where they say, explicitly, we're going to kill him. I mean, like on a recorded line. And so him on the wiretap saying, it's clear by the state's rendition, if you listen to the wiretap, that we've already argued, for that wiretap clip, we just wanted to play the song so the jury knows, oh, he's talking about the same Shell Kel that we have heard has had a conflict with YSL for 7 or 8 years, and they have to determine or adjudicate multiple YSL alleged murders of members that are very close with Shell Kel, who's currently posted in 2022, #NutLife. He's still posting pictures of Donovan Thomas. And they have a song with Demekion Garlington saying we need to get Shell Kel whacked. I think it's highly relevant. And it's not like the jury's going to see this and say, you know what, I don't need to deliberate on any other evidence. My mind is made up. It's so prejudicial to hear that clip from Demekion Garlington. And because 403, elements of scant relative value dragged in on the heels of its feet to create some kind of inflammatory rhetoric or decision by the jury. And I don't know how that's remotely possible in a 12-month trial for the jury to see this one song and this one wiretap and say, I've seen enough. I'm going to convict because of this Demekion Garlington song. So I think it fails the 403 analysis. And I think it's highly relevant that someone who back in 2015 and in 2022 is heavily tethered to one of the victims of the murder is a member of a quite public, not secret feud between these two groups. And then in 2022, Demekion Garlington is making songs about having him killed, and then calling someone else on a wiretap that the state was going to play has been deemed admissible by this court, that we need to take that boy's name out of the song in case something happens to him. And the timing of that wiretap aligns with when he's in the studio, promoting the song. In terms of that time frame, you can make the song one day and then share it with other people for weeks and months later. And so the state feels that under just the 401 and 403, it is relevant, and the prejudicial value, the prejudicial, it is not substantially outweighed. The probative value is not substantially outweighed by its prejudicial
All
effect.
right, and what exactly is said in that song that's the relevant part about killing or potentially
I want to
killing
quote it verbatim,
Shelton?
Your Honor, so we're going to get to it. It's a very brief portion. So we're going to pit 27 seconds in this video. And then you see a number of people in the studio. Correct. And the state also, the backstory to this is what we've been discussing in terms of this is after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And so.
After every roll ahead. That boy doing 20 after, that shit killing me. I can't go. They fucked you up, Kim? Damn, man. I can't get.
So what does it say? I'm like,
It
something
says,
shell whacked?
Yeah, it says get little shell whacked. Shell, SHELL. Get,
Get
G-E-T,
old shell whacked.
whacked.
I've never even heard them referred to as little shells.
And then, you have the other wiretap call where he's saying,
And so this is them just playing that song he's working on in the studio on March 14th. And yes or no, March 14th, or this is just when somebody grabbed the video?
I will confirm with investigator Viverito who pulled this.
Okay, find out when it was posted. And then a month and a half later, or maybe a month later, he says on the wiretap, we got to take that guy's name out of the song.
He has multiple wiretaps talking about the calls. I've reduced what we're using, so I need to check to see the date of the call.
Okay, but I mean, about a month later, he's saying we need to take that guy's name out of the song.
I believe he
And
has
this
some in
is-
March, Your Honor, but I may have not argued those to the court because I tried to reduce
All right,
when he talks about the song.
Find out for me when the song, when that
Yes, Your Honor.
video is made, and we'll come back to that. All right, what's 30?
Your Honor, this last post, this is the argument we've been discussing where it has the tornado and it says back to back to back to back. We're spinning back to back. There's a song that references spinning the block or shooting multiple times. And so this is part of the reason why the state.
And is this going to be a video, or is this just going to be a still?
It's a 13-second video. We're not giving out smoke. We're giving out embalming fluid, which is a song. I want to make that clear. It's a song that he's, you can post it to where the lyrics come up. But the
Okay,
emoji next to it is.
Do you want to play it for me? I mean,
Yes, Your Honor.
you're saying that the whatever is on the audio is relevant, right?
Somewhat, Your Honor. I believe the audio is also transcribed.
All right.
But we will.
Just play
Yes,
it
Your
for
Honor.
me.
We ain't giving out smoke, we giving out embalming fluid. Spin that shit every day, every night. Back to back to back to back to back. Y'all niggas can't even trap. Nothing. Post up, nothing key with the hoes, barbecue, nothing. We spinning back to
Okay. And who's posting this? Never mind, Garlington.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that next to the tornado? An ear, that's what I thought. What's the significance of that? Are we going to find out?
I'll ask and see about that.
Okay, but we still don't have anything to, you're going to figure out what it is that establishes that. So this means the tornado could mean spinning, and Viverito is going to say spinning means shooting people?
Yeah, sure. That's why I'm talking about embalming fluid when they're saying we're going to spin back to back.
Okay.
Well, just for the record, I'm objecting, even though these are not his words, clearly he's portraying his words to the public.
Yeah.
So I'm going to object here.
All right, and I'm going to have to overrule that on the 802 D2, 803 D2E basis. All right, I think we're done for the day. So should we see each other at 8:45, considering we need to wrap this up before Detective Viverito testifies? Yes. Okay. All right. We are adjourned.